be on my way. It will only take a minute before I call and say I love you and you know it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another day of Galaxy Battle Phase 1. Today is going to be a big one as two teams book their ticket to the playoffs, joining the 8 invited in the top 16 phase. The losers, however, are going to get their chance soon enough, but going 3-0 gives you many important perks that could pave your way to the trophy and a solid chunk of change. My name is Luba, and I'm joined by Pronogo. We'll be your commentators for today. How's it going, man?
Hey, so far so good. Early morning here in the East Coast of the US of A, but we've got some very exciting European action. I love that this tournament's called Galaxy Battle. It gives it a very cosmic vibe. And it's kind of true to form if you really think about it. This is the heart of Counter-Strike right now in the middle of Europe. And we've got our first best of 3, of course, coming up is going to be an Eastern European showdown. So I'm looking forward to the derby. How are you doing?
Oh yeah, it's going to be fun. TNL versus CYBERSHOKE. We'll see what they can do. Of course, we get a chance to see the players, always a welcome addition to every broadcast. We can, of course, see their emotions, see what they're thinking, see what's going on inside their heads, maybe even before it happens. Of course, this is an important match for both teams, and it is quite interesting to see who's going to kind of get the upper hand, get the upper favor, maybe who's even going to win the map veto, because they have some maps that are kind of 50-50. And I can see this going into 3 maps because it's such an important matchup. You want to go 3-0. You want to get that slightly easier opponent in the playoffs. Of course, you're definitely going to be fighting the opponent that is coming as an invited team, but you don't want to get the top ranked opponent. You want to get those lower ranked ones so you can kind of make your way easier towards a further placement in this tournament.
Yeah, and I already love to see the vibe difference between TNL and CYBERSHOKE. You know, you see everybody set up on CYBERSHOKE's game side. Of course, everybody recognizes Glowing, been around for 100 years at this point. But, you know, much more casual attire or no attire at all sometimes. So if you're on the TNL squad. So we'll have to see how that one takes shape as the map veto comes in for us. Now, I am very much interested in what our third map decider will be, if we even need it. But I think otherwise, this veto is going to be pretty straightforward. Inferno and Nuke, they're out first, and we get to see the new look Train as our opening matchup, which I do think TNL is going to be a pretty powerful force on, but it's worth noting that CYBERSHOKE have had the more stable roster the last little while. So as they take us to Anubis for their map pick, our decider will be Dust 2, and there will be a knife round to decide who starts up first. That's if we needed it all, of course.
Of course, that is up for debate, but I have to say Train was a no-brainer for Team Next Level. They're 100%, of course, only played 3 maps in the past 3 months. However, on the side of CYBERSHOKE, they played 11. We'll see if TNL can actually get the upper hand. Of course, I have to see CYBERSHOKE as somewhat of a favorite coming into this matchup. Yes. You look at the numbers, you look at the players, you kind of know a few of these boys and you know what they're capable of. And especially they're coming into Train and they're starting on the CT side.
All right. On paper, that's supposed to give you plenty of advantage, but New Look Train has been a bit more on the T-sided than maybe the whole game is at this point. Blixie already taking a look outside Ivy. Oh, he's set up for the flash. That's going to set him up for a kill. Can he get around the corner? It looks like the answer is yes. But that's still a lot of damage down to Flyrax, and we've got plenty more coming where that is.
Yeah, the attack coming in towards the A bomb site, but the rotations are there and the frags are as well. Karen taking care of 2 and 3-on-3 with 2 players low, 1 on each side. The important part for the T side is the fact that they kind of got control of this bomb site, and now they know where Phenomen is. He is the last player standing, and he needs to get this 1v3. It's not impossible, but with them knowing his location, they can kind of cover all the angles necessary. He has to check everything. They're going to try and double peek him. They're going to try and get this kill quite easily, and it's going to be an easy, not so easy. Cairn falls down, and it kind of opens a window here for Fenomen. He's just going to tap the bomb. He knows one player is low. Maybe he can use it to his advantage, but there's no more time, and Onyx is going to take him down. That's the first round for TNL, and the way this map started, I'm expecting for there to be a lot of firepower.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they got the bomb plant down and the round win. Of course, nothing saved over into the next round. Definitely a big deal here that TNL pick up that first pistol, because when you're seeing the way that Counter-Strike 2 compared to Counter-Strike Go can swing so heavily in those early rounds, it matters a lot what you end up doing, right? I mean, we've seen plenty of teams lose all pistols and still win the map, but that's usually after a lot more power. And right now, I'm certainly expecting TNL to get some more concentrated firepower towards this B bomb site. We'll get to see a couple of those changes from the Go version if you're new to it. Nothing over here at all for the defense. Everybody kind of parking up and moving up the trainway.
The important thing here for CYBERSHOKE, at least they got some information. They can rotate their players maybe ahead of time, but as I say that, TNL moves in towards the B bomb side. They threw a few smokes towards A at the beginning of the rounds just so they can kind of keep the stack on the side of CYBERSHOKE and make their way towards the B bomb side a bit more safe in case, especially if there's a stack on B, they know that that's gonna attract a rotation. Now they're kind of safe. They can plant the bomb. They planted a bomb actually already, and they know that this round is basically done and dusted. The only important thing is whether or not CYBERSHOKE wants to go on these kind of exit frags, kind of take out a few guns, because also we know that could give TNL a bit more money. They maybe don't want to go into these firefights because it's $300 per kill. You want to kind of not let your opponent get the cash when he has an easy round already.
Yeah, on paper, it almost looks a little silly. You know, everybody stacks up in one spot and then they don't go hunting for anybody. But you're right to point that one out, Yuba. Look at right now, TNL's economy. They're looking pretty solid already, right? I mean, they've still got 2.5K per player on average. That's going to afford them a buy into the next round pretty much no matter what. Then obviously you don't really want to add on to that and strengthen the attacker's economy, even though you had nothing to lose yourself. So in some ways, denying your opponent an advantage is the best move there.
Yeah, definitely. They already decided to go on a buy, and interestingly enough, CYBERSHOKE has a lot of utility to work with and a lot of damage to deal with said utility. Glowing through the smoke.
Oh,
look
there
at
we
the
go.
HP. He gets a frag, and Cairn is low. Knifey also on 62 points of health. This is a miraculous start for the side of CYBERSHOKE in the first buy round.
Those are some really nice shots from Glowing. You know, he sees the HE sail overhead and sends one else out. There you go, Dawi. Eat your heart out. Now, obviously with a broken situation right now for our attackers, they are not looking advantaged, but they have a little bit of position to work with. Cairn's so low, though, and he's kind of the only one trying to grab some map control. Everybody else, they're scarpering off. Fleerex is on fire, and he missed his smoke. No, just narrowly manages to extinguish that molly. The incendiary gone wild there. Remember, it doesn't spread as far as the Molotov anymore. Lurking out towards
I don't
Ivy
see a
now.
position here for TNL to try and win this round. They lost two guys. One is low. They kind of spent already a lot of utility they wanted to use, and the only objectively good play here is to save your guns, because you're still not in a position where you have a lot of money. These guns can come in handy in the next round. Give this one to CYBERSHOKE, and we can see that is kind of their decision as well.
Yeah, listen, a lot of utility was saved over on TNL's remaining players as well. They didn't really get to do any of their execution because they just kind of ran straight out main and got HE'd into the next round immediately. So, Glowing, finishing the job on a bunch of those kills. A lot of critical damage dealt. Obviously, Cairn wasn't confident swinging out with even with an AK. Only got a little bit of health there to work with. And yeah, I gotta say, you, but so far TNL are impressing me with their discipline. They didn't go for a risky play afterwards. Train's architecture is still much the same from previous versions. So say what you will about timings, about spawns, about the
Yeah.
nature of the first couple of seconds to the round. The key detail here is that once the CTs get an advantaged position, if they're ever a man up, they are in such a good spot if they can lock everything down. And that's exactly what CyberShoke did. So as soon as TNL lost their window and lost their manpower, it was time for them to call it off. And that's exactly what they did. 2 members respawning, going for a MAC-10. Maybe some pace to this round. Everybody seems to be rushing straight out B. And that's not where CyberShoke are leaning.
Oh, Notineki, he's going to have his hands full here. He has a player to help him. Fenomen good only for one. Notineki still alive. Rotate comes in. But look at this. They've changed their mind, and maybe they want to go back to the A-bomb site. You have to know, Onyx is down and Karen is low, so this is still not going to be an easy round for TNL. But that entry frag, that's going to make the defense somewhat spread thin. And a chance, of course, for TNL to do that even further if they decide to spread their attack as well. Maybe try and split that A-bomb side. Make yourself an easy job to get to the bomb plant.
Yeah, the suspense is palpable now. In round 4, TNL pick up the pace, charge forward, trade one player, and then they just disappear like a wraith in the night. Well, CyberShoke has found them, though. That's going to be Blixie gone down. Oh, but Levikas, he's got it. Real quick, 3-man spray down. That's a hold if I've ever seen one. Knifey, you're the last man alive. 1 versus 3. Found the first, at least where he is. Oh, he's descended down, though. That's definitely going to get calmed in. And everybody else kind of closing in on his position. He still ends up taking out Notineki. There's just
I don't know if they don't know about the bomb, because otherwise maybe the rotates wouldn't be so overzealous. They kind of gave him the isolated 1 versus 1 duels. In the end, they weren't punished for that, but you have to respect this hold. You have to respect this angle. They didn't stand a chance. They didn't have a shot to kind of take down Lovikus, and obviously, tactical pause. TNL needs to bring something out of their pocket. They need to use their brain. They need to kind of think how to break this defense, because one spray down, all that was enough for this round.
Yeah, it's still very early days. 4 rounds deep. You don't really have a good read on what CyberShoke's strategy is going to be, but TNL still take the attack pause because they were in a weird money situation. And when your budget looks a little bit odd between each player going down, definitely a situation where you can benefit from taking a pause, taking a moment, taking a breath, and mathing out everything before you start buying. Of course, there is that nifty refund feature that Counter-Strike 2 added to the mix, but despite all of that, definitely something to think about. And we do have a bit of a scrappy buy, right? 2 AKs. Of course, you got some upgraded sidearms and then another MAC-10, which does kind of tell me TNL want more pace. They're going back towards B, but it's not a uniform attack.
Oh, Karen running through the
fast and immediately gets held by Notineki. Oh, he's going for more. All right, well, a 3-man spray down, both rounds in a row now.
All right, 3 versus 2. We can see what they're going to do. Blixie takes just a little bit of damage. That fire ain't going to do much, or is it? He's going to get extinguished by the smoke. Blixie takes down Knifey, and it's only Onyx remaining. Fenomen is going to take him down. It's lead for CyberShoke. They managed to close down this attack as well. A good spray down to slow the attack down. Then the bomb plan was basically inconsequential. Of course, it gives TNL a bit more money in the next round, but Notineki, again, very good positioning. A good spray down from him. And it's a lead, 1-round lead, of course, for CyberShoke. There's still a lot of Counter-Strike to be played, but let's not forget the fact that now they're the ones who have money. Not a lot of money to work with, definitely. They're going to have to grow their bank still, but 2 AKs, 2 M4s, 1 AWP. That puts you in a good situation after 5 rounds played.
And they've stuffed 2 B hits real fast, real quick, back to back. So that's consecutive losses for TNL. After going on that 2-round tear, they did get the pistol conversion. HE is not going to do much for the position at B main, but still, they spot out that there's a deagle. I wonder if there was maybe a miscomm from CyberShoke. Did they read the economy correctly? Because they were nading A main like they were going to be a gun round. There's no chance that TNL had enough money for that. But still, always good to throw it in there. You hear those HE grenades pop off, you're going to be thinking twice about walking straight in there next round. And, well, TNL's about to make 3 men pop out of that upper pass area. Let's see what TNL can do.
Deagles in hand. I would maybe prefer a Tech 9 in this situation. We'll see
Yeah.
what those hand cannons can do. Naughty good, but good only for one. Blixie needs to fight, but Blixie's low on HP. This can at least get them the bomb plant if they can get to the bomb. Another man falls down on the side of CYBERSHOKE. The bomb is gonna get planted. The clock is ticking and Flyrax is taking heads. 2v2 and these Deagle can still do a little bit of damage. Onyx, though, only on that P250, so a lot of work left to do for Knifey. He's gonna take down Lovicus. Another great headshot and Phenomen alone. This can be a good clutch for him, but no chance. Not even a single shot given. And TNL taking their round after spending only a little bit of money on some small little guns.
Yeah, listen, the small gun but big impact. TNL finding their third. That's one hell of a way to punch back. Who needed the money in the first place? Well, they're still going to benefit from it. That's 2 bomb plants in a row. By the way, I wanted to bring this up earlier, but CYBERSHOKE have actually been lacking in the money department, right? We see the emotions on Phenomen's face there. He drops his A1S, and, you know, he's not going to have a good solid. He's actually picked up the sniper this time around. I wonder if that's just spawn-based. Either way, though, this is a rough spot, right? Because we're looking at a situation where Phenomen goes from op to A1S, not able to make it happen in either case. And now he's got to accept the fact that it's going to be a while before the rest of his team affords a full buy. The utility's super light, super dry, glowing on a MP9. You'll see him relegated to it most of the rounds for CYBERSHOKE, I think. As soon as their money is in question, he'll drop. The Veteran's Curse, Liuba.
Oh, yeah. Not an easy situation to be in when you're the guy who needs to sacrifice himself. He has been making some good numbers. Legged is glowing. 7 HP on Blixie. 16 on glowing. This round did not start well for CYBERSHOKE. We'll see if it can manage to make it better for them. 45 seconds, more than enough time for TNL. Flyrax still holding that angle. Blixie and glowing, they're gonna have their hands full, but only a little bit of health to work with. Glowing, great timing for himself. He managed to get 2 frags, and that can slow things down for TNL. 30 seconds remaining, and now they're between a rock and a hard place. Onyx is gonna make things a bit more easy. Flyrex as well. They managed to turn this round around, and look at this. Knifey, easy headshot for him. It's all out down to low because he's not going to stand a chance against Knifey. And a good round for TNL. It didn't seem so for a moment.
Yeah, honestly, I was thinking CYBERSHOKE, despite the low HP, might have been able to claw something back. And of course, it's the smallest gun on the server for the defenders that manages to claw back a little bit of an advantage in the middle of all of that. Just wasn't quite able to get the jump on the offer, and so glowing does end up going down. And at that point, the defense is collapsing on one spot can allow the rest of the attackers to be so much more versatile with the angles that they take. And you saw how Lovicus on the site gets overwhelmed, swarmed. Obviously doesn't help that TNL end up getting a good backstab in, courtesy of Knifey. So that works out pretty well for them. And now we're kind of in a similar situation to round 2, where our defenders are simply on pistols. Glowing at least has a P250, but other than that, everybody's on the USPS. We will see whether they can get anything done. Of course, last time they just did a full man save as they stacked the wrong bomb site. TNL, praise be unto them because of their discipline in that last round. Knifey, though, ooh, he takes one swing, and then he's going to get swarmed. AK
oh, yeah. You know, in that situation, if you're just alone, you're going to lose that AK very, very quickly. Of course, that's enough information for TNL. I would say getting around while losing only one gun, even to pistols, is quite worth it.
Phenomen will clutch that AK-47. Most premium gun he's going to afford next round, assuming he holds on to it. So far, it looks like CYBERSHOKE are content to just hold angles and see what else they can get. Also worth noting, Phenomen was like still in an advanced position. So if he ended up going down, there was no way that CYBERSHOKE were going to recover that weapon. Obviously, TNL unlikely to be hunting, but worth noting, as now the rest of the Pistoliers, oh, they're going to take Cairn down at the very least. And Dowie, he's in for the spray down. That's a tough angle. Lovicus will take him out. There's still another one available. Onyx is not going to drop, and so it'll be one rifle saved over for CYBERSHOKE, but they do a little bit of damage. At this point, though, TNL are set for the rest of the half.
Yeah, well, we'll see if that's actually gonna be true, because of course they needed to spend a little bit of money in this round. So basically only Onyx and Fleerax with a bit more money saved up. And if CYBERSHOKE can get a few rounds going, at least they can end the half with their opponents not having a lot of money. Another tactical timeout for CYBERSHOKE. We'll see if that can change things up. And maybe if they want to change up the tempo, it's very difficult to do so when you're on the CT side of train. You don't have a lot of positions. You don't have a lot of places to try and be more aggressive without being severely punished.
Yes, sir. Train is in a bit of an awkward position right now as far as the top tier meta is concerned. And we're kind of seeing a little bit of the reverberations of that through this match as well. As long as the CTs can hold a position, it's great. But as soon as one of them collapses, I mean, Ts can just start crawling everywhere. So you got to watch out for that. Obviously, Anubis and Dust 2 up later if necessary. But right now, on this storied battleground, we go again. Round 9. Gun round for everyone. No op available for the defenders, and limited utility for HEing that main position. That's actually how CYBERSHOKE got on the board to begin with. Let's see what their strategy is going to be. Looks like an Ivy lean so far. Only one player on that B-bomb site. Not uncommon in this situation. And now 2 Ts lurk towards main.
Yeah, you want to make a little bit more pressure towards that A-bomb side, especially when your opponent has enough money to get the full execute in, but utility rains down quickly enough. Karen good only for one. Lovicus and Phenomen getting the frags on the side of CYBERSHOKE. 3v3, there's still Counter-Strike to be played in this round, but now they're going to swarm the site. Now they can just run around the bomb site, try and get the bomb plant. Of course, the CTs are not going to just stand around and wait for that to happen. They're going to try and get a frag and maybe make the retake easier for them. Blixie trying to get into a duel. Knifey better than him. Phenomen good only for one. It's Notineki left in a 1v2. The bomb yet to be planted. He's trying to isolate the duels, but Knifey's playing so well. So many impactful frags. 9 for him, but I think all of the frags he got so far were very important for his team.
Yeah, you think about the flank earlier onto the A-bomb side. Obviously, his late round situations, he's more often than not going to be one of the Ts still alive in the attack. And TNL, well, they're more than alive. They are thriving on train. You brought it up earlier, Luba, the idea that TNL are always going to be leaning towards that train, assuming it's available. CYBERSHOKE, we're happy to leave it unbanned. Of course, most teams do have their own permas at this stage. Not everybody can be Kerrigan. Phenomen already charging forward. Oh, this is a little rough here for TNL, as it turns out, with that compromised buy. And, oh, well, the Alligator not able to snap down on him in main, but Glowing is still dangerous.
Glowing, good headshot. Manages to get an advantage for his team. Now it's all left on to Onyx and Fleerax, but Fleerax is so low. With that AWP, he can maybe think about finding a frag. Of course, they're isolated, and that's not a best situation we want to be in this position. If he can get a frag, this could be an active round still. They just need to get the next kill.
He's going to slip the net. Glowing not looking back there.
Oh, no.
Back 6 now available, but Lovicus will find him and snap him down. Now CYBERSHOKE almost guaranteed to win this round. Glowing will send it. It's going to be 4-6, so still competitive. TNL will have another buy. Somebody will have to drop over Fleerax, it looks like, or maybe not. Maybe he just grabbed it himself. You know, he's a big boy. He can grab his own gun. And right now, it does look like, you know, maybe my prediction earlier, them definitely going to have plenty of cash. Listen, if they lose this round, that's going to be a bit of a rough spot for that very important final round of the half. So CYBERSHOKE have an opportunity here.
Yeah, remember when I said that you don't really have a lot of opportunities to play aggressively on the CT side? CYBERSHOKE said no to that. The last round was won only because of their aggression, and now they can play a bit more passively. Now they can let TNL kind of show themselves, spend their utility before they get even close to the site. Phenomen quick with that AWP, and it's a man advantage for CYBERSHOKE.
Listen, tactically, questionable to be so far forward with no recourse. If you get run down or somebody, wide swings you or anything like that, you whiff your shot, you're dead. But I love the machismo of it. So Fenneman has my respect for that one. He'll hit the shot and say, thank you very much. Man advantage up, indeed. And now looks like it's definitely a B lean on TNL's side. Has this been red? We got 2 in quick rotation positions over towards Z. Definitely interested in whether or not TNL commit out of pop or if they continue to kind of lean towards it. Bomb is definitely leaning B. So they're hoping that their utility pulls rotations over.
Well, of course, we'll see what these two players can do from Pop, Dog, Lovica's good. For that one, Frag puts this into a 5v3. Fleerax still waiting with that AWP, but not able to find absolutely anything. Onyx not even standing a chance there. Naughty good position, off angle to play. And one by one, Team Next Level falls to the next round. Only Knifey and Fleerax remaining, but they know this round is basically over. They can hold on to that AK, to that AWP, maybe save it for next round and try at least to get 2 rounds advantage on the half.
Yeah, this is real rough here for TNL. I mean, Onyx charging that very disadvantaged angle ends up getting accepted with open arms, and he had the bomb on him, so not that there was much room to get into any of the bomb sites with such low time. Ooh, hold up. Oh, not Neki. He spots out the offer. Fleerax goes down, and he's got nothing into the final round of the half.
This is not what you want.
That's the best feeling in Counter-Strike right there. You walk right in and bop the guy as he's holding his gun, holding his angle, thinks it's over, lets his guard down, and now he's got no money, no gun.
He has a flash. That's it. That's all he can do in this round. Flash for one of his teammates so they can try and get a frag. And look at the situation when it comes to equipment on the CYBERSHOKE. They got money, of course, they got guns, they got utility, and only 1 rifle on the side of TNL. That 1 rifle making a lot of noise inside the main position.
That'll be calmed over. Hard to say if that was intentional or not. Gonna go with no. Fleerax was trying to make a lot of noise. He's already dispensed with his single flashbang. Switching over to the left side model. He's checking his corners, probing for any sort of information he can come over to his team, however he can be useful with no weapon. And it looks like it will end up being a pop lean with poor equipment to their name. Knifey has been the standout player for TNL. Makes sense he'd have the AK-47. Well, he's going to start off onto glowing, and he'll do even better on Nataneki. Oh, okay, with Onyx cracking off, we've got a real round on our hands.
I wanted to say that the hold on to the B bomb side is maybe not good in terms of positions, and it turned out to be true. 2v4, this is not a position you want to be in if you're CYBERSHOKE in the last round at a half. Fenneman manages to get the frag, but need to change up tempo and change up pace. They need to hurry up and get the frags. Blixie manages to get a kill, and it's only Onyx remaining. They maybe know his position. Yeah, they definitely do. He can maybe start shooting, and he's gonna whiff it. He's gonna fall. But do they have the time? I would say yes. The defuse kit is there, and it's gonna be a tied game at the half.
A tied game indeed, Yuba. You know, I'm looking at this round, and I was thinking to myself, Blixie, you've had a quiet game. You just picked up an AK that's got 5 bullets in it. Well, thankfully, he ends up hitting that very important last shot. But Onyx, my guy, not quite able to make it. Can't control the spray. You can see he's not having a good time of it at the very end.
I would say he was cold. Maybe put a shirt on next time, and you're going to have a bit more luck.
There you go. Yeah, gotta keep your body warm. Regulate your temperature. You could hop into this oil, I suppose. That's one option. Oh, look at this. Look at this. What is this kind of giveaway, Luba?
Oh, let's see what we're going to get over here. Who's going to get the gun, or who's going to get the skin, better yet, from our viewers. Some few nice skins are here to be given away. Oh, this could be good. This could be good. It's not going to stop on the pink one. It's going to be the food chain for Sortie.
Oh, there you go. Well, somebody got something for watching. That's the kind of vibes we have over here in Galaxy Battle. Our cosmic
Everybody's
overlords,
a winner.
they are kind. They are kind. Everybody is a winner, except for whoever loses this map. Losers.
Yeah, it's a bit of an unfortunate situation for them. But don't forget, this is a 2-0 bracket. Whoever loses this best of 3, they still have 2 chances to go through to the playoffs. So even they are winners because they started the tournament off quite well.
It's true, yeah. See, participation awards coming for you. Dawi already cracks off a shot onto Fenneman, so that is an early victory for the defenders. And Knifey, well, fresh off a hot start on the first round on a clotheslines, glowing to end us off. That's a lightning fast pistol, and TNL will take it. You know, I was curious, you, but what do you make of Train at this point? Are you expecting TNL to have the advantage? Even Stephen Half, you might as well have not played the first little bit of Counter-Strike. Now we're sitting here dead even. So who's really got this? Who are you predicting at this point?
Well, before I saw this pistol round, I was going to go with CYBERSHOKE. They ended a half winning 3 rounds in a row, winning a miraculous round number 12. And I was like, all right, this could be easy peasy for CYBERSHOKE. But then we get into the pistol and they get deleted off the server. So much so that Onyx didn't even decide to invest in this round. He wants to save a little bit more money for the following rounds. Only the pistol on him. He knows he's only against locks, so even his pistol with armor can do some damage if necessary.
Yeah, that's right. When you deny the bomb plan, it puts you in a very interesting position economically. As the T's, you almost never want to go here. Oh, Fleerax, I think he might have bitten off a little bit more than he can chew.
Oh, yeah.
He's crawled through one of them. Glowing. Oh, he's going to get taken care of as well. That looked real rough for Fleerax. Look at his health. He's barely got any to work with. But at the end of the day, some straight shoot will get him into the next round without even falling. He even goes for the swing. All right, TNL are feeling it.
Oh, yeah. TNL are ready for this map. Want to maintain that 100% in the past 3 months. 2-round lead, but we're heading into our first gun round in the second half of map number 1. CYBERSHOKE, let's see what you guys can do. Let's see what the strat book has in store for this round that could be a game changer. If TNL win this, not let CYBERSHOKE get the plan, they could run away with this.
Yeah, we could be saying goodbye to our even Steven first round. And it's worth pointing out, you know, I don't quite yet know how teams are going to be playing Train on the CT side. We obviously saw CYBERSHOKE do a little bit of action there, be more aggressive. Now, right here, Nataneki getting a little bit of success, and Glowing, you can say the same. So, all right, well, all of a sudden, CYBERSHOKE have kind of been working those angles. The B-bomb site has collapsed a little bit. Fleerax trying to hold it up, prop it up with his sniper.
Textbook play, it seems, from CYBERSHOKE. They managed to get the frags onto the B-bomb site, and they know there's so many entries towards the EA. There's so many openings where they could just swarm the site and not even let TNL get anything. And Onyx, the only one defending the site, only with an MP9, is going to be a difficult situation. Trying to risk it on the side of TNL, rotating both remaining players back to the A-bomb side, and it could prove to be quite good for them.
Ooh. Oh, I thought he might have tried to phase that smoke. Not going to be the case. Blixie holding it. Onyx just kind of going back and forth here, seeing if he can find anything. He's revealed his position, and he's not good for the kill. That needed to be different. Fleerax will be brought down after taking Blixie with him. And it's all on to Cairn, who is not long for this world. All right, well, CYBERSHOKE have done it. They've gotten themselves a 7th round. They're not going to go quietly into that next level of Anubis and TNL. Well, let's see what they can do on the fire back, because they don't have the most money. They did lose an AWP, did not end up saving it. So that will be another point of contention for them to think about in the future, as Fenneman's going to bring out his own big green. And we'll see. We'll see if TNL have the protocols on these broken by situations.
I can already see this. This is going to be a long day of work. Triple overtime is going to be the first map. That's my prediction, at least.
Okay.
And this is going towards all 3 maps. It's going to be a fun day casting some Counter-Strike. Onyx, fantastic. Lightning fast Fenneman falls. Now without their sniper on the side of CYBERSHOKE. Onyx, perfect for the entry frag. But Knifey is
all right, buddy.
have
Yeah,
his
keep your
hands
shirt
full.
off at that point. Well, he's going to go back for more. He even takes Blixie out with another headshot. This guy should just be a scout main. Knifey, going to accept Nataneki. Nice angle, and he swings out to make it even more difficult for Glowing. But the trade is good. Now, in this 2-on-3, does not favor CYBERSHOKE, but at least they have control. Bomb going to be going down here on the B bomb site. Well, maybe a bit of a whiffed smoke there, but it'll still do the job, sort of. He's here in rotations. He's actually so far ahead of this. Onyx is looking at all three of them, but oh, of course. Onyx is going to go ahead and take him out. Oh my god, clothesline. Lovicus. Oh, he's only narrowly going to be able to hold it, and Karen, he almost didn't realize what happened. He turns it back around, grabs that big green, and he'll go defuse. What a messy end to that very interesting round there, Yuba.
It's a very messy round indeed. CYBERSHOKE, they went down swinging at least. They lost their players quite quickly towards Ivy. Of course, Sonic perfect with the scout. He managed to get that frag towards CT spawn as well with the no-scope AWP.
I know, we need a replay, just highlight reel of Onyx in that round. What's happening
That's gonna
here?
be a fun thing to watch.
It'll definitely be there in the highlight reel at the end. It's just one of those things where you look at Onyx and you're like, how did he, like, you know, he's had a quiet game and then he just pops off mega time in that round. Very nice. Very nice. So going in, you know, we're talking about round 17, which it's a mysterious number, the 17, the 1 and the 7. They're so angled. They're so perfect. What could happen here? This will be a nice contrast to the previous round where things are a little bit more slow. Everybody's got a buy. Everybody's looking nice. This is going to be top-tier Counter-Strike. Fleerax, he's popped off the angle, but he hasn't been pursued. He kind of got body blocked by Onyx, who's charging forward, and Fenomen is going to take him out. Yuba, look at that. Send him home. All right, well,
what a
trade.
mess. This is fantastic to watch. Knifey can get the headshot in with that FAMAS, and that's an entry frag for the B-bomb site. But the bomb is going to take a while to rotate. They have a man advantage. We'll see if TNL wants to go for this retake. Now they definitely do when they manage to get a frag. But Glowing, maybe he can get between the lines. Maybe try and surprise someone. The bomb is ticking down. A chance, of course, for CYBERSHOKE to make this a one-round affair again. TNL has a lot of angles to check, and there's no way Dawey's gonna know that Glowing is here. He's in the smoke and gets a frag. Now they know about him. He's gonna fall down, but not before he gets a kill. And Fleerax, only one remaining. He knows where one is. He can go with the USP. If he can spam him through the smoke, this is a done round for him. He gets the frag, but does he have the time? Def Kit there, and he's gonna get that comfortably.
There we go. All right. You know, that was a very interesting round. Yet again, back-to-back. We love it. Turns out my attempt at willing it into existence of a more standard round is not to be, but we still end up getting some really nice fights there. And it must be said, Fleerax really impressing with those snapshots. Maybe Calm's not quite brought in there. You know, Glowing's thinking, okay, I'm low HP. I'm going to just chill here for a bit and let my ally work the angles, and then the wide swing comes out and Fleerax just snipes him. So at that point, not really that many rounds there, not many realities for CYBERSHOKE to take the dub. Very impressive clutch. Now they're going to charge forward. It's 10-7 here. Double digits achieved, and Fleerax is going to open things up immediately, but Glowing fires back. They're not out of this yet.
Oh yeah, Glowing, he did a lot of work for his team. Got them a man advantage. Fleerax manages to do something about it, but now a 2v2. Onyx very low. Knifey is gonna have to do the bigger part of the work. Manages Glowing to get the bomb, but it still needs to get planted. Knifey through the smoke. Do they expect him? They don't, but he can't punish them for that. And look at the HP on the side of TNL. They need to hit their headshots, but headshots they won't hit. They hurt Onyx now. He's a dead man, and around for CYBERSHOKE. They needed to change up the pace. An ace for Glowing.
That is 5 frags for the veteran, showing him what's up, showing him how it's done. And you know, I really can't get over Onyx's expression. He's so deadpan when he ends up dying in a silly way where, I whiffed the jump. I you know, whatever. I'm chewing my gum. You know, I'm having a good time. He's still in the lead. You know, the team's still working the angles, but CYBERSHOKE looking like they've got a real fight left in them.
Definitely.
And now they're
TNL,
up against a compromised buy, so I don't know.
Broken
Maybe the
completely.
Fleerax shotgun can do something here.
Let's see if that MP9 can do some damage. He saw at least one player, maybe two, in the main position. Needs to kind of go back and regroup with his teammates. Fleerax, in the meanwhile, gets taken down quite low. But do they know his position? No, he managed to get the kill over the smoke, actually. That's a man advantage for Team Next Level, but there's still a lot of work to do in this round with this buy.
I love the way that TNL are trying to play this, but maybe Knifey is getting a little bit too antsy. That's a very, risky play, but I guess, at the end of the day, you only got an upgraded pistol and you already had a man advantage. Looking for angles. They get the info. Onic will fall back with a good angle. Oh, Fenneman, though, he spotted him out. That's a tricky one to be counter-sniping with just a Desert Eagle. Lovicus looking for more value. Cairn is going to wide swing him. That's going to work out for TNL. Suddenly 3-on-3. A little bit more weaponry afforded. Cairn trying to chime back in. Oh, but he's going to get overwhelmed from the angles.
Dawi next. They know about him. They don't know where Fleerax is, but he's been making some noise on the upper area, so they kind of can just wait for him, especially with the HP disadvantage. Fleerax and Dawi, they can maybe save these two AKs for the next round. It's going to be a one-round affair again. TNL managed to get that first frag, and usually you'd expect a team to play a bit more passively. They wanted to get another kill. They wanted to play a bit more aggressively. They were punished for that, and especially when you have a buy like this, when you try to over-aggress, you usually end up being punished. And then if it's a tight affair, it's like a 3-on-3, then you really are in a disadvantage because you can't really fight the AK so easily with like a 5.7 or an MP9.
I'm looking at this and just thinking to myself, is Yuba right? Are we going to go to triple overtime? I mean, it's a pretty, neck and neck game right now.
It's a done deal.
Yeah, you've read the script. Well, CyberShoke has definitely looked tenacious, right? And Fenneman, obviously he's going to clear Knifey on that every way from Sunday. And that is a really rough position to be in because by that point, you'd say TNL had a positional advantage. They phased the smoke looking for info. Bit unforced, but they had no util. Let's see what they end up coming to terms with. One smoke on the CT side. TNL have a lot riding on their aim in this round. Round 20. This could be where things get tied up yet again. CyberShoke looking for double digits. Ooh,
all right, these two AKs are going to have to do a lot of work. Knifey only playing the edge of this fire so he can get a bit more info. And info he will get, but maybe a shot to the face as well. Natineki saw him. He knows one more is there, and it's two easy frags for him. Not going to get a third, but in the meanwhile, of course, most of the frags going to the side of CyberShoke. Still one AK in the hands of Fleerax. Sonic can't really do much with that. P2K, the bomb is going to get planted, and again, TNL in a situation where they can't really fight this. They know this round is over. They know CyberShoke managed to get this to a tied game. 10-10 is going to be the scoreline. We'll see if one of these teams can kind of bounce off the other.
Yeah, they've been real neck and neck for sure, and right now it's anybody's game. Fenneman still holding an angle very dutifully, but there is no hit coming. This is the objective here. Onic looking for that rifle. He's going to get cut down by glowing. The veteran knew. The old man's got some new tricks. Scoops up that AK-47, an upgrade for him. It's just Fleerax trying to hold on to the Kalashnikov. So far,
easy as you like for that frag, but I don't think he's going to be able to save it.
Oh, no. If he got that one, too, I'd say, all right, hats off. But, maybe dive through the murder hole next time. It's just named that because it was a cool nickname. It's not. There's no reason to call it the murder hole. I promise.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you usually don't get sniped from upper when you try to go through there.
Definitely a situation that CyberShoke have found themselves in with tie game. Managed to come back into it. They were never so far away, but it still looked a little bit dicey. Now they're going to take an advantage position. Fenneman will get that opening pick. This is really impactful. CyberShoke haven't really had the man advantage from their own work. TNL's usually going for it, going into them, but Fenneman just had a good spawn.
It was very nice, very well done. An entry frag that's going to spread the defense thin. Knifey is going to be isolated on that B-bomb side, and we'll see if CyberShoke can guess correctly what site to take. You usually know when you get the entry frag, the defense can't really put too many players on B, and that's why they decided to lean towards the B-bomb side. Knifey is going to have to do some heroics here. Lovikus doesn't manage to get the frag, but manages to get a lot of damage done. Rotates are coming in, but so is the attack. Nothing Knifey can do. Onyx there to help him. Fleerax as well, but he goes down. Dawi puts this in a 2v1. Blixie only remaining. Bomb on his back, but he knows where the remaining players are.
He's looking for him. He's actually really dialed his aim towards upper, but now he's pulled away out of the line of sight. And, you know, if he waits long enough without actually revealing his position, no, it's not going to matter. Dawi would close us out. Chances there for Blixie to miscomm them, make them think, oh, no, he's gone towards A. But it did not happen. And there you go. TNL will manage to make it to 11 first. I don't know. We could go all the rounds. Could be a big move here. We'll see how lucky CYBERSHOKE are feeling.
This is probably the most important round of this entire map.
Yep.
Both teams are in front of a reset. They're facing no money if they lose this round. It's either CYBERSHOKE getting the lead or TNL running away with map number 1.
Seen some heroics with low money. And look at that. Dawi with a big swing. That's heroics for TNL already. Fleerax holding on to Ivy. He'll have to pry it from his hot, dead hands. Hot because of the Mala.
All right. Nice wordplay.
Yeah, we're seeing a bit of a transition here from CYBERSHOKE, though. They are falling away from attacking the A bomb site. They're going to still pressure out towards A main, trying to give Fenneman some time to scope up a frag, but nothing really offered right now. Real good discipline from TNL. Now the A hit comes in, Glowing looking for impact.
Oh, Cairn, they lined up.
Nice.
He's good only for 1, but 50 points of damage dealt. There's Fenneman with his op. He managed to get to the site, but they lost guys while trying to do so. They can plant the bomb now. Of course, it is advantageous for them to plant it as soon as possible, put themselves in a situation where the opponents need to retake.
Oh, no.
Onyx punishes them for being so slow. Only tapped that bomb. Easy frag for him, and it's only Naughty remaining. Not like this for CYBERSHOKE. They had a chance. They had a good start to this round, but now it's crumbling, and Naughty needs the clutch 1v3.
He's doing his best with the sound cues. Managed to miss a silent jump or silent drop, and so he runs off to make it seem like he's running towards the train, but look at this. TNL so disciplined in this 3 versus 1. They don't want to give Nataneki a single chance. Well, Fleerax will do just that. He drops. Now it's a 1-on-2. Last guy from Z. Okay, Onyx is trying his best. Oh, Dawi spotted him, and he will close us out. 2 rounds in a row. Dawi gets that very important final frag, and now we are 1 round away from going to Anubis with TNL up 1-0.
Not including Fleerax being a bit over-ambitious to get the frag. This was kind of textbook from TNL. They saw the clock. They knew what was going on. They just waited it out. They knew that basically the last guy remaining, he needs to at least tap that bomb a little bit. He needs to kind of try and find those isolated duels, and basically they didn't let him have any. Yeah, 1 guy died, but they knew how important this round is, and look at this. 4 Tech 9s, 1 Galil, not a lot of utility for CYBERSHOKE. This is a golden opportunity for TNL to take map number 1.
It's all on the first execute. If that happens in favor of CYBERSHOKE, they are on the bomb site with the bomb plant, and that's exactly what's happened as they traded out. But look at Onyx, an advantage position with the MP9. That was never going to work. Now Dawi gets us 1 frag away. Glowing will do his best. Oh, he's made it messy, but it's not messy enough for a W, and that will be 13-10 in favor of Team Next Level.
Well done, Team Next Level. They're still 100% on this map, but they still have a lot of work left to do if they want to make the playoffs. CYBERSHOKE, we'll see if Anubis is their arena, if Anubis is their playground. CYBERSHOKE fought well, but that most important round kind of ran away from them. We can, of course, see the player stats. Glowing, well, he's glowing. He's going strong. Managed even to get an ace on this map, but not enough against a team fighting back quite well.
And it's not just the scoreboard that tells this story, but if you look at the way that Blixie was overwhelmed on some of those site holds, it must be said that he might have been dragging his captain down a little bit. He'll get the map MVP, but that is a Pyrrhic victory. So as we get back into things, we're looking for the next round on Anubis. Team Next Level, They're up 1-0 in this set. It bodes well for them. I do agree with your estimate earlier, Yuba, that they were the underdogs in this series. I look to CYBERSHOKE as the favorite. They've got more experience. They've got more time gelling together. That being said, TNL doing very, very well to start things off. And even with, Cairn and Onik maybe having an off game on Train, they still end up coming in real nice at the end. It was a team effort to get them over the finish line.
Yeah, well done from TNL. As you said, a team effort, that's something we want to see from them, especially given the fact that they were slight underdogs coming into this map. They really wanted to show that they're a good team, and they managed to win the first map. As I said, still a lot of work to do if they want to get to the playoffs. We'll see what they can do on their opponent's map pick, what they can do, of course, on Anubis. We'll be back after 15 minutes, after a 15-minute break. Next map is Anubis. Welcome back, boys and girls. Map number 1 is done, and now we're moving to Anubis. We'll see if CYBERSHOKE can get the reverse sweep, or maybe if TNL can close this down 2-0. Of course, Ljuba and Pranogo here to bring you all the action. And firstly, I have to ask you if you got some predictions for me. Is this going to go to a third map? Because I have this sinking feeling that we are going to see all three.
Yeah, listen, it's very likely that TNL are going to find it a lot more difficult to put CYBERSHOKE away. They already struggled to close it out on their own map pick, and here we are. We'll see that map veto on the screen once again to show you guys that Dust 2 is waiting us in that third map. But hey, deciders decide. Right now, we need to figure out if we even need that, and Anubis is, of course, our battleground of choice. TNL elect to start on the T side, which makes total sense. That's exactly where we are going to be going. And realistically speaking, TNL, they are up 1-0, but CYBERSHOKE are the more stable roster. CYBERSHOKE are the ones who should be considered the favorites, even despite that early loss. Right now, we're getting into that first round pistol.
Well, a place in the playoffs is on the table. Let's see if TNL can go to the next level, if they can go to the top 16 phase. They're starting on the T side. Of course, that is to be expected as they were the ones who chose the sides. Cairn running through a main, gets one frag. Dawi there to put down Glowing. They shut up that A defense and they can get to an easy bomb plant. 5-on-3, there's not a lot that CYBERSHOKE can do here.
Yeah, entering into a bomb site with the dualies is never an easy task. Your screen jitters all over the place, but Fenomen still finds one frag so far. He'll be clotheslined by Knifey. The Glock headshots have been lethal coming out of TNL, and they continue to be so. On a kitten on the board at the end. And would you look at that? It's another TNL pistol round.
They just run them down. They just ran through the A main. I don't know if they used a lot of utility. I didn't get to see that part. But TNL didn't even give CYBERSHOKE a chance. Glowing, it seemed like maybe he could get like a trade frag, find something for his team, make the retake a bit more easy, but great covering as well from the TNL players. Cairn got that first frag, then afterwards it was kind of easy, only to win by trading.
Yeah, worth pointing out that Cairn had a quiet last map on Train. So if he's already popping off, taking heads, that'll be boding well for TNL. Fleerax lining up the molly. The exec is going to come in. They'll break the smoke and take a look. Remember, Fleerax is the opper for this squad, so he's going to keep the USPS in his hands. And they find themselves looking at a free bomb site. This is seemingly a call sign of CYBERSHOKE's gameplay, where they kind of just waltz around on after losing the pistol round. They're going to come in with fully just the USPs. Glowing does have a flashbang, but they're going to come in dry, and Dawi, he is good for the spray down. This is a much harder angle to bring him down in, and there you go. Fenomen will do so, but no gun to be recovered. Easy second round pickup for TNL. So far, we are exactly the same as how Train began. We'll see if CYBERSHOKE strike back in round 3 to keep it so.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is Team Next Level, they didn't even lose a gun in the last round. They, of course, lost a player, but don't forget Fleerax only had a USB to begin with, so they just took the gun, and they have 3 AKs now. They have 2 MAC-10s. They have plenty of utility to work with. Of course, the firepower is on the side of CYBERSHOKE in this round. They have 5 M4s, but as long as TNL can kind of make them waste their utility on nothing, this could be a good round for Team Next Level.
It's so funny. This is basically a bonus round from old school, Counter-Strike Global Offensive is what we're feeling here. However, you're not normally bonus rounding into 5 M4A1Ss. So this is a very different look on the CT side, as you mentioned. And look at this, Nataneki. He's going to be called upon. Only good for 1. Glowing. Put some damage downstream. Okay. He's going to be forced out of that position, but he's been reinforced. Fenomen coming in with a spray down, and there you go. Just as easy as you like. TNL are now stuck in a 1-on-3. Fleerax, what can you do for us?
Slaughter in A main. Fleerax not in a perfect situation. He's going to grab the AK and say goodbye and good night. I'm going to hold on to this gun for next round. This is the first round on the board for CYBERSHOKE. Or Fleerax maybe wants to go back and try and isolated duel. 50 seconds remaining, so he can think about it, definitely. He has a bit more money for the next round if he loses this gun. And maybe with an opportunity, at least to deal some economic damage onto the side of his opponents. The HE grenade is going to bring Phenomen to 19 HP. Flerex knows this round is done. He wanted to get another frag, but he's going to have to tuck tail and run.
Yeah, when the bomb gets loose so deep in the site, no chance for Fleerax to do anything in that position. The massacre at A main is definitely what we'll dub round 3. TNL obviously had the call there. They were kind of playing with house money. Obviously had 2 MAC-10s and 3 AKs, one of which will survive into the next round. And Fleerax has plenty of cash to splash if he does go down in the next. So all good, despite CYBERSHOKE getting on the board. It feels a bit more calm and collected this time from TNL, which is funny because this is not their map pick. So you'd think maybe they'd be more fish out of water as we get into round 4 here. What's the buy going to be from the defenders? They were managed a little bit. Lost a couple of scalps there on the defense, and it looks like it's going to be 5 rifles once again.
I love to see this air prediction bar kind of fly by while the players are buying their utility and their guns. For a slight advantage if you ask the computer for CYBERSHOKE in this round. The problem with TNL in this is the fact that they have 3 Galils, and it's always a hit or miss gun. You can either get a perfect headshot or your spray can just run away. Naughty Neki, again, good for 1, but this time he won't get traded. He can pull back, drop a smoke. Knifey is the next point of contact. Manages to get a kill, and now it's beginning to be a little bit more difficult for CYBERSHOKE.
No way.
Neki good again for 1. Phenomen, fantastic on the A-bomb side. Last round, he was great. This round, he's great. And Onyx, last guy remaining, but this time, the sole player on the side of TNL has the bomb. At least he can plant it. And think about how to manage this clutch.
Back-to-back 1v3s. TNL looking a little bit dire in these late round situations once all the guns come out. Onyx was lacking impact until the scout got brought out on train. What can he do now? 2 players entering in through dark. He hears the steps, but he wants to watch for whoever's flanking in. He saw him just from the... Oh, was that a 4x3 moment or what?
Oh, yeah.
Instead wanted to actually control the bomb, and that's going to be a wrap there. Phenomen will have enough time to defuse, and we are tied up.
That's an unfortunate timing. We were hoping to see an amazing clutch. We just saw an unlucky moment. Tied game, tactical timeout for the side of Team Next Level. They're first, of course. They want to talk through how to approach this round because they're on the second round of loss bonus. Theoretically, the best play here is save your money so you can have guns in the next round, but they managed to deal some economic damage onto the side of CYBERSHOKE. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a few deagles, a few grenades, a few pieces of armor on them, so just they can take out a few more guns as well. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. 2 deagles, 2 Tech 9s, a few grenades, and 2 guys with armor, just so TNL can kind of maybe try and run down the opposition.
I want to see Phenomen on impact positions as well for CYBERSHOKE. Going up against these pistols can be tricky. And he was so good in that last one. Really, the critical kill was towards camera. If he gets brought down there, the whole A-bomb site collapses right before our very eyes. So he held it up. Atlas did not shrug. The world kept turning. CYBERSHOKE just kind of probing around here. Shooting through smokes, the usual. Still have a little bit of utility for our attackers. Onyx going to be the main distributor of that. Smoke and 2 flashbangs. Smoke has already popped, and yeah, Fleerax just kind of lurking out towards mid. He's leading the train. Onyx has done enough to at least keep rotations interested. Now glowing. He's got to hold the site all by his lonesome. Oh, there we go.
Easy money.
Fine. That's right.
A great spray down from glowing. Onyx, the only one remaining. He wanted to make some noise towards the B-bomb side, maybe draw a rotation, but if one player can completely counter you, then you know that something went wrong. Good spray down from glowing. Of course, not Neki managed to get a frag for himself, so did Phenomen. And Onyx is only alive to basically steal away a gun, maybe do some economic damage. Not gonna happen. Fenomen through the door. Round 3 for CYBERSHOKE.
Yeah, they're getting up there, man. I mean, this is the first time I think our scripts have deviated a little bit, and not in terms of round count, but in terms of how they've gone, right? We had the 2 back-to-back 1v3s, then TNL just kind of get cleaned up on their force. History seems to repeat itself. We got 5 rifles for TNL, 4 of them being the premium edition. Onik on a compromise. No, yeah, he trades it up. So he's got the Galil. And of course, it's 5 rifles for CYBERSHOKE. They have yet to bring out the big green on both teams. Kind of an interesting changeup, but Anubis can be quite brawly, so it's not really the worst map to be in that situation. Never see that kind of thing happen on Dust 2. Blixie has already found a frag on a knife. He threw the smoke, and that's going to cause some consternation towards the B-bomb site. Really big lean right now for CYBERSHOKE.
Some repeat from what we saw on Train. Many kills through the smoke. Flare Axe, fantastic timing. Blixie goes down, and this opens up the map for TNL. They need to change up pace now. Loviku's in trouble. He's going to fall if nobody helps him. He's going to go down, but Fenomen is there. He's been playing quite well so far. He's going to have to pull back, and because he didn't, he got shot in the face.
Talk about low percentage plays. The Galil, the random spray of the Galil being a little bit different than the AK might have gotten him that kill, Yuba. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, glowing. He saw a player at jail. Now he can focus on somebody else, but he's going to go down. And only Naughty remaining. He knows this round is done. TNL
there we go.
Putting the result square. 3-3.
Listen, we like when the teams are neck and neck. They're not usually this neck and neck. A bit of a different look for sure. This has been happening now 2 maps in a row. Nobody getting off on a tear. Very competitive first map. CYBERSHOKE going to be looking at a tied game as TNL still have that map lead, of course. And it looks like Naughty will be just fine. Oh, he's making some noise now. Karen, of course, has no HP to contest a duel, so...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, unlikely to make much happen there. So, yeah, I mean, right now, Yuba, I'm looking at this and thinking... Our teams are neck and neck. They're still going strong. Remember, Anubis more T-sided than Train. So definitely a situation where TNL need to be getting a couple more rounds on the board. If this is even, you favor CYBERSHOKE going into the second half.
Of course. CYBERSHOKE, you want to kind of get, especially when it's your map pick, you want to show who's boss. Of course, TNL is a competitive team on Anubis. CYBERSHOKE, a little bit more. Fenomen. He brought out the big rain. We'll see if he can use it to his team's advantage. Of course, 1:35 on the clock, more than enough time for TNL to change their minds about things multiple times. We can see the formation for CYBERSHOKE. 2 guys on the A-bomb side, and this is something we don't see too often. They put a lot of pressure. They put a lot of defenders on that part of the map, and TNL kind of didn't expect it in many regards so far. Now they're going to have to find a way to break their path through. Naughty, of course, expect him a player at pillar. Naughty, he's going to be in trouble, but manages to get a frag. Glowing, 2 kills for himself, but he's going to get traded. 3v2.
Yeah, looking still doable. I say with a bunch of asterisks as Onik is dropped so low in health. A stiff breeze might blow him over. Certainly make him cold. Needs to put a shirt on. Blixie and Fenomen working the angles here. And of course, look at this from Lovikus. He's putting pressure on through A main. Fleerax definitely going to need to watch for that. That leaves a lot on Onik's plate. He sees the shadow advantage. Fleerax will get him, but Onik is brought down predictably with that low HP. Fleerax even assisting his own teammates' demise, and that will be it. CYBERSHOKE will be able to post a 4th, and a lot of it is down to Blixie retaking that site, getting 2 frags. Very important at the end there. But glowing, of course, on the hold. Gotta give it to him. And, you know, you talked about the heavy A defense, the A lean. They knew that Naughty was there. He even whiffed the smoke on the defense, and the T's just play out in front of it, but not going to be enough to get them onto the site convincingly. And then they're just going to be overtaken by the retake. Very nice play on both sides, but definitely an edge towards CYBERSHOKE right now.
Yeah, absolutely. CYBERSHOKE is the team that currently has the advantage, not only result-wise, but also in terms of their finances. quite well on the other side. We've got 2 Galils, 2 AKs, and a Tech 9. Maybe a fast split towards the B-bomb side. Will they expect this? Lovikas manages to get the first frag, but still a lot of work left to do. Blixie, good only for one. Phenomen there. He's gonna get a shot off that AWP, but he's gonna get traded. Dolly, perfect, 2 kills for him. Searching for the third, but he's gonna go down. And it's all left on a 1v1. FleerX, will he expect this? The answer is no.
What a brutal way to
Eki,
lose that round.
the easiest 1v1 in his life.
Pretty much, yeah, that's a wrap there. Definitely favoring CYBERSHOKE now. But that was a chaotic round. And, you know, as you keep working the angles here on the T side, you are breaking down the economy a little bit. But that being said, I mean, CYBERSHOKE just got off to too much of a flying start, it seems. And they managed their money very, very well. No timeouts yet for CYBERSHOKE, and only that one for TNL earlier. So maybe something that they can invest in, because they need to start posting dubs. They need to start getting an advantage on that T side. Otherwise, they're going to have to defend against the map pick on the in-favored side. Glowing already popping off through the smoke. You cannot stop this man. He was our map MVP in train. He's looking for it again on Anubis. Lovica spots 2 on the cross. Falls back. Sees what he can do. He's obviously backed up by Blixie, who does actually take the angle. These players are very fond of taking their aim duels. Luba, I'm a little bit worried here now.
Oh, yeah, Blixie in trouble. He's going to get taken down. Glowing on the rotate. Manages to get a frag, but still a lot of work to do. Doubles up. Gives his team the advantage, but TNL, they got what they came for. They managed to get the bomb down, and now everything extra is only better for them. Onyx, he's not going to fall, but he's going to get a gun. He has 2 pieces of utility to use as well, so that's going to slow them a bit down. But now in a 1v3, players approaching from every position, he can't isolate them, and it's going to be a 6th round for CYBERSHOKE.
Glowing will get the defuse, pump up his stats a little bit more on that round impact. Definitely a big game player so far for the side of CYBERSHOKE. 3 kills, and he looked good for the ace if Onyx wasn't able to make it in to that position inside the temple. Definitely a big move. And just looking at Glowing, I mean, he's accepting all the pressure that they are sending towards him in mid. If he collapses, the whole rest of the game is so different. So for him to be firing on all cylinders coming into this first half, we're going into round 10. 3 more rounds left to be played in this half, and this is where CYBERSHOKE can really put some distance between them and TNL. I say that knowing that FleerX has the Opera out, so we'll see if the sniper battle ends up favoring the Ukrainian mix.
It's going to be important to use that op to his advantage. This is the time for TNL to start firing. We had a similar result, similar scoreline on the last map where CYBERSHOKE managed to get those 3 rounds in a row and tie it up on halftime. TNL now needs to do the same thing. Doesn't have a lot of utility to the side of TNL, but they are firing, they are fighting, and they managed to split that defense.
All the bomb plants TNL have afforded them give them that extra cash to splash, and now the info is calmed over. CYBERSHOKE know this is a full buy. They don't yet know about the sniper, so that's still yet to be played. FleerX has not cracked a shot off just yet. Phenomen, same can be said for him, but they know that's in play. Lots of lurking towards middle right now for CYBERSHOKE. We got 4 players ready to pounce, and it's only Onyx to accept them right now. It's a B hit right now. Oh, Onyx goes down. That's the first domino to fall. Blixie, what more can you do, my man?
Not a lot, but Phenomen with the AWP is doing work. Blixie falls, but he leaves Knifey on 15 points of health. Now the retake needs to come in. Let's see if CYBERSHOKE can do it again.
Big numbers from Glowing. Big numbers from Glowing, but he does end up getting brought down, and not Neki. Oh, he's the last man standing for CYBERSHOKE, standing no longer. TNL will finally break their streak of bad luck, posting a 4th on the board.
Well done from Team Next Level. This round was important, but the side of CYBERSHOKE now in a bit of trouble, struggling when it comes to their money. They can't really splash the cash for a lot of things, and of course, I'm not surprised to see a tactical timeout on their side, because currently, I mean, they did play well and they are in the lead, but look at the frags. They're not distributed so well. Blixie having a bit of a difficult game. Every time they attack him, he can't really hold the site low, because same could be said for him. And now when they have no money, they're in trouble, because the thing that kind of helped them get the rounds was the fact that they had guns, they had utility, they could fight, and also they could retake the site. TNL, maybe they could be in the driver's seat now.
That could be the case, and they really do need those last few round wins in this half. They're going to be switching over to the harder side to play from. For CYBERSHOKE to already post up 6. If they win the T side or the CT side, that's going to be a really big feather in their cap. TNL let their grenades fly. They're going to be moving towards that B bomb site with some pace. Obviously, that'll be heard, but that's pretty standard as the default. Of course, Onik is going to continue looking for that utility-based impact. Not quite yet to frag, but he's definitely the lowest rated player so far on this round. Dowie lurking in, waiting for those nades to pop through. Lovicus, how much damage can he really do? He hasn't been found yet. He's kind of hiding in the utility, but look at that. He only pounces for 1, and it's an instant trade back. TNL has the site, and, well, CYBERSHOKE don't have much to work with.
Fantastically done from TNL. They exploded onto the side, and I love to see that. You play it slow, you play it quiet, and then when your opponent least expects it, you kind of jump at the opportunity for trying to take a gun or two. The rest of CYBERSHOKE, but it's going to be a one-game affair, one round affair. Glowing just waiting maybe to take out a gun, maybe to get a gun, because there are a few rifles on that bomb site. Maybe he could be in luck. Late pushing in the B bomb site. He's going to see Knifey, but he's not going to be able to get him. 5th round on the board for TNL.
If we're all tied up by the end of this, we could actually see TNL try to do some late game resurgence. But this is a flipped script compared to Train, right? It was CYBERSHOKE who tied us up at the tail end of the first half. So coming into this with TNL having to fight back for that momentum, if it follows the script so far, that means the CYBERSHOKE are going to be in the lead and will be able to close that out, even if it's a close game. And you know what? Why not go all the rounds? Your triple overtime did not come true going into our last map. So maybe it's here. Maybe it's reserved for Anubis as our troops end up being marshaled. Looks like maybe more of an A lean. And right now, CYBERSHOKE are a little bit late on that. Triple nade. The artillery strike not finding too much fruition. Canal is where TNL will mostly be concentrating their forces, and it looks like maybe it's B after all.
One guy we didn't talk about is Dowie. 16 frags for him. This has been a fantastic map. He wants to add to his tally. Good utility usage for the side of CYBERSHOKE, and the rotate comes in. But will TNL bite on this? Will they still go fighting? Dowie continues to frag. Fenomen from behind manages to get a frag. Nice. Fenomen, good for 2, but Dowie is deleting everybody on the server. Finally managed to shut him down, shut him up. And Fleerax, 1v2. If he can get Naughty he's going to know everything needed. He's going to have all the info he needs.
It might just be op to close us out. Naughty still looking for some impact here in this game. Been doing all right on the holds, but having to rotate over so many times, he just gets clotheslined. Fleerax will secure the bomb and start to drift back. No eyes on it, of course. Awkward angle. So, right now, the sniper for TNL, he's got 30 seconds left on the clock. He could definitely slow walk his way all the way over towards that A-bomb site. Maybe the pieces are being put together now. Some footsteps made by CYBERSHOKE's troops. They're looking around, scarpering up any resources they can find. Some utility recovered, and now TNL will get that bomb plant. Fleerax going to go ahead and deploy it onto the A-bomb site. Can he get out of the awkward position, or is he just going to fight from camera?
Oh, he's going to fight, and he's going to fight well. One frag found, the flick not. He was close to get this 1v2, but the round and the kill goes into the favor of Fenomen. A minimal lead on the half for CYBERSHOKE.
Yeah, we like to see that, Yuba. I'm looking at this thinking to myself, okay, well, CYBERSHOKE managed to do one better at the end of this first half. Fleerax obviously trying his heroics, looking for that 6th one. And look at that. He was dialed in, but that little bit of residual flick at the very end. The difference between him left clicking for victory and just dying out. And now we get to the real game here.
Oh, yeah. This is the important part, actually.
That's right. That's right. Listen, I know there's a spot on playoffs on the line, but what if I get a really nice Kalashnikov?
Why not? We'll see who's going to get which skin. There are a few good ones there, but AK Crossfade,
Look at
not
that.
bad, not bad. I like the Crossfade. It's pretty good. I won't say the name of the guy that won it, but congrats.
It's Shito KKKKK, apparently.
Oh,
There
yeah.
you go.
Oh, maybe he's Japanese,
There you
right?
go. I
Oh,
was thinking
all
so,
right then.
yeah. It's the way of the warrior, the Bushido.
Of
He's got it
course.
going
Good,
on.
good job, Shido.
There you go.
No, even when I say it, it sounds dirty. I'm sorry.
Well, hey, we can't get in trouble for saying names of people in Twitch chat, right, guys? You wouldn't make an account just to get the casters in trouble when you win something, right? Right? That's all right.
yeah.
We'll figure it out later. That can be a running gag that we do here on the Galaxy Battle. And there's a battle going on Anubis still. Now that the most important part is out of the way, TNL are on the defense. What can they do, and what is CYBERSHOKE's offense going to look like? They're trying to siege middle right now, and so far it's going well. Lovicus opening up. Troops scarpering on. I don't know. I think the defense needs to scatter back a little bit and figure out where the attack's going to come in. Right now, it's looking A.
Oh, it does look like it's gonna happen towards the A-bomb side, and Cairn is isolated. These duelies are gonna have to do a lot of damage. Let's see if that can happen. Noctineki doesn't even give him a chance, doesn't give him a pixel to see. Just shoulder peeks him and takes his head. Phenomen great onto the head of Onyx. The bomb is gonna get planted, and Dawi and Knifey, they absolutely can't do anything here. They're gonna want to save what they got. 2 pieces of Kevlar. And of course, those dualies could come in handy next round.
Yeah, low percentage chance for it to have some impact. You want to hold on to anything you can at this point if you're TNL, because every little bit matters. And, this is an opportunity. I'm not saying this is going to happen. I'm just saying I feel the aura coming through. I've consulted the crystals, Luba. I feel like right now the spirits are telling me CYBERSHOKE are about to just put TNL down and say, this is how a real team on Anubis makes things happen. They have that kind of style to them. They're commanding. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think they're going to run away with this. The problem is the decider is Dust 2, and these two teams actually played Dust 2 in a best of 1 about 2 months ago, and TNL deleted CYBERSHOKE on that map. It was like 13-5 in the Dallas qualifiers. So CYBERSHOKE is not out of the woods yet, even if they managed to run away with map number 2.
A lot riding on this bonus. This is exactly where, second round rather, this is where, you're seeing the CTs force up. Now, it's not Onyx on the scout, so I give TNL no chance. But maybe T-Rex can change my mind.
Well, let's see what he can do with the small sniper. He doesn't manage to get a tag, but Knifey gets the frag. Deagle headshot through the smoke, and Glowing is shut up. Dawi, though, on low HP. He exchanged the weaponry with his teammate, but as we're talking about that, CYBERSHOKE is just going to waltz towards the A-bomb site.
That's right. Yeah, it was taken out. I wonder if Glowing is kind of like Kerrigan or Alexi B, where you take him out and it's kind of like Star Wars, If you strike me down, I will become more powerful than you can ever imagine. And he starts taunting the troops into the right site right afterwards. That seems to be what happened right now.
He has been using his Jedi mind tricks so far, at least in terms of fragging. If you check his statistics, he's quite good, and you don't see many fragging IGLs. Oh, Lyrax and Dawi, pretty good to get the frags.
Yeah, flurry of
get
kills
the
there.
exits.
That's definitely a big moment there for TNL to at least put some damage down range. I'm looking at this right now, though, and I'm still feeling like CYBERSHOKE are going to be able to be more advantaged in this spot. Lyrax trying to hold on to his FAMAS. That's 9 rounds to the good. A 4-round lead for our Eastern European mix on CYBERSHOKE's side. Now the guns get dropped over for TNL. What do we have to work with, they ask themselves. It's going to be another, what feels like a force. Maybe more of a half, considering the saved weaponry. But on CYBERSHOKE's side, they're stacking the cash on a couple of their players. Looks like with the MAC-10, Glowing is definitely going to be leading a fast-paced hit towards A.
We'll see if that's going to do some good for his team. Of course, as we know, TNL not having a lot of money, but the HE grenades are going to put Glowing quite low. Phenomen manages to get a kill on Fleerax, and that's gonna make this job easier for the side of CYBERSHOKE. The attack comes in through A main. The rotate is there. Let's see if this Deagle can take some heads. On it, good for one. He's gonna search for the second, but not managing to find it. And the defense is crumbling. It's falling down, and Dawi completely defenseless. And so is the A-bomb site.
Karen, last man standing for TNL. Just going to be looking for exits here. This is 10 rounds locked in. Karen will grab a rifle. Oh, he actually corrects. Somehow Lovicus doesn't end up getting him here. Good flash to keep him contained in A main. We'll see if CYBERSHOKE want to do anything else to avert what seems to be happening here. Karen working towards it, trying to deny that double-digit score line. Oh, but they're not giving him anything. He needs to fall back and save the AK. So job done, even though it looked a little bit highlight reel there for Karen at the end. CYBERSHOKE will do one round better. That is twice the score line of their opponent. And they are now 2 rounds away from sending us to Dust 2 Decider. We'll see if history repeats itself there as well.
Well, we still have some Counter-Strike to watch before we get the Dusty Dust. 5 rounds.
Yeah, we go from dust to dust, isn't it? You know, biblical feeling here. Go from Anubis to Dust 2. I don't know. There's something.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of dusty maps in the current map pool, I have to say.
I do just. I want to hold a delayed funeral service for Vertigo. Rest in piss, you won't be missed. Worst map I've ever seen in my life. Thank God it's gone. And even though Train might be a bit scuffed, it's still better than that. So count your blessings,
definitely.
lads. Even if we got a bit of a dust in our eyes. You know, I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough. It gets everywhere. It's okay. It's okay. It's not Vertigo. It's okay.
It's fine. Completely fine. All right. Let's see what's going to happen in this round. A bye in the hands of TNL. But this is a round they must win. This is a round where they cannot afford to lose their guns, lose their weaponry. Blixie. That's a Blitzkrieg coming into the side. Fleerax manages to get 1 frag, but a few missed shots gonna make it difficult for him to repeat. He was a bit overzealous to try and do so. Knifey, great breaking of the smoke, but that's gonna give him only 1 kill. The bomb site belongs to CYBERSHOKE. They have a man advantage, and I don't think TNL can even consider a retake here.
I got no money in the bank, really. Karen's the only one with any amount of cash. Everyone else filing for bankruptcy as soon as they hit the deck. Still looking for it. Desperate times call for desperate measures. TNL pushing in forward. Glowing has the intel. Nothing from B main. He'll come back around as soon as spots are heard. And Fenomen, he finds the shot, but it's not quite good enough. That's 2 whiffs on him, but Glowing is now putting pressure, diffusing in the smoke. Karen wants it, but it's not going to happen. That's CYBERSHOKE with an 11th round.
It's a bit unfortunate for Karen. It was basically just a last-ditch effort to get this round, try and kind of ninja defuse while your opponents know exactly where you are. Definitely not an easy situation. 6-round lead for CYBERSHOKE, and they're showing us why they picked this map to play. It seems like they're just wanting to get to Dust 2 as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's right. And hey, I'm looking at this right now, and despite Fleerax's big green investment, there's almost no utility on the side of TNL. They will not be able to stuff or counter-exec. So CYBERSHOKE really can dictate the pace of this round, and this one really will break the camel's back if it goes the wrong way. Lot riding on round 17.
Oh yeah, lot riding on Karen. He's gonna have to muster up a single-man defense while the rotate comes in. Of course, the rotations are gonna be quite slow. Onyx! That's 3 frags for him. He's gonna get taken down, but he managed to get this round possible for his team. Fenomen missed shots. Glowing, following his teammate. They still have a lot of work to do. They still have a lot of time, actually, to play around it. Knifey's going to fall down. He wanted too much. Dawi puts this in a 1v1, but Fenomen is on 50 points of health.
He's got the AK-47. Yuba. Oh, he knew where he was, but Fenomen still able to finish the job. No bomb to his name. Maybe a little bit too excited there at the very end, and that is going to be disaster for TNL. CYBERSHOKE posting up that very important round point, match point here.
Oh, Onyx, the heroics. It wasn't enough. It was close, but no cigar. Great spray with the MP9. In the end, it's all for naught. 7-round lead, 7 chances for CYBERSHOKE to take us to Dust 2.
Seems like they will. A little bit of slowing out here as Dowie pushing out forward. He's got that A1S. Most premium rifle on the team. Tied with Cairns, of course. And man, this is so dangerous. But he's still playing around it. He has to watch out for carpet, man. That's such a risky position to expose yourself to, yet doesn't get punished. CYBERSHOKE definitely not used to this kind of aggression. Knifey has backup on the B-bomb site. Blixie and Fenneman working the angle, but it's very passive right now for CYBERSHOKE. As forward as they are, if Fleerax shows himself, oh, that could have been a hit. Fenneman has had some whiffs in the last couple of rounds.
It could
CYBERSHOKE's
prove
still
to be
able close out,
costly.
so it's not too big of an issue, but it could be later on, especially if we're going to Dust 2. Opper's Paradise after all.
Oh, definitely. Dust 2 is important for Hopper's low because manages to get that frag on Tonic. No heroics this time around. A man advantage, but look at the health on Lovicus and Fenneman. CYBERSHOKE could still be in trouble, even though they have a +1. Dowie, next contact goes down, glowing. Perfect. Pre-aiming, and he wants more. He wants to clean out connector. He won't do that. The auto shotty comes into play.
No. Oh, so rough there as Cairn drops from canals to his death before he even hits the water. Knifey Excars, he grabs that AK, so this is still looking somewhat doable for TNL, but this is a 2v4.
Oh.
And oh no, Fleerax wasn't able to get that low HP player coming in. Fenneman will get the bomb plant. This is getting messy. They're getting flanked.
We'll see what's gonna happen now. Blixie, maybe he wants to close this out with a knife kill. He's gonna get a chance, and 2 easy frags for himself. 13-5. Map 2 goes in the favor of CYBERSHOKE, and completely deserved. They were the better side, especially after the side switched on halftime. TNL, they don't know what hit them, and they're gonna have to reset mentally if they want to win Dust 2 and proceed to the playoffs.
Listen, it's still doable. You mentioned earlier that the last time this particular matchup happened on Dust 2, it was much in favor of TNL. But right now, everybody's firing back with CYBERSHOKE. They were obviously working really well together on Train, but a couple of players weren't really quite there. I think Blixie still bottom of the scoreboard, at least was a really solid anchor on the CT side. And of course, you got to talk about Dowie on TNL. He gave it everything he had. It just quite wasn't enough. There's some of those very impactful late game kind of rounds there. We saw him try to take down Fenneman, who upgraded to that AK-47, wasn't going to be enough. So he will end up getting brought down with the rest of his team, but a valiant effort from that player.
Yeah, Dowie, he played 1v9 and it wasn't enough. Of course, it's a team effort, and team fragging went to the side of CYBERSHOKE. Dust 2 will decide which team will be the first to go through this Swiss stage. Of course, we'll be back after a 15-minute break. You stay with us. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Dust 2 will be the decider in this best of 3 between TNL and CYBERSHOKE. A big show is in front of us, though let's not forget 2 months ago, TNL destroyed CYBERSHOKE on this map. We'll see if the CYBERSHOKE boys got something prepared, because I would say they need to prepare something for Nogo.
Oh, big time, Yuba. You know, one of the things that I'm looking at here is obviously we had that little jaunt on Anubis. It was pretty short-lived compared to Train.
Yeah.
Not nearly as competitive, although the first half certainly had you feeling a different way. The second one, total runaway from CYBERSHOKE. But it's been a little bit of time. You know, you get that juicy 15-minute break. People can kind of reset. Looking mostly equipped here. Obviously, we're down one player on CYBERSHOKE's side, but the cameras are always a good tell. I enjoy looking at the reactions of players when they end up winning or losing a particular round. Definitely a good feature to have. Now, that being said, I still think CYBERSHOKE are going to have a good amount of confidence, but I don't think that TNL will be too shaken. A lot's going to come down to how the first couple rounds go of this upcoming first half of Dust 2. And you thought the dust had settled because, oh, yeah, we're done with Anubis, but here's another dusty map for your eyes.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's going to be quite interesting. Of course, as you said, TNL is probably not shaking. Just look at Onyx. Still shirt off, easy as you like. He's very much enjoying today's day, though frag-wise, he still is yet to show us something a bit more explosive. The entire team, actually, aside of maybe Dolly, who had an amazing Anubis, they're still kind of struggling in terms of fragging. On the other hand, you got CYBERSHOKE, you got Glowing that had a really good map number 1, you got Phenomen that had a really good map number 2. So I'm curious to see, coming into Dust 2, who's going to explode, because you know Dust 2 is one of those maps where if you're a good fragger, doesn't necessarily mean if you're a good opper, or if you're a good rifler. If you're a good fragger, you can actually really trouble your opponents just because you can get the frags in the rotations.
Yeah, it's a big deal to control those rotations and make sure that you have the resources necessary to make things happen, right? That is a critical aspect of Dust 2. You're always looking around to see what's coming down the pipe. And hopefully you can preempt it with a good couple of wall bangs through that double door. Obviously, Dust 2 has seen a couple of changes in recent history, so it's not the classic map that everybody remembers, but it's much the same as its original incarnation. And so TNL winning that very, very important knife round, wink, wink, is definitely going to make things happen on the defense. So interesting that CYBERSHOKE will end up being on that side. We'll see what they want to end up working on the offense.
This is going to be interesting.
Glowing, getting some value.
3 guys trying to get control of long, but it was a late control, and it let Glowing get to the long doors. Through the long doors, Glowing gets a frag Lovicus as well, and the defense is crumbling, falling apart. Not even a slimmer of a chance for them to do something. Knifey 1v4, this doesn't seem possible, and Phenomen is going to take him out. First round goes into the favor of CYBERSHOKE.
Yeah, they'll take that every day of the week. Obviously, people are feeling a certain type of way right now about how CYBERSHOKE just kind of smashed TNL earlier. So coming into this, we were hoping for maybe a counter punch. It wasn't going to come on the pistol. Double scout, though. Onyx, he had a miraculous round on Train. Probably one of the reasons why they were able to close that map out without requiring extra rounds, if you think about it.
Yeah.
Let's see if maybe he can do better. Even more so on Dust 2. It can be a sniper's paradise, even if it's a smaller one. Knifey set up. Oh. Ooh.
2 for 1. I think TNL is going to be pretty happy with that, with the addition of Glowing being put down to 12 HP. Naughty falling, so is Glowing, and only Phenomen remaining. Fleerax going to take him down, and it's a reset. A quick one.
That's the first time we've seen that this series. I'm thinking that maybe TNL have some fight in them. Always good to see. Obviously, the attackers can dictate a lot on Dust 2. We were talking a little bit about that as the pistol round opened up, where you're constantly looking for those important rotations and trying to control the pace and see where things are at. Obviously, the B-bomb site is notoriously difficult to retake, which factors in, but the changes to A have made it a little bit more potentially useful there for the retake, given the fact that you can self-boost yourself a little bit closer to Cat. Now, as we stand, we are going to see a compromise buy from the attackers. They're going to be looking for a bomb plant minimum here. They did not get one in the last round. It was an open and shut case in favor of our defenders. TNL holding things down with a 3-2 split.
Of course, TNL don't need to force anything right here. They have the guns, they have the utility, they know they're fighting against pistols, and of course that one scout. So it seems like a solid opportunity for them to just continue this winning streak, or make a winning streak, rather. Grouped up on short is the side of CYBERSHOKE. Still undecided as to where they want to go. They smoked CT spawn earlier, and they're going to smoke it again from the smoke of Blitz. Maybe a B split, but it seems they're still trying to find where the maybe leak in the defense is on the side of Team Next Level.
FlareX still holding on to his scout as well. He's flashed off the angle,
Oh.
runs out of goose, and immediately gets driven to extinction. No chance for him there. Fetterman now.
Oh!
Ooh, he's cracking off, and Blixie too. This is going to look very, very good for our offense. 3-on-2. Okay, HP advantage for TNL, but the man down, that is working real wonders here for CYBERSHOKE.
Onyx is going to have to be the main man for his team, but the opponents, they managed to get at least those 2 scouts and a deagle. Low HP. This is possible for him, but he needs to hurry up. Flashes out. They're going in. Let's see if they can get the frags. Onyx is taken down to 29 HP, and he pulls the plug. He knows. So low. Doesn't stand a chance against scouts and deagles, and they're going to save the guns. CYBERSHOKE. Counter reset. Second round for them.
Yeah, listen, Force Buy Wars could be on the cards here because TNL does have a little bit of cash, but not much, right? And they're saving 2 guns. I think there's going to be an investment into this, so we'll see what ends up happening here. You can see Fenneman hoping that a rifle blows his way. He's going to go for another look for something a little bit more primo. Not going to happen for him, unfortunately. But that being said, it looked like a really solid protocol from TNL. I love the way that they use their HEs on that cat position. One of them throws it more shallow. The other one doubles it up with a deeper throw. And that ends up working so that if somebody's falling back away from the first nade, they're going to get tagged, slowed, and then maybe killed by that second one. So just a subtle little strategic layer, but definitely something that TNL are going to hope to bring out later on. We'll see if Flowing kind of recognizes that. Dowie pushing through Cat. Whoa, what's going on here?
Oh, easy frag for him. Great HE grenade from Cairn. Knifey also managed to get a frag, but Lovicus with a trade. Gets control of Long for his team, but a man disadvantage on the side of CYBERSHOKE. They're going to have to play this one a little bit slowly, given the fact that they want to force the rotations. They want to go to the easier side, but the side of TNL wants to fight. That's not going to be great for them. 2 for 2, but Fenneman left low, left alone. Only with a scout remaining. He can grab a rifle, maybe try to do something with that, but this is not an ideal situation. The only good thing here is that his opponents are isolated. That's not going to be a problem. Cairn, better in that duel. Another round. It's really not a simple situation for either side. They win a round, they get resetted, and now CYBERSHOKE have to do it again.
And, you know, a lot of these rounds where CYBERSHOKE are losing, well, I guess all 2 of the rounds that they've lost so far, it's been without putting the bomb down. So, worth pointing that out. Tactical pause comes out. I don't know. Right now, Luba, I'm thinking that they're kind of talking over what they can even possibly do with their current investments. Remember, even if they start a purchase, they can refund it. That is a CS2 feature. So, we'll see if they decide to go a different route with what they've got. But it's a lot of broken money. A lot of broken money. And CYBERSHOKE are going to be thinking over what their purchase is going to be. On the side of TNL, despite the back and forth, despite the fact that we have yet to see a team post 2 consecutive, this looks really good for them because the defenders have a very nice flush little war chest that they've invested into this round. Great rifles for pretty much everybody except for Knifey, who's rocking the MP9, and you're willing to be a little bit bold, especially if we saw Dowie in the last round. Crazy moves.
Not a big fan of this buy. Oh, but a big fan of glowing with his scout. Puts Sonic down to 57 HP. Payback's a B. We'll See if these P250s can do some damage in the lower tunnels. Karen gets taken out, and very big trouble for Dolly. Fantastically played for the side of CYBERSHOKE, and it seems this reset machine is going to keep going on Dust 2.
It's looking likely. I mean, that's 2 frags with almost no damage traded back in return. 5 versus 3 now for RTs. They're moving through. Fleerax might have a glimmer of a chance if he ends up spotting where Glowing is. Maybe he takes the frag, slows down the bomb egress. No! He gets distracted, and Fenomen, lightning fast shot from the bottom of Suicide. Knifey and Onyx are the last remaining defenders, and they are nowhere to be seen right now. CYBERSHOKE look like they're going to glide towards a 3rd round victory. And yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Lou, but that buy did not look very good. But CYBERSHOKE still make it happen. I mean, the things you can do when you get an opening pick and you just kind of work the angles and immediately grab 2 rifles for your better. Yeah, sure. Why not? You know, Onyx still tagged up from before. That scout shot not working in his favor. He's going to get 2 on this push. That's real good.
Oh!
And Knifey, a flying MP9 frag to bring it back to him. Hold on, the script's not done flipping itself.
How did they do this? Glowing. He's low. 23 seconds left on the clock. This is a lot of trouble for the side of CYBERSHOKE. Glowing gets the frag 1v1, but not a lot of time. Onyx, he just needs to stay alive, and Blixie only with the P250. He needs to be perfect, and perfect he will be.
Wow. Okay. What a beautiful, but still very messy way to close that round out. It's just trades after trades. That round, a microcosm of what we're seeing from the game itself, right? Just constant resets, constant back and forths. The Force by Wars will continue. Or will they? Maybe TNL will finally kind of give up the ghost after investing so much money into that round. No, of course not. We come back in, and we see 3 MP9s, a scout, and of course a 5.7. So that's what they're working with. It's a lot of Galeals on the side of CYBERSHOKE. They still don't have that much money, still did not get a bomb plan and all that chaos. So a little bit of egress from TNL as they're pushing tunnels, but that's not really going to matter as CYBERSHOKE heard it. They're going to come back and fall back. Be a little bit more reserved in their push. Working middle, slowly, methodically, trying to set themselves up for a consecutive round.
Oh, this could be a crunch on the middle side of the map, and it could prove to be interesting for TNL. I mean, they reset CYBERSHOKE twice so far. Why not do it a 3rd time? But Glowing has none of it. 2 good headshots from him, and now TNL in a lot of trouble. Dolly wants to prove himself, good only for 1, and Flyrax, only 1 remaining. He's gonna get taken down. Glowing with a 4K, quite well from him, and finally a team manages to get 2 rounds in a row.
Okay, this bodes pretty well for our attackers. And, you know, it's worth pointing out they crunched at pretty much the best possible time because Blixie had already fallen back to go get the bomb. So it looked like it was a good advantageous position for TNL, but they weren't able to convert the jump that they had on them. And honestly, some really nice response shots from CYBERSHOKE. It was kind of a mixture of like mediocre shots hitting from TNL, or shots not hitting, that to be said. And CYBERSHOKE heads up shooting. Fenomen already posts 1. This is an anti-eco, no worries there. And so really unlikely for TNL to get much done here. Just looking for a little bit of damage if they can. Maybe 1. No, it has to reload. That'll be it. Quick as you like. 5-2. Will CYBERSHOKE start running away with it so early?
Oh, that could be interesting. They got 5 rounds. 5 rounds is actually all they got last time they played Dust 2 against TNL. Already at that magic number. See if they can.
Hey, they can clock out
improve
now.
onto that.
They did their work for the day.
They met the quota.
That's right.
All right, let's see what TNL's gonna pull from their sleeve now. Still not a perfect buy, but AWP on Fleerax. They have 3 M4s and 1 SMG. Fenomen just waiting for the timing, and timing he could have found. Doesn't manage to get the kill, but Blixie could. Not in the cards.
Oh, that's really good. Yeah, I mean, right now, that's TNL getting up a man advantage. They really need to hold on to this, though. CYBERSHOKE have been really relentless in pushing these angles afterwards. Looks like Onyx is going to be called upon to defend. He already had a 2-man spray down in tunnels earlier, so he's had a little bit of impact here, but it's still early days despite how many rounds have already been played. About halfway through round 8 as we speak, and, well, it's looking like a little bit of a cat push. still nowhere to be found is CyberShoke's final game plan. What's their destination? Bomb's obviously leaning B, but they can't get past Onyx, then it's kind of a wash.
It seems like a B split. Let's see if they can do that with a man disadvantage. A guy from CT, he needs to pull back, but he's going to go through the smoke. That could be advantageous. They're going to double up this position. Dawi peeking, gets his head blown off, and Karen doesn't have anything else to do but fight. And fight he will. Manage to get a frag Onyx so as well. 4-on-2, and they need to start accelerating, glowing, perfect timing. 2 kills for himself, and now things are starting to get a bit more difficult. Onyx needs to have a perfect defense, but only with the MP9. Missed shot with the AWP, but they know now where he is. Managed to get a frag onto glowing, and it's only Phenomenon remaining. Only 18 seconds on the clock. Missed shot, but he knows where one is. Only legs him, and finally a round for TNL.
Well, I think Onyx is probably wearing socks, so I don't think he felt the full impact of that. If it was a body shot, it would have been over. TNL, they do get a round win on the board after a little streak from CyberShoke, and it was messy. Characteristic of this series. Still looked really good when Glowing gets 2 refrags, but still had to deal with that man disadvantage, and that is really where TNL set themselves up for success. Must be said that Onyx has been doing pretty well for himself on that B-bomb side. That's the second time he finds real good impact, gives his team a fighting chance. This time they convert. CyberShoke not going with pace in round number 9.
Yeah, they want to slow things down. They know their opponent is facing a reset. Loic was down on 56 HP, but still battle ready and capable to continue fighting.
Yeah, listen, at this point, TNL are just stealing themselves for whatever CyberShoke throws at them next. And the bomb has been recovered in T-spawn, so we're going to get an answer to that very soon, whether TNL can read it. They are leaning A right now. A good call when you've lost a little bit of mid presence. Fleerax in a slightly odd angle on top of some cover. Can fall back very easily, but Glowing, he can suss this out. Phenomenon, meanwhile, gets the first frag. It's traded back. Sniper Paradise.
Yeah, we'll see if Fleerax can double up. They saw him, and a man from shore can take him down. Big trouble on the side of TNL. 2 quick frags for CyberShoke, and this round is done.
That's a save, yeah. There's no way that TNL can really go for this. Onyx was going to look around for maybe an upgrade, but he's got no money in the bank, and it's not like they're on max loss. They just won a round. Very risky, it feels like. At least you could do something with an MP9, as Onyx has shown us just in the previous round to this. I think he's just going to get clotheslined here. Lovicus knows where he's at. Shadow advantage. Oh, Dawi. Well, at least he makes it look impressive. 1v3, and he's just going to go ahead and try to save his rifle somewhere safe. Tunnels is his location. Blixie's coming. Full sound as well.
Interesting.
This is the most interesting part of this particular end stage of the round. Is he going to save his weapon? No. The answer is not. He gets cleared.
W gaming from Blixie. I expected him to wait for his teammate. He sort of did, just so we can say in the team talk that he actually waited, but it seemed like he was just a dog on a leash waiting to pounce at his opponent, take the gun away from him, and props to Blixie. He did that quite well. A good peek. Look at the money on the side of TNL. They need to go for a tac pause, but that tac pause, I am afraid, is not going to give them a lot, because in this round, they can't do squat. Maybe for the next one to prepare something and start this comeback going, because 3 rounds is the advantage on CyberShoke, and they seem unstoppable at the moment.
Yeah, I'm going to pull a card from way back. If anybody remembers the Art-led Furious squad back when they were really pouncing on to the scene, in, I want to say like 2018 or so, they actually had a really funny play on Inferno where they would exec onto the B-bomb site as the CTs after aggressively pushing down mid. That seems like what TNL need to start doing at this point. They need to get some map control in these weird positions and just see if they can't use what limited utility they have to do one better and get the advantage over their currently betters. Obviously, CyberShoke are up by 3 rounds. And yeah, we'll see if Blix ends up being that mad dog off a leash. It's like when you're walking up to a muscle-bound dog, jacked-looking creature, and you see a leash, and you think, okay, at least he's on the leash. And then you see him dragging the chain, whatever the chain was attached to, he's already broken free. You're like, oh no, this is going to be bad.
It's not a safe position for you to find yourself in. Oh, that's what it's like playing this best of three for some players because there have been players popping off. Just remember Dawi on Anubis, glowing on Train. Though, no matter how well they played individually, they lost those respective maps.
Yeah, point worth making. As right now, it's just pistols and just a little bit of util. Glowing gonna drop down. He'll be good for one. Blixie just gonna clean up on the other end. Fenneman closes us out, and that is a 7th round. This could be a more dominant first half than we've seen. It already is the equal to the first half of Anubis. And remember, after CYBERSHOKE switched sides to the more advantaged one, there was not a single round that TNL were able to scarper together. So they're in a cave with a box of scraps, trying their best to make something happen here. And it feels like, as of right now, they've at least saved up enough money to get that sniper on the board, get Fleerax rifling again with his big green. Fenneman on the other side. Oh, he's good for it. You finally got that sniper. You saved up all damn day and night, and it gets plucked from your arms immediately. Onyx has to hold. He's good for the first two. He's actually got to switch to the sidearm here, and he might be good for it, but Fenneman will beat him in the pistol battle. This is still messy, though.
Yeah, a lot of chaos. A lot of chaos happening right here. Karen has a chance. He has full utility. Does he want to go through the smoke? Fenneman waiting. He's going to see him, but not on the other side. Blixie in trouble,
No way.
and Karen could clutch this out. Fenneman trying to find him. And now this round really got complicated for CYBERSHOKE because you don't want to have an op in a 1v1, not unless you see your opponent through those doors, and see him he will. Fenneman good. 8 rounds for CYBERSHOKE.
Hey, we're liking this right now for CYBERSHOKE. They're definitely showing their favorite status right now, earning it, I should say, reputation as being the more complete team. This is looking very, very different than the way that the first time that these two teams met, or the most recent time, months ago. CYBERSHOKE looking refreshed. And maybe, I tried to talk a big game about how TNL shouldn't look too shook. Obviously, they have some recent history fighting this team, but with Fenneman plucking hearts and minds directly out of the map, even off the back of his teammate there with the boost. It's really working out for CYBERSHOKE. They seem to have all of themselves dialed in, glowing with the reads. He's going to be pushing forward. Karen waits him.
This is not a perfect situation for CYBERSHOKE now. 2 quick kills, and TNL is in the driver's seat, at least in this round. Fenneman is going to have to do a lot more with that op. And the thing is, they boosted in Suicide, I think only twice. At both times, they managed to get kills. Knifey, he could be the hero here. Put a stop to what CYBERSHOKE's been doing.
This is rough stuff in the final round of the first half. TNL looking for 4. It's a 3-on-3. I mean, they know where the hit's going to come in, and they have a little bit of utility left on them. Dispense with that immediately. 1 smoke left on Onyx. Karen's going to be flushed out by the flames, but still, he stands tall, bringing Blixie down with him. It's Onyx and Fleerax. They're flanking. Fenneman missed a shot. That's going to be pretty good for TNL, not Neki. Quite low on HP here, Luba.
Oh, yeah, but he managed to get through. It was a great timing for him, and now Fleerax is the one in trouble. He doesn't know if Nodineki stay here. He doesn't know if he's just waiting to check a corner, but he's running towards the B-bomb side. Fleerax ready. And TNL, they've been struggling this half, but 4 on the board, that gives them a chance. I would say a pistol necessary, a pistol needed if they want to come back and tie the scoreline in the second half.
That's going to be their next objective. And we'll see if their fortunes are going to be indicated by this little roulette wheel we're going to be spinning in a moment. If you're chatting, if you're watching over on Twitch, or maybe on Kick also. I think we have a Kick channel, right? So either way, you're going to get something for your trouble.
Oh, yeah. You can get rewarded for watching Counter-Strike, and let's see what we're going to get now. Not bad. Not bad. It looks a pretty good Deagle skin, tilted. Not too expensive, but good looking. Congrats to Harry Viper. And I can't
there you go.
Get that picture out of my head right now. A Harry Viper.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned. If your snake has fur, you might have left it out in the sun too long. But either way, TNL is looking to get back into things. If they can, if they only pull a tilted Deagle, then maybe they're going to be looking like they're going to get dusted off here. But hey, they can prove to be more lucky than the hairiest of Vipers as we get into round 13. Listen, they're on the offense. They can set the pace. They do need to win this pistol. I agree with you. If they want a chance at a comeback before CYBERSHOKE start reaching double digits and just making it insurmountable. Our Russian mix is pushing up cap, but they get flashed off. Real nice. Fenneman still stands tall, though.
Yeah, 2 for 2, but kills are now going to the hand of TNL. 3v2, but Fleerax and Onyx are quite low. Not Neki and Lovicus still have what to fight for. We can see Lovicus trying to get to the ramp position, getting to call already. Not a difficult situation for him to be in, but as I said that, Cairn got the dink, Onyx got the frag, and now not Neki in a 1v3.
Listen, there's low HP on some of these players. He saw the bomb get tossed over. If he clotheslined the high HP player in Cairn, that would have been one thing, but it's not going to happen. Not in Neki. 90 HP. If TNL just don't do anything, they have this round, hook, line, and sinker. They need to be facing him a little bit here just to make sure he's not self-boosting. And that's going to work out as Onyx tries to draw his attention. You can see Not Neki playing this clutch okay as far as he can, but he is being wrapped around here by Fleerax, who's going to catch him sitting duck. That's 7 HP on Fleerax. He will be brought down immediately. Only really needed 1 bullet. At this point, it's just fighting for your honor as opposed to for the round win. Maybe Not Neki can put him in their place, sitting him down, but Cairn, real good impact on that. That's the pistol that they needed, right, TNL? They didn't win the first pistol. That was CYBERSHOKE, but they fired back and got the second round break. And that's where we entered into that reset war for the first 4 rounds of play. I don't know, man. I'm looking at this thinking that maybe the same thing will end up happening this time around. But TNL, they really need to make sure they hold on to this advantage. And CYBERSHOKE, comparatively, they are not investing much. They got 2 HEs. That's it.
Yeah, they're going to probably throw them on long doors, maybe catch Fleerax in trouble, but not more than that. Fleerax, not even a lot of damage taken. Those H3 grenades didn't land where they expected them to. A quick push on towards the B-bomb site. TNL is just going to get an easy bomb plant and an easy round. Fleerax, though, fighting for his life, fighting for his gun, and he's going to get destroyed by those USPs. So at least, at the very least...
1D at the Hive, they all come out stinging.
Oh, yeah. CYBERSHOKE is going to get that Galil. Maybe they can use it in the next round and save some money, especially on arming themselves up. Onyx could also be in a little bit of trouble or get some cash going. $600 per kill, and he's going to get nothing.
Well, it's only a Mac 10 given over. Hey, Knifey's going to farm some cash, though. A lot of these players are very low. Should be good for it. Spotted out. Top of cat. Looking for that upgrade in the Galil. Steals back the gun. Oh, look at that. He'll even take almost everybody out with him at the very end. The war for the weaponry. And look at that. Drops the AWP thanks to his farming. So, hey, we're actually looking at Fleerax with a really nice situation here. He can absolutely start looking for picks, working that mid door. But Fenneman, almost glass cannon op, actually. He's got 1 smoke to his name after that. So that's how serious he is about getting that sniper. Not Neki going to get legged. Impact already from Fleerax. We'll see if he knows that. Oftentimes that's unconfirmed damage.
Yeah, and unconfirmed damage can always come in handy later on. 27 HP on Neki and glowing. He was over ambitious. He knew the op was somewhere around top mid in suicide or something like that. He gave up his life seemingly unnecessarily. Another frag goes to the hands of TNL, and they're clawing back, man.
We said they needed the pistol. So far, they've got the conversion, and they're in 5 versus 3 going into the 3rd round of the half. Round 15, Fenneman needs to guard Cat with his life, and he's going to get snuck up on multiple times, multiple fronts. Xbox going to be the spot to be. Fenneman plucks Cairn out. Now he needs to fall back and see where else he goes. He actually fakes the drop with his USB. We'll see if that plays into things, because they might not expect the op to be back there.
Missed shot from Fleerax. His op could be in trouble if he misses another shot. He could be on the floor. 4v3, just gonna walk into the B bomb side, and it's gonna be an easy plan. Of course, CYBERSHOKE, even if they didn't lose a guy just now, they still wouldn't want to contest this bomb site. They still wouldn't want to go on a retake. And the fact that they lost Blixie is just a confirmation of that.
The difference between losing 3 players in a round versus losing 2 is so night and day as well for the economy of the CT side.
Oh, yeah.
Especially in a world where TNL's consistently winning through bomb plant and you're just saving. They're stacking the cash, obviously not in this specific instance, but overall. And then comparatively, the CTs, I mean, they have to invest so much more money into getting that third guy some extra weaponry. So Blixie going down is actually a big whiff there. And oh man, even worse as Fenneman gets clotheslined by Dowie. No need to be looking over here, and look at that. Can't control the spray. Not Neki goes down, and it's even worse here. I mean, TNL look like they're primed to tie us up here in this next round.
2,900 loss bonus for CYBERSHOKE. It's gonna give them the opportunity to buy a few Kevlars, maybe a scout like on Fenneman, maybe a few pistols and a few grenades, but TNL seemed like they are certain to get to round number 8, get to a tied game, and anybody's game after that, of course. Let's see Fenneman's skills with the scout through the smoke, managing to find nothing. A lot of presence from the T's in the tunnels, but not yet pouncing on the site. Knifey, alone taking control of short. Fearless plays from him, and it's going to be rewarded. TNL have enough map control at the moment.
Yeah, looking at this, it does look good for our attackers. Remember, that is the side that can dictate the pace on this map. On really all maps of Counter-Strike. But famous Dust 2 is for that sort of thing. They announced their presence, moving up Cat very, very boldly. Utility exchanged. I don't know about that Molotov, but Knifey's not too pleased with it. He's going to be held at an arm's length by his own teammate there. It gives time for CYBERSHOKE to think about mounting a response, but I think they've stacked the wrong bomb site essentially twice in a row now. Let's see whether they even go for some kind of contest. They have armor. They have going into max loss if they don't end up securing this round. So let's see. Blixie trying to flank from long with a P250. Fenneman getting clotheslined before he can really do much else. So looking very good for TNL to comfortably coast to a tie game.
Oh, Knifey falls. Of course, now CYBERSHOKE know they should just explode from long and try and get as many guns as possible. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to keep the T's as long as possible towards the bomb so they can all lose their guns. But only 2 guns taken. Not Neki is gonna upgrade to the AK, and so is Glowing. So not a complete disaster for CYBERSHOKE in this round. They did lose it, but they saved some money. They got a few guns. Now they can really have a good buy with the max loss bonus. And TNL is the one taking the tactical timeout.
Yeah, they're trying to figure things out. They know that they just dropped 2 AKs over, and most likely, especially with that smoke expended to the cross, you're looking at CYBERSHOKE with a very healthy buy, right? So Blixie, with $0 to his name, will presumably be dropped over a gun. And the rest of them, though, CYBERSHOKE looking very solid. Fenneman obviously has his op back in play. It's Fenneman and Fleerax, the snipers in this round. And Fleerax, I think, has had marginally more impact, right? Not just looking at the scoreboard, obviously favors Fenneman, but Fleerax has found those really important picks. He's won some of those sniper duels since the half switch. Previously, that was the domain of Fenneman, where he posted a lot of his extra picks. Now we need to see who's going to break the tie. Is it going to be TNL continuing their streak?
It's not going to be easy for CYBERSHOKE. Now that they've lost 4 rounds running, this is a must-win round for them. They can't let TNL start running away with this. Can't let that happen once more after 2 months of being slaughtered on Dust 2 by the hand of Team Next Level. They're trying to phase the smoke, waiting for the smoke to dissipate, just going through it. Dowie, that was creative, that was interesting. 1 for 1, and not Neki in big trouble. He needs to get more than 1 kill. Managed to get 1, but now he can get double teamed. He'd managed to get another kill, and that's kind of a surprise. 2v2, bomb planted. Still utility to work with on the side of CYBERSHOKE. Let's see what they can do.
They got to flush him out. This has to be quick as well. I mean, you remember that bomb is ticking. For all the money they had, no kits were invested in. And look at that, caught at the doors, the choke point, finishing him up. That's going to be it for TNL as they secure the lead. A celebratory HE grenade tossed over as TNL looked to have improved their chances. They're looking for double digits, and we said that that was a must-win round because of the state of the game. Obviously, this is a max loss bonus for the defenders. CYBERSHOKE looking real rough after that one. They will still end up investing. The only sort of concession is that MP9, but not great utility, to be fair. So
yeah, and
not working.
You need utility. You need utility if you're playing Dust 2 on CT side, or you can just face your opponents, run them down in 2-for-1. That is something that is advantageous for the side of CYBERSHOKE. Now TNL shook a little bit. Now they don't know what's going on, and they have very little information to work with.
Yeah, switch up the game. If you can do that on the fly without attack pause, it can absolutely catch your opponent off guard. You know, your rules about needing utility, they make a lot of sense, Yuba, but that's if you're playing, you know, demolition, diffusal, whatever we call it now. They were playing deathmatch, so that's a different rule set there. Utility is just going to slow you down.
Yeah, I mean, if you click on the head of your opponent, you're fine.
That's right. That's right. Now it is an A lean slightly in terms of the rotations. Obviously, it's a 2-for-2 split, but you can see they're getting real active, getting real antsy, glowing. He's going to be the last man standing as Blixie gets traded out. Oh, the spray is good, and that's 4 frags for the leader, the veteran of CYBERSHOKE. There you go. Maybe he's a very young and up-and-coming, you know, 30-something-year-old star player. I actually don't know how old he is, but
yeah, 31.
He's my age. There you go.
He still has time. He still has time.
That's right. We'll watch his career develop with great interest. As it's a tie game. I'm looking at this and I'm still not sure. Maybe this is where the triple OT comes into play because you know you predicted that on the first map and it was looking neck and neck. This is the real one, although they would be the most unlikely of candidates after how far TNL were running away with it. They're gonna get stuffed immediately though. Defense good on the A bomb site.
Destroyed on long. Glowing and Blixie, they did their job, they did their part, but still, TNL wants to post a presence towards long. Blixie could be in trouble with his teammate rotating. He is alone. He needs to fight and get the frag. He will. 5-on-2. This seems like an impossible round now for TNL. Lyrex goes over to the AK. In the meantime, Karen gets a frag. Maybe they can still kick something around this round.
Oh no, wow. Lyrex actually got 2 frags there, but he does die with the bomb before he can jump through that smoke. That makes it almost impossible for Kieran to do anything in the 1-on-3. They also knew roughly where his position was earlier from his previous pick, so looking for more impact here. Maybe he can do a little bit more eco damage. That smoke's going to fade pretty soon. Glowing thinking about it. Watching these long doors. What can Cairn really work here? He sees the bomb. It's tantalizing. Does he check his corners? I think he might, but Cairn is not going to get Glowing down. Not right now. Not when he's playing like he is today. And after all that fuss, where TNL go for on a 5-round win streak on the second half, finally, CYBERSHOKE are just going to chain 2 together to break the double digits. They have the lead yet again.
Not only did they break to the double digits, they broke the economy on the side of TNL. Look at the money, look at the cash. Not a lot of guns to work with. A few deagles is all they're going to have. Maybe a few grenades. You can see some utility on the belt of Onyx. Lyrex as well with 1 smoke. But we'll see what this plan can be used for. They want to take control of the tunnels. Of course, that is to be expected. You want to play on close angles. Good. HE grenade. Cairn on 3 HP.
Now that is a rough start for TNL in this round. They're looking for some impact, obviously with a very, very compromised buy. Really a lack of a buy. Lyrex the only one with anything to speak of in the Deagle. Knifey has 1 as well. I'm looking at this and I'm not liking the odds for TNL, but maybe they can swarm some players. Blixie has been a bit of a issue for CYBERSHOKE's defense so far. He does end up getting 1. Oh no. Well, Glowing is going to go down, and that's a big impact player. They can't really recover any of these rifles, though.
Yeah, but the situation for CYBERSHOKE is a bit complicated, especially if these Deagles continue to find heads. Phenomen finds Knifey. Flarax just behind the smoke, but the bomb is sticking as long as it is.
No
They still
way.
have a chance, and now he can grab the op. Dawi alone with the Glock. His head is gonna get taken off his shoulders, but now they can get to the bomb. They need to start defusing it as quickly as possible. Let's try a no-scope, a jumping no-scope is gonna miss. And Lovikus is gonna take Flarax down.
For the 11th round for CYBERSHOKE, your attempt at denial is a jumping no-scope with a recovered AWP. Listen, it was already heroic that he falls down and then ends up picking him apart. That was not what we expected whatsoever. As we see some replays from earlier rounds, it's worth pointing out here that that round, the 11 victory there, the 11th round victory for CYBERSHOKE was off the back of TNL investing only in like 2 Deagles and maybe a little bit of utility. It was a lot of firepower behind that. So it's not without effort. But when your ending point there, when you're like, okay, this is my play, this is the highest EV play, this is how I might win the round, is a jumping no-scope, you might have been in a dire strait to begin with. You know what I'm saying? It's a rough angle to go for.
I know a certain Estonian that can pull that off, even under pressure. Flarax isn't Rops, it would seem.
No, and far from it. And, you know, even beyond all of that, the cinema that it would have made, I'm not so sure he would have gotten away with a round win anyway. We're looking at 11-9. If this round goes the way of CYBERSHOKE, you can pretty much call this one wrapped up. TNL looking for a victory here. A bomb plan is not enough to marshal their forces. Yet if they do end up scoring the dub, well, economy isn't flawless for our defenders. That was a risk. Phenomen almost ends up plucking him out of the air. Now TNL need to reset. Think about what they're doing here. It's a long presence on CYBERSHOKE's A defense. The tunnels are the territory of the T's.
Yeah, of course. CYBERSHOKE doesn't seem like they even want to contest any part of the map. They're just waiting. And look at the positioning on TNL. Like, this screams A split, which could be horrible for them because there's 3 guys waiting. There's an op posted towards long doors. They're going to have to find heads if they want to get to that A-bomb site.
Notneki and Lovikus need to be able to rotate very, very quickly if it is indeed going to be an A split. A minute left on the clock as TNL. They're looking for anything, but they're given nothing. Just utility spreading around. Incendiary grenade onto the position of Cairn. Not going to flush him out of short. The smoke will keep him there for a moment longer. The utility finally draining. Phenomen, good for the angle. He's been holding it all round long. He still ends up getting that frag. And look, the utility delaying the short push. TNL are kind of out on an island here. Using an HE as a makeshift flash. I don't think it's going to work out, Yuba.
Oh no, Phenomen, he wanted a repeat and he goes down. Cairn finds a kill onto Blixie, and look at this, Glowing is alone, he can't fight. Cairn, Lovikus managed to get 1 kill through the smoke, but he needs more if this round is to be possible. Great plays from TNL. They managed to get to this A-bomb site no matter how difficult it seemed to be. And CYBERSHOKE, they need to quit this round. They know that it's over. They fought to get to that magic number 12, but they're still going to have to wait.
See what they can do towards short. Cairn, he's been in this position all round long, it feels like, and he's not good for 2, but it still dwindles the hopes. And now just an AK for Lovikus. He's going to scarper off with every utility piece that he can find, and now he's on his way out. He actually goes for the aim duel, which I respect. Brings it down to a one-on-one at the end of things, so makes it expensive for TNL, but they still get the round victory. Bomb plan and all.
Ooh,
Obviously,
one-round game. This is going to be...
CYBERSHOKE.
This is going to be interesting, but look at the money on CYBERSHOKE. They still have enough cash for a solid buy. Blixie can get dropped a gun. On the other side, no matter the fact they won the round, this is going to be a mixed buy for TNL.
The group stage games continue. Remember, the winner of this map will qualify to the playoffs. The loser will have plenty more chances, as this is the winner's match here. Tunnel's going to be pushed here. Lovikus waiting. He clotheslines the first. Onyx brought down to half health. Ooh, HE will bring him down further, but not quite finish the job. So a 1-for-1 is okay for the T's, despite the HP disadvantage. Utility kind of dwindling on both sides. It's going to be a messy end.
This is going to spread the defense thin. And TNL knows that. They got control of tunnels, and they don't even need to have a presence there for now. They can turn towards another side of the map, but they decided to go back to T-spawn. Maybe wait for an aggression, because CYBERSHOKE has been prone to do so, and Naughty he just wants to go towards the tunnels. Just wants Phenomen to throw him a flash and maybe try and get control of that, and that's exactly what TNL is waiting for. We will see how long CYBERSHOKE will be patient.
Definitely need to see what CYBERSHOKE's response to this tunnel's lurk is going to be. Onyx will be shown in a moment here. Oh, okay. Neki's not going to be flushed out, and Onyx had no HP to walk through that incendiary. Wow, look at that.
Oh.
Aaron tries his luck anyway, and he's going to just burn up immediately. The added utility damage, it's insult to injury as TNL are going to be stuffed at the entrance to the B-bomb site.
Play with fire and you get destroyed. They wanted to go through the flames, but CYBERSHOKE stood in their way. With those incendiaries, they get to round number 12. And this round could send them to the playoffs. 3-0.
Right, it's playoffs point right now, Yuba. I'm liking CYBERSHOKE for it. But TNL, they were going to take us to OT, maybe even triple. This would be the time to start it. The finger wag.
Phenomen. Yeah. Can't joke with us. Can't do that to us. Look at the equipment in the hands of TNL. 3 Tech 9s, 2 Galils. This is not perfect when you're fighting for survival in a best of 3. They want to keep this game going as long as possible. They want to get to OT, but it's not going to be easy. Only a few grenades left on them, and CYBERSHOKE, they can just wait it out. They know they have better equipment. They know they have more grenades. They know they are in the driver's seat and 1 round away from going to the top 16 phase, fighting against some big dogs that are already waiting there. Phenomen, missed shot!
Oh, no.
Is going to get punished.
Hoppers in this series have had a rough go of it in certain rounds. They've been just as impactful otherwise, so hard to say it's Whip City, but that one's really impactful. And now Glowing getting run down by Cairn. It's all for naught, perhaps, as TNL get that bomb plant towards the A site. With low HP on 2 of their remaining players, I believe CYBERSHOKE will call this one off without any further incident. Although, it's worth pointing out that Knifey might be scouting around. I think he might have made noise, not Neki. Falling back. He's actually got okay HP. He can survive 1 bullet.
Yeah.
If somebody gets the jump on him.
We'll see if that's going to happen. CYBERSHOKE, they want to keep these guns because their economy is not perfect coming into the last round of regulation, and we're going to all of 24. Look at them. They're hunting. They want to get those guns. And if they lose their guns, it's not a problem. Definitely not as big of a problem as it would be for CYBERSHOKE. And now the push is not going to happen. I actually expected the side of TNL to try and take those guns away, but 3 will be saved. For CYBERSHOKE.
Okay. That's probably as best as they could have hoped for, right? CYBERSHOKE going to be able to buy around that. I don't know that they'll be able to afford a sniper. Didn't quite see the financials at the end. Obviously, their loss bonus not spectacular. Yeah, no op this time around. Might actually be a blessing in disguise, because as impactful as Phenomen has been with 23 frags to his name, he might play a little bit more conservatively with it for the last round of regulation, and maybe that's the last little wrinkle that they need. Look at that. The flashes blind the T's completely, and Blixie, a labored spray, is still good enough. Flearex now dropped so low. Blixie finding impact in the final round of regulation. Nippy will bring down one of them, but Blixie's still out here at large. He might actually get him to the smoke. Not quite. And Onyx elsewhere has found low because this is a 3-on-3.
Oh no. Not an Eki. Gets the kill. This could be an important frag. Look at the health on the side of TNL. Look at the health on the entire server. Only Glowing on full HP. Flearex and Knifey fighting for survival on Dust 2. Let's see if they can get this round. They got one that was very difficult just a round ago. Only 1 guy between them and the B-bomb side. That is 11 HP, not Neki, but Blixie. Aggression pays off. A perfect round for him. Only Knifey remaining. He's going to take down not Neki, but that is the information. That is the call for CYBERSHOKE to attack this bomb site. He needs to line them up. He needs to get the frags and a chance, and that is not going to prove CYBERSHOKE are going to the playoffs, baby.
There we go. All right, Yuba, we've seen enough. CyberShoke will defuse that bomb, go for the 13-11 scoreline as they end up making it into playoffs flawlessly, so to speak. Obviously, they did drop a map in this series, but not a whole series, right? And so TNL, they make it look close. They make it look, I would say, convincing that they deserve to be palling around with these level of teams. So I expect to see them in the playoffs as we get deeper into the tournament. But so far, so good. CyberShoke will punch their ticket. And honestly, with how beleaguered this series actually ended up being, you got to say, as much of a favorite as they might have been on paper, they had to work for it today.
Oh yeah, they had to work a lot. And Glowing, he's going to get a map MVP. Last time we saw that was on Train, a map they lost. Now a winning map, 13-11. His team is going through to the top 16, and we have to say, deservedly so. They had a few, as you said, a few hiccups in best of threes, but they didn't really drop a best of three. They only dropped maps, and even in this last one, they were the better side for the majority of the map. We saw TNL fight, but the fight was not enough.
Yeah, the fight was not enough. It ends up collapsing, capitulating at the tail end of things. I still enjoyed that they were so competitive on Dust 2. They got a drubbing on Anubis dealt to them. So I was really glad to see that it wasn't just the Dowie show once again, where he was the only real shining star for them. No, the whole team showed up. Obviously, it was a lot of opping on Dust 2, as it usually is. It delivered on the snipers. Front Scout's not finding as much impact, but Scout Deagle is always deadly. You got to keep it in your back pocket. Didn't work out for TNL this time around, but we're looking pretty good now that CyberShoke's in that playoffs. I expect to see TNL later on. And of course, we got one more series left in today, don't we, Luba?
Yeah, Ecstatic Iberian Soul. That's going to be a very interesting series to watch. Of course, we're going to go on a short break, but when we come back, we'll see which other team is going to make it today to the playoffs.
on the bait will be.
Ladies and gents, we are back. After a tight first best of three, we're moving to our second, where Iberian, Soul, and Ecstatic are fighting it out for the place in the playoffs. Luba with Pronogo here, and I am ecstatic for this best of three. I can feel it in my soul. How are you doing, man?
Oh, there you go. There you go. Yeah, listen, Yuba, I'm looking at this matchup, and, when I first saw that Ecstatic was on the lineup, I was like, oh, I remember those guys, from that one major. Turns out they
Oh,
have a
yeah.
totally different lineup, not a single returning player. Of course, it's an org that has been storied so far, and they are on your screens right here, right now. Obviously, chief among them, right there, dead center, upright. That's Nut. Say his name.
Oh, yeah.
Know his name. You're going to be saying it a lot, I reckon. Even
Remember
if
the name.
we don't need to. That's right. That's right. And of course, on the
I
other
would
side,
really
Iberian
like.
Soul is a really big move.
Oh.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I would really like to see Nut on a major and have his sticker on my gun.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, you could put it right next to all those big clan stickers. And look at this. What is this trend that we are seeing right now, Yuba? Where now
Shirtless
we had
gaming.
one player in the last game, no shirt. Now we got two. Is that just that's their jersey? That's what they have. Some chocolate milk as well. Okay, all right. I see how it is. Wow, the vetoes come in, and we already know what maps we're going to be playing on here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see Dust 2 and Mirage be taken out of the equation relatively fast. But to start things off, we go to the sunny side of Nuke. And I am very excited about that. Of course, Train awaits us as map number 2. And if you could guess, with Ancient removed from the rotation, with Inferno also removed, we go to Anubis for our decider. Yuba, maybe we will end up going to 3 maps again. But as of right now, I'm really excited for this.
Oh yeah, I really can't wait to see what these teams are going to bring to Nuke. I'm not surprised that Iberian Soul decided to go with this map, given that it's their best map in the past 3 months. They have some good ones, but they seem to be a force to be reckoned with on Nuke. 20 maps played, 65% win rate, and that is a good percentage. That is a good number. Also, a lot of experience on the Spanish side, and I think that could be the difference maker coming into this map, coming into this best of 3. A faster push onto the A-bomb side might be happening. Not going to happen, at least just yet. Utility usage is going to be for naught because Christu finds the head of Stododo to start things off, and now pushing through the vent. This is going to be fun. Oh, unlucky for Dav, and it's a +2 for Ecstatic.
Yeah, okay. Davichi looked like he was good for it, but not going to end up happening here. Saucel will be trying to cut off rotations towards Secret. Is good for it onto Christo. The bomb is down. There's a 4-on-3 now. Mopaz with a chance. He's going to be staring down the barrel of 3 different CCs.
Oh, yeah.
He dives back forward. Syrah last alive in this position. Really counting on Andalele here, who's been taken out by Saucel elsewhere, and now it's all in a 1v1. Syrah's had to find 3. It's got to be better, or Saucel will equalize him as the defuse attempt comes in. This is tense.
Oh, this is very intense. Also wants to go for the duel, and the duel, even though he will lose, he will win the round because there is no time. Syra needs to go back. Round number 1 goes to the hands of the Spaniards. This is a good pistol round, a bit innovative in and of itself. They managed to poke some pressure onto the outside positions. We might see that in the replays. They managed to kind of just make some noise outside, even though they lost their guy. That was enough to turn the tides and kind of go through the vents, get to the B-bomb side. After the bomb was planted, it was all Saucel's game. 2 frags were enough for him.
Yeah, listen, I'm really liking the look so far of what the aggression and like layered mind games that we're seeing out of Iberian Soul. We'll see if that continues, because losing a couple of extra players, but that doesn't stop you from being able to take the lower site, and that's exactly what we saw there as Stododo is firing forward. He's actually going to be caught in the middle of his jump.
Ooh.
Maybe a little bit of a misfire there, and the force buy looking good for Ecstatic. They're all the way on the board immediately, 5 versus 2.
Almost a perfect round. It will be a perfect round for Ecstatic. Not losing a single guy on the force buy. They lost the pistol round, but next round reset goes great into the hands of the Danish. And kind of difficult for Iberian Soul. I don't think they even expected such a strong force buy, because you saw them taking outside very, very quickly, and it backfired immensely.
Yeah, somewhat playing ahead of the utility, and in some cases just not throwing it to begin with. maybe not respecting ECSTATIC's forced buy. It will net them a lot of AKs, even a pair of Galils as well. Or, you know, that's a really solid third round buy. Donated to you in part by your opponents. TMB dodges the molly somehow. Oh man, that's a sneaky position inside the vent. Is he going to activate? He's coming out.
Oh.
He's going for the spray. He only gets one. Oh, they have no idea how close they are. Nut getting 2 on the board, just like his name. There's more to come.
2v5, but a difficult situation for the rest of the Spanish team. They're not in a good situation right now. They couldn't find a frag towards the A side, and not only that, they lost the bomb. Now these pistols have to rotate around, try and get at least a few kills. I mean, at this point, you know the round is done. Maybe you can do some economic damage. Maybe you can... you can't even think of saving. I wanted to say maybe you can try and get a gun and save it, but that would just complicate things in the upcoming rounds. Trying to search for something and maybe get a few kills in before they fall. What is definite for Iberian Soul next round, they're not going to have pennies to work with.
Oh, yeah. And the long-range angles are made difficult. I mean, the P250 is pretty good at that range, but Nutnuts just camping the top of the ladder, looking down on him. Stadoda will be dropped. Savage, the last member alive. He actually is going to take TMB's head off, but very minimal damage. So all in all, you're going to be very happy here as the CTs.
The Danes starting off strong.
That's right.
We'll find out if they can continue in this manner. Of course, this round is almost secure. The only opposition will be these Glocks. Maybe a small investment from the side of Iberian Soul in terms of those 2 grenades in the hands of Stadodo. Smoke and an HE grenade thrown.
All right. It's a lower drop. It's pretty fast play. We're going to see that bomb plant go down. So mission accomplished as far as Iberian Soul are concerned. They've got a little bit of cash to splash. Davigi is back on the P250, but almost certainly to be hunted down. Oh, hold on. Christo, he's been dropped. Obviously, you go throw your SMG at the enemy to try to hunt him down, but the fact that he didn't get anything and still gets wrapped around, clearly Iberian Soul had the tempo advantage. They even trade out. Sierra has fallen to Glocks. This is actually a member's advantage for Iberian Soul, if only for a moment, before the Danish frags come in.
I mean, if you're the Spaniards, you're happy right now. You managed to get 3 kills, take away 3 guns from the opposition. You managed to get the bomb plant and using only Glock. $600. That's all they spent in the former round. And this is going to be a tactical timeout for them, but I would say ECSTATIC needs it as well because they lost way too much in a situation where their opponents didn't have anything.
The team talk is going to be a little bit tense. Iberian Soul will talk over their money options. Glass Cannon AWP might have been being discussed, but that would have left Alex with almost nothing to his name, so it does not end up coming out. Stadoda will flex that later. Meanwhile, ECSTATIC, they've got their sniper. Christo gonna shoulder the big green while everybody else mans the front. I think ECSTATIC are going to be in a nice position here for this gun round, but a lot is going to come down to how fast Iberian Soul play. They've been breakneck so far.
Oh, yeah.
But maybe they'll slow down and give themselves a little bit more time to feel out the defense.
Yeah, well, they're the ones that got whiplash from the gameplay. Too fast, maybe. Too confident in what they're doing. I mean, they do have the experience advantage. These players have played majors, or at least were close to that during their careers, but ECSTATIC is hungry.
Oh, no.
Dev, good to start the round. +1 for the Spaniards. The smokes are dissipating, but 2 players on the side of Iberian Soul. Solar low, sorry. Salsol got the frag onto TMB.
Yeah, this is kind of rough, right? Because Iberian Soul don't have healthy players. They're limping around a little bit right now, but they found 2 really important frags. And the Lele, that's a little bit more excusable. TMB getting dropped there, though, that was maybe an unforced error. Iberian Soul are going to enjoy that as they start to get even more advantages. Oh, Nutnut has the 6th sense. There you go. He's also going to contain Main, Davy G, he was not looking up. Salsa will trade him at the very least. But remember, the low HP of Alex, this 2v3 might still be something that ECSTATIC are considering. They slink on off towards Secret. I'm not sure whether they're going to pull the trigger on this A retake, but maybe they'll fish around for one more frag.
You'd think they want to maybe search for a kill and consider going towards the retake, but it seems the answer is no. And it's understandable. They, for the most part, don't know if anybody on the side of Iberian Soul is low. So they just decided to keep these guns for the next round, because especially because they kind of lost a lot of money against those Glocks. They don't really have that luxury of just sacrificing their guns in a last-ditch effort to actually get to the retake, especially so early on in this first half.
Well, at least as consolation for losing the round, ECSTATIC will get to see Alex be brought on down. No worries there, as Iberian Soul will still be able to afford some kind of buy going into the next. You know, there's two schools of thought about what would just happen with ECSTATIC's late round call to save as opposed to be looking. Again, good play from Nutnut here on top of the ladder. Mopaz not quite so happy, and Nutnut just getting the comms in. But it's worth pointing out that ECSTATIC either could have gone for the take because, hey, it's early in the half. Maybe we're going to convince them that we'll go for these risky plays no matter what. Can try to do some early game conditioning, but of course the other one, the conservative angle there. Worrying about what you might be throwing away. David G pushing into outside yard. Christoph, he's got the sniper. He wasn't activating in the last round, so for him to have it a second time, got to make good on it, and he does. Alex is down out of the round. 5 versus 4, but ground gained for Iberian Soul.
Definitely Nutnut missed the timing. This could be costly. We'll see if the Spaniards can take control of ramp. Chris too good only for one. And now the attack comes in, trades all around, but 3v1 in the end. David G alone and gets taken out by TMB. 4th round for ECSTATIC after a chaotic shootout towards ramp.
And really heads up play from Christo. Of course, his sniper was recovered. He'll be given that again. That was 2 really impactful frags. Stuffs the outside play, and then even still, after Nutnut falls away at probably the worst possible time, an early pullout there from the very important ramp position, he's going to get covered by his sniper. So all good on that front. And now, 4-2. The Danes are in the lead. They're up against Tech 9s. This will be a play with pace out of Iberian Soul.
Yeah, let's see if the Tech 9s can maybe run somebody down, run somebody over, headed towards ramp, most of them. Nutnut, maybe a chance for a multi-kill, maybe a chance to get his head blown off by these pistols. He's going to have his hands full right now. He needs to find the first head as soon as possible, as soon as this smoke fades. Misses his spray, needs to move down. Smart play from him, but the Spaniards are running at the B-bomb site right now. He has TMB to support him. Nutnut maybe needs support. TMB falls down, but so does Nutnut.
No way.
Also doing a lot of damage with this Tech 9, and now things are getting complicated.
Okay, that AK that's also just picked up is not reloaded. He's going to have time, as now the question is called, do we go for this lower site siege? ECSTATIC setting themselves up. They got everybody towards ramp. Saucel not aware of that just yet. And there you go. First spotted in control. David G gets some good damage down. That's actually 2 members of ECSTATIC brought incredibly low, but they flush him out with utility. Saucel is hitting the deck. It's an A1S and it's a Tech 9 left. Smoke towards double doors. This is looking okay for ECSTATIC, but it's so tight. They need to be watching. Oh, they think they maybe got the diffuser, but it's not going to be the case. Through the smoke is enough, and that will do it. Alex closes us out for a 3rd round gain by Iberian Soul.
Yeah, I thought maybe last best of 3 was chaotic. This one, I think, takes the cake, at least from what we've seen so far. Iberian Soul, Tech 9s were enough, and ECSTATIC maybe unsure as to what they were supposed to do. If they just stick that initial bomb defuse, that could have been the round for them. 4-3.
Alex's frag off of double. That was actually a big swing because ECSTATIC felt like they had to fall off the bomb. But maybe if they had stuck it, you know, you just get a frag to the smoke view, but you don't know that it wasn't the diffuser. Yeah. You might be thinking, okay, I got him. It wasn't that at all. It was a body thrown at the door to buy time, but time was not enough. Tac pause out for ECSTATIC. They need a little bit more time to discuss their game plan.
Absolutely. Iberian Soul have been quite fast so far. So ECSTATIC, They need to adapt. The thing that Iberian Soul have been doing constantly since this first half began, they throw smokes on the outside, wait for the smokes to fade, and try and find kills from there. And it was a hit or miss so far. Maybe they're going to try and do it again. It seems, at least looking at the minimap, like that's going to happen.
Yeah, depending on how many
least.
members of Iberian Soul charge forward behind those smokes, that really does dictate what's going on here. It looks like maybe they're still going to be contesting for this upper site. Saucel will take Analalele's head. He's going to drop. The shadow was spotted. Oh, he's making lots of noise. Not able to capitalize just yet. He takes down Davigi instead. Oh, this fight over main is really important, and TMB will come ahead. Stadoto with the op, lurking down secret. Awkward stuff.
We're going to find out what they can do now. Two-men disadvantage. They do have the bomb, but Stadoto doesn't have the luxury of dying. Close angle with the AWP, and TMB is going to take his sweet time. All left on Alex, and they have the idea of where he could be. Mistiming just now at lockers, but Alex is going to fall down to Christu, and that's a 5th round for the Danes. They don't care that they lost the previous round to Tech9s. Mentally reset. And they keep their lead.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. I'm really appreciative of how ECSTATIC are handling this right now, because it's been a lot of chaos. Obviously, we've commented on that so far. Even loves TMB just sitting here like, yeah, all right, I'll let you stew in it for a moment, but he doesn't turn to face him. Stadoto had the sniper for the first time in that last round, wasn't able to find impact on it, now relegated to the hero AK. It's Tech9s again. They've had success on the Iberian side. We'll see if they can make things happen as they push towards ramp real fast. Oh, stuffed by utility, of course. Wow! And Lele breaks the smoke and takes his head. See you later, Davigi.
Oh, Christu with the op. He's doing quite well. 2 kills for himself, and that was quick to turn into a 2v5. They managed to get an answer, at least for the most part. Not is dead, but so is Alex. Only Stadoto remaining, not even gonna stand a chance against Syra. Statistically, the best player on the side of ECSTATIC. Gets 2 kills in this round as well. 6-3, and the Danes are going strong. ECSTATIC still yet to prove why they picked this map.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I'm looking at this right now, and I'm thinking, Syra, you called him out as the standout player. Obviously, a Mao's NXT alumni. Hard to be in a position where going on Mao's NXT doesn't seem to make you destined for greatness. So we look at the main Mao's lineup.
Yeah, give him some time.
Plenty of storylines there.
Only pistols in the hands of the Spanish team, and they're going to get wiped out. Analele and Syra, 2 fast kills, though there's still a Deagle in the hands of Mopos. Missed his first shot, missed his second, and that's going to cost him his life. Now only Glocks remaining. We're just waiting for this round to end. And Nut could yet improve on his score. Missed the timing a little bit now that he saw the opponents. He's just looking for them, searching for them. Syra wants those kills, and he will get at least one. 7-3. Next round will be a bye round for the Iberian Soul side, and they need it desperately to find an answer here.
Iberian Soul searching for the answers to their plights. This is their map pick, after all. Meanwhile, I'm searching for how I will possibly say it's a labored spray trying to control the gun about a player named Nutnut. Come on, dude.
Please don't. That is brilliant. I love that we have the
obviously
sense of humor of 12-year-olds.
Well, listen, he's the one who named him that. I didn't.
That is true.
I'm sitting here like just trying to say stuff I always say. What's next?
Yeah, probably the biggest regret I have is not seeing. Of course, he'd retired like 5 years ago. Dick Stacy playing with Nut. That would have been a fun duo to cast.
He can coach him still. That's still a possibility.
Yeah.
A very remote possibility, but one nonetheless. Okay, what's the play from Iberian Soul? They're smoking out outside. Apparently the play right now is Christo just farming with this sniper. Round after round of good impact, especially towards ramp. Last time he held it versus plenty of players. And of course the dependable Nutnut helped him out of there on the rifle. Lurk towards secret right now. Mopaz still trying to control the front side of the building. Davaji, what can you find down there? Feels like not much.
Well, they have solid control so far, so that could be useful for Iberian Soul. The problem is they lost also very quickly in this round, and with a man disadvantage, they kind of need to wait for ECSTATIC to make a mistake, and the Danes have been quite patient so far, not going into necessary fights. In those crucial moments of the round, though, Mopos finds Syra, and this could complicate things. They still have control of the outside positions, and now they have the luxury of thinking of where they could be going.
That's such a tough angle for Anlalele to be playing. Alex, oh, he does it just in time. Would have calmed over, by the way, that's people are present in the lower site, but this mid-round has been really nice from Iberian Soul. They slowed things down, they worked the picks, found 2 impactful riflers. Where are they going to strike? Seems like it's going to be a lower hit. Only TMB right now to try to slow him down. Presto outside yard. Yeah, TMB's going to get blown out. This looks like a really solid round from Iberian Soul, and they're doing so from a man disadvantage position. This is a 4-on-5, and they're going to convert. It's only not left.
Yeah, it was quite quick. It seemed like a dirty round. It seemed like a lazy round, but Iberian Soul, they were patient enough to find the frags that were necessary, and afterwards they just walked into the B-bomb site. Only TMB was there to try and stop them, but given the fact that there were so many of them towards the side, TMB, even if he managed to find one frag, he would have done anything, and he didn't do even that. Not only saving this AK, we're going into the last round of the first half. Iberian Soul fighting to be at the minimum of disadvantage. It's going to be an uphill battle still, given the fact that ECSTATIC have a perfect buy coming into round number 12.
Yeah, looking pretty good to close things out in some sort of style. If Iberian Soul can at least secure 5, they won't be at a massive disadvantage when the tides turn. Long gone are the days where Nuke is a super CT-sided map. So ECSTATIC have still done pretty well to win the half no matter what. But if they can extend their lead even further, they set themselves up real nice on their opponent's map pick. And the Lele charging forward. This is a new look for ECSTATIC's defense. Will he be checked?
This is going to be interesting. And Lele, good position from him if they don't check him. Dav managed to find a frag. Maybe now they won't expect him. Dav not even thinking about it. And it's a 4v4 dose. Also good on the trade. In the end, it was not profitable for ECSTATIC to try this. This could, though, be. Look at Syra. This is going to be interesting. Sees one. There's the trigger discipline. He can search for more. He needs to pull the trigger, but that's a lot of information for his team, and he can just pull back. This is well done. 60 seconds on the clock. There's still enough time for Iberian Soul to work with, but now they have no idea where the dangers could be coming.
Yeah, this is really excellent play from ECSTATIC. Syra finds the backstab and also notices who's got the bomb. That was Alex he spotted in the back. Doesn't get the kill, of course, on him. Was managing the player Marshmallow. That works out very well as Mopaz trying to find some presence lower. Nutnut's already here to receive.
Well, we'll see what he can do. There's a player in Splitter as well, and this could be hard for the Spaniards. Nut. Oh, this is fantastic.
No way.
Oh, that's a good spray down. 2 guys, and Syra finishing off. 8-4 on the half for the Danish team, and we have to say it's well-deserved. They were the better side in the first 12 rounds, but now when the sides are switching, they're going to have to play just as well on the T side.
Listen, I called it out here. The worst thing that could happen to us casters is Nutnut ends up top fragging, and that's exactly what's going on this half. He's doing very well for himself. You can see he's proud. He has some pride in himself. That's why he named himself that. And, we're talking about 30 seconds on the clock here. That's enough time to figure out who's going to be as lucky as Nutnut is. Let's see. Let's see who ends up doing it. I see some names in here. Okay, some names that are all better than Nutnut so far. All right, even Uncle Strike, I'd prefer that. Let's see what happens.
Oh, we missed that pretty looking op, but this is going to be a blue skin if I do say so myself. A violent daimyo. You're good with Japanese words because I'm not. Come Black. Good job for that.
Yeah. I saw Come Black in the last one. I think it was the first poll we did, and it ended up
Yeah.
going to another Japanese name, Shinto or whatever his name was. So yeah, that there's a through line happening so far, and glad to see that it was Come Black's turn. Looking at second half now.
Congrats.
In favor of Iberian Soul on their map pick? No, not even close. It's 8-4. Let's see what ECSTATIC can do on their offense.
Well, they have a pretty solid lead coming into the second half, doing the same or close to the same as Iberian Soul did in the last pistol round, but that is going to backfire. Alex and Mopo is getting 2 frags, and now the Danes completely shocked. They can go back to the A bomb site, at the very least get the bomb plant, or no. There's Mopo's, 2 more frags for him, and this is done. He's going to get another one. 4K to start off the second half. He was struggling in the first, but things are looking a lot better now, as the Danes are not going to extend their lead.
That's right. Yeah, no economy really for ECSTATIC to build on. So this will be an awkward second round. If they're disciplined about it, they'll just concede it, see if they can maybe get a cheeky bomb plant with an HE pop. No, they're actually investing into it at the last second. So no tack needed for that one. It's a Deagle, a P250, and 3 Tech 9s. See what more they can do.
Well, still definitely a buy that can prove to be dangerous. We saw what Iberian Soul did in the first half just with Tech 9s. If you add a Deagle into the mix, you can find a few easy heads and make it a troublesome situation for the CT side. With that, they also have some utility on Christu. Utility being thrown towards the outside positions, and we'll see what ECSTATIC have in store for us here.
Kind of awkward. They spent down pretty much all their money. They'll have nothing going into the next. They need a bomb plant minimum, and then they'll have another force available to them. They're actually going to explode out onto the upper site. Daviji, the kills have eluded him, but then he refocuses only Anlalele to post. He actually just missed Christel walking on through, but Alex has got his back, and that is a disaster for our Danish squad. Only Syra left. He will almost certainly be caught by Stadodo here. No! Good peeking there. Okay. All he gets for his trouble is an MP9. Bomb, of course, loose up in the upper site. 45 seconds on the clock. We'll see what more he can do in this now. 1-on-3.
Let's see if he can at least take a few more guns away from the Iberian Soul side. It would be optimistic to expect that you can hit the 1 dig on that distance. Saucel is going to take his head with that M4, and it's going to be 6th round for the side of Iberian Soul. It was costly for ECSTATIC. They wanted a fake outside. That didn't pan out as they expected. The defense on the A site was still strong enough, but I have no idea how Daviji stayed alive as long as he did and actually survived that round in the end, because they swarmed him and couldn't take him down.
Distracted by everybody else. The Iberian Soul roars proudly. Saucel is going to be defending ramp. Nobody in the immediate vicinity can assist him, so if he gets swarmed by these pistols, he could be ending up worse than Daviji. Top hut. Now, ECSTATIC aren't really pulling the trigger just yet, but it seems like they're going to be lingering closer and closer towards ramp. No utility available for our attackers. Saucel will fall back. Not abused by the timing. It's on Overwatch, courtesy of Mopaz. This is a harder angle to clear. Big, meaty HE grenade there. Going to really pepper down a lot of the players. That's a great spray. Easy frags for Saucel and Alex. Now we're 1 round away between these two teams. I don't know. I think as chaotic as it's been, maybe this is why Iberian Soul picked the map, Luba. They're seemingly quite immaculate on the CT side.
Yeah, CT side seems to be working quite well for them. It's also, of course, on the top of the scoreboard. On the other hand, we have Nut, who has 14 frags. We'll see which one of these two can carry their team harder, though there were good moments for many other players on the server. The only one seemingly missing is Stadodo. Smokes on the outside. The Danes trying to cover that position. Playing slowly so far, though a few hit shots through the smokes. A little bit of damage and a bullet into the forehead of Anlalele, as well as Syra. +2 for Iberian Soul.
Yeah, they're looking real comfortable now on the CT side. This is yet another investment from ECSTATIC. Still not the full rifle round since they're missing that sniper, but 5 AKs, there's nothing to snuff at, and yet, that's exactly what Iberian Soul have done.
Still going quite slowly on the side of ECSTATIC. Iberian Soul with a +2. They have no reason to hurry this up. Did Alex see Christu walk past? It was just a pixel gap, but I think he saw it. ECSTATIC trying to wrap around the A bomb side, maybe get towards heaven, but this could be costly. This could be dangerous. 40 seconds left. Let's see if these cats are ready. Alex could well enough be. A few missed shots, but that's enough information. 30 seconds left, and the Danes really need to hurry it up right now. Salso is ready and waiting on the single door position. They're going to try and swarm him. 20 seconds. Hurry up, boys. Otherwise, the clock is going to tick away. They're going to fall away. Salso and Dav getting the frags. Christu happy with that bomb plan. And Salso through the flames running. But Stadoto is the one that's going to get the kill. And this is a tied game, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, mad dash to secure that last kill. Round 17, and both of our teams are neck and neck. But recent history has been anything but. Iberian Soul charging forward with a 4-round string. That's consecutive. I mean, that's pretty impressive. And with still no bomb plant to be said for ECSTATIC, they are looking very much worse for wear. Economically, back to MAC-10s and upgraded pistols. See what more they can do. At least they have a full set of utility. You can make a lot happen on Nuke. In fact, there was a few rounds like that for Iberian Soul in the last half where they at least made it interesting, including one that was secured.
They're going to try and
ECSTATIC
make
can't
it
let this
interesting
lead slip
again.
away. That's right.
See if these pistols and that one Soul SMG can run down the side. Mopo's waiting. Dav still as well. Mopo's only good for one. Dav caught between a rock and a hard place, and he can't do anything. Alex only good for one. These trays are going quite well. Salso, he's sneaking. This cat is gonna survive. Great spray. Not hitting the transfer, but Stadoto winning the easy 1v1 with, of course, that USP. And the cats are in the lead.
There we go. Our team from Iberia working their magic on their map pick. ECSTATIC posted well in that first half, but since then they've really been lackluster on the offense. That was their closest chance to actually score an offensive W. Instead, it only offends the pride of the Iberian Soul. Stadoto ends up getting a kill to his name. He's now going to post up outside with the AWP. Ooh, Syra going fast, though.
Oh, yeah.
Does this play have legs?
Well, we'll see if more players can get the secret. It seems like they can. Mopos wants to be aggressive, and Lobby, good timing. And Lele, he's going to be kicking himself because he was looking at Hut, and as soon as he moved away, he got a bullet in the head. TMB quite well. Stadoto trying to find it, but TMB can go through the lines. Not so fast, says Stadoto. Good frag for him, and +1 for the side of Iberian Soul, but ECSTATIC are exploding towards the B-bomb side. Also ready and waiting. 2 kills for him, and he knows where Syra is. He can triple up easy as you like.
Sublime positioning from Saucel, honestly. The way to close that round out in style, in comfort, like there was never a doubt. And ECSTATIC are once again not able to afford a real buy into the round. This is round 19. Attack pause coming out from the Danish side. Double digits achieved from their opponents. They want to be able to take this one as a statement, but right now, it's looking very, very shaky in the second half. It's been 6 in a row. A string unmatched as of yet. I think the only other time we saw this, actually, Luba, today was, of course, CYBERSHOKE doing this on Anubis.
Yeah. And I don't think that even counts as much, given that, yeah, it was close in the first half, but ECSTATIC were really good in the first half. When the sides changed, they're not in the picture. They're not in the conversation. Iberian Soul's CT side is proving to be very dangerous. And as you said, not a good buy in the hands of the Danes. They're going to have one rifle. They're going to have One SMG, those 2 Tech 9s and Deagle, yeah, that can be dangerous, but you can't count that that's going to win you rounds.
See if ECSTATIC have a game plan. It turns out Stododo is going to cut them short. And look at this gap in the smoke. Boarding Davigi, a good spray down. Might have been a bait, but only 1 kill traded back from Syra. Now he's got to cross that faded cross. Okay, he does end up making it through. Mopa's already awaiting. Wants more impact. Oh, but he gets flanked. Good play from Anilele coming down through the vent. All right, for the first time, maybe ECSTATIC can do something here.
Oh, bomb plant not gonna go down. It's also great, not dead. 3v2 and they still have to plant the bomb, but they managed to get it and they're going back to the A bomb site. This is well done from ECSTATIC. Improvising in an important moment. Stododo quick on the rotate. He's just making noise on heaven, trying to be a distraction for his teammates, and so he will be. Syra is dead and it's all onto Anilele. They're coming from all sides, and he needs to find a way to isolate these duels. It's not going to be an easy job, but maybe if he can get the first frag, it might complicate things a bit, and so he does. 1 kill is there, trying to do more. 2, but 3 won't happen, and it's going to be an 11th round for Iberian Soul.
Listen, it looks like this map is about to wrap itself up, right? ECSTATIC have not yet posted a round on their offense, but it's really important for the rest of this series to see some of those players who might have been a bit more quiet so far activate in those late round situations. Anilele can feel proud of this clutch. He did real well on the attempt. He could have done a little bit more on the positioning, but really nothing to complain about at the end of the day. Looking at it right now, we are seeing Iberian Soul threaten match point if they score this win. So let's see what they can do, because right now ECSTATIC, their individuals might be slowly coming online, but it feels too late for them to do much on this map. It's just going to get bodied. It's a firing squad as Mopos lines 2 of them up.
Yeah, desperate play toward the A bomb site. Dav, he's going to survive here. He doesn't even need to use the smoke, but he's going to get wallbang. Still alive. Still kicking. Somehow alive. Look at that. They threw everything at him, and he managed to survive. He can even reposition, maybe still be battle ready to hold this A bomb site while his teammates are rotating. And the side of ECSTATIC, they didn't move a muscle. They're just shooting away and praying that they can spray somebody down. Chris too, he's deep on the side. He manages to find 2 frags. That's well done. Soso and Alex now trying to pull this back. Still possible, but the Molotov could put an end to this round. Alex good only for 1, and they know where Soso is.
Yeah, he just couldn't make it out of heaven, right? This is a rough spot for him. Alex has already gone there spiritually. Soso skirt around. Once again, Molotov'd out. That's going to allow the clock to tick ever slower. The bomb continuing to threaten the first T-side victory for ECSTATIC. Have they got a little fight left in them after all?
Oh. Good opportunity. Good try for Soso. If he managed to get that first frag, it could have complicated things, but now this map starts to complicate, actually. We may still have a few twists and turns here. With ECSTATIC winning their first round in the second half, Iberian Soul could be threatened because they're not really sitting pretty, no matter the fact that they tied so many rounds together. Look at their economy. It's not perfect. So ECSTATIC could still get this back into an even game.
Ooh. Well, Syra's already taken a lot of damage. Utility exchange favoring the CTs for now. Does afford some positioning. Syra's made it down secret a lot. He's going to have to contend with Stododo. AWP favored at the angle, but we'll see if maybe the Rifler, formerly of Mouse NXT, can do something. The answer is no. Man advantage now for Iberian Soul. Sossel going to see if he can hold things. That's going to force Anilele forward. The trade is good, but is it enough? No, TMB has an opportunity. He missed it. He missed it. He doesn't know Alex is there. The inverse is not true. Alex will calm it over, and Mopaz gets the jump on him. 2v4.
Yeah, only Christu and not remaining. They have time. They have the bomb, but will they get the frags? Not says yes. Of course, still more to be played. 55 seconds. They need to get the next frag as well. They need to find a way to control one of the bomb sites. And Christu With this battle op, he scoped up. Did they hear that? The answer is no, and he knows that Sadoto is at CT vent. This could be difficult. The comms are there, not great. And how did Iberian Soul choke this out? Only Alex remaining.
The strat book this whole time should have just read nut, go, go, kill, kill. That's what he's doing right now. He's on squeak. He's pushing forward. I think he's going to get the better of him. Indeed, he will. Say it 3 times instead. 4K in the round. All right, listen. We're having some fun here, but ECSTATIC, they're still threatening. They're still working. Iberian Soul no longer have a goodbye. AWP up. At the very least, maybe Stadoto can improve his scoreboard, get some more impact. He has started to come alive later on in the match, so listen, we're still playing 2 rounds minimum here. Let's see what happens. Christo has popped off the last few.
Ooh, Stadoto gets the first frag with that AWP, and something I wanted to say, I don't know why they bought it up, but there's the answer. He manages to get another kill, and Saucel, easy as you like, with that USP, and now things are turning into the hands of the Spaniards. Saucel can still fight with this AK. Will he, though? Chris too fast. Gets at least 1 kill back.
Yeah, this is a messy round again between these 2 teams. They're definitely in the chaos, in the bedlam, making their bed and lying in it. Flailing around a little bit, perhaps, as ECSTATIC slow things down, try to snuff things out. We're talking about a 2v3 here, but somehow the T's still feel like they got a lot of tools. Chief among them, 60 seconds on the clock. Bomb in the back of the sniper. Will ECSTATIC push forward in upper, or are they going to start flexing lower? They have a lot of control. Squeaky is not an area where they do, though.
Sadoto's still ready and waiting with that AWP. He has the support of Mopo's not too far away on the heaven position, but he cannot fall. He could. He's now on the side, and Nut takes his head out. Stadoto missed shot that could cost him his life. Somehow he survives, but the bomb is planted. And will Iberian Soul lose another round? How is this man still living? On 3 HP.
3 HP. Well, not anymore.
Not for long,
all right, listen. The sidekick to Christo this whole game has definitely been Nut. At this point, he's not the sideshow. He's the main attraction. Alex going to lurk up through heaven. He's thinking about what he wants to do here, and apparently the call is in. Tie game, 11-11. We could end up exiting regulation here. We'll need at least every single round as ECSTATIC tie us up. They need 1 more offensive win, and they will steal away Iberian Soul's map pick. It seemed really impossible for them to do so. Remember the streak that Iberian Soul went on. Yeah. 6 in a row to tie us up, and then 1 better anyway. It just kept stacking up in the favor of the Spaniards.
And this is so tilting. Like, think about how Iberian Soul lost these rounds. It wasn't on the matter that they were worse than their opponents. They just made mistakes. They didn't communicate. Obviously, they didn't communicate as well as they should have in those crucial situations of this round and the one before. They had all the tools, all the positions and the players to actually win those rounds and finish this map off. ECSTATIC, however, are still in it, and the score is tied. Tac pause from Iberian Soul. But isn't enough to mentally reset them so they can continue fighting.
If you were going to call a timeout, 11-11 is a good time to do it. Round 23, we're kicking things off. 2 more rounds of regulation left, but we are going to need both of them to decide, are we going extra rounds, or is this going to be the end? Christo has his sniper. Can't be said for Stadoto, the sole representative of Portugal on the server.
At least they have the guns. We'll see if they can keep them after this round. ECSTATIC, of course, making their presence known outside and in lobby to stop any form of an aggressive push from Iberian Soul.
Okay. That's Trixie from Syra. He actually spots one out, not able to get the kill onto Davi G, and Alex, he's fragged the sniper. That's a big scalp to take, and look at that, even bigger. Oh, okay, finally a trade through smoke, seemingly blind. There's somebody back silo. It's Mopaz. And Malele has snuffed it out. He's going to send the molly to try to flush him out. Is he going to be able to take the frag, though? A lot of damage dealt. Nut tries to go for it. It's not going to be enough as Stododo comes up from the top rope, leaving TMB 1-on-4. He's got the bomb, but that's really it.
You want me to jinx it? Always a commentator's curse there. This is an unlosable round for Iberian Soul. Let's see if the caster curse is going to happen. Alex only jump spotting, and they know where TMB is. He has to fight. He knows it. Just going to open the double doors, try and bait them out, trying to get those isolated duels, but that's not as easy as it sounds, especially when you're 1-on-4 with 30 seconds remaining. And nobody's going to bite on this.
He's trying to be cheeky.
The bomb.
He's trying to play it inside the smoke. Oh, I don't think it's going to work out. I mean, 20 seconds left, my man. Go for the aim duels. Take away some money as best you can. Even if your best is 0 frags. There you have it. Alex is going to make it happen. A couple shots exchanged after the fact. I'll bring you down. I'll shoot your ghost. 12-11. We're going to go to map 2 if Iberian Soul can only win one more round.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for Ecstatic. The rounds they were winning because they had the AKs. Nut did a lot to mount those 3 tied rounds. But now, not so much. They have a Scout, they have a Tech 9, and 3 AK-47s. Not a lot of utility either. If you're Iberian Soul, you know what's going on in the opposite end. You know that you have better equipment, that you have more utility, and you can wait them out as long as they're willing to not get in your crosshairs.
It's an op-free round 24. Only sniper on the field is Christow's Scout. See what all he can come up with as the initial utility is lobbed. Slightly heavier on the outside play here from Iberian Soul. It looks like they want to try to stuff Syrah, and that will work just fine. All right, already a man advantage. Looking good for a 13-11 scoreline here, but Ecstatic can still threaten extra rounds. TMB lurking towards Secret. Oh, a little bit of a marshmallow aim duel. Alex not able to find the better. And the Lele is snuck in, but he's low HP. Could get walled in.
Oh, yeah.
Or just
not
cleared.
a chance. Not even a moment for Anlele to actually react to that. +2 for Iberian Soul on map point. This is a qualification match, ladies and gentlemen. This match is important. Going 3-0 in the Swiss stage is always a message sent to teams in the playoffs, and Iberian Soul seem to have drawn first blood because nothing the Danes do will stop them from dying. Christu on 41 HP, Nut still alive. And he was the X factor for Ecstatic, but that might not be the case in this round.
He's got a lot to do in this 2-on-5. This is one of the most grim outlooks for a round I've seen in a little bit. Christow reveals his position. Stododo ready to swing, has him in his sights, plucks him out of the sky. Nut, you are out of here. That's going to be Iberian Soul taking their map pick. It was a labored effort. They make it over the finish line, and that means we go to train for map 2. Ecstatic are going to need to make a statement if they want to bring us to Anubis.
Yeah, and Iberian Soul kind of complicated things for themselves in the second half. It could have been a perfect second half hadn't they not choked some rounds, but at the end, it doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant. 13-11, basically the same effect as 13-1. They have a map advantage in this best of 3. We'll see what the second map is going to bring us, but Nut has played well. Syra and Lele, Christu, everybody was there. But Sosol, his individual efforts were the ones that kind of made the last push towards winning this map for Iberian Soul.
Sosol's a pretty legit player when you can he can kind of relegate himself to that second star role. It's kind of rare to see him take over a game, but it's not unheard of. And this is exactly what they needed to get over the finish line, partially because gotta be said, Stododo was a little bit late to activate on this map. So obviously a team effort. I think Stododo will be a little bit better suited for train. It is a map that isn't going to be nearly as quick to be relegated as the Opper's Graveyard Nuke once was. So I should see a little bit more activity out of him if I had to speculate, but really nice to see that the teams are neck and neck competitive at this stage. We go to map 2 pretty soon, and what do you think about that one, Yuba?
Oh, it's going to be fun, and it's going to be a bit poetic, especially for today, because we started the day on train and we might as well be ending it on train. Of course, we'll see what Iberian Soul has to offer. What's more important, what ECSTATIC have to offer on map number 2. And as you said, if they can take us to Anubis. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go for a short break. We'll be back right after this. Here we are, here we're back. Ecstatic versus Iberian Soul and a chance to go to the playoffs in the top 16 phase. Next map is going to be Train, and these teams have already played Train before against each other 3 times this year. Each time, the Danes were better than the Spaniards. We'll see, of course, Pronogo, if maybe Iberian Soul learned something from those defeats.
Yeah, listen, I'm thinking that Iberian Soul obviously looked like the slight favorites after that last matchup, but we were looking at some numbers, you know, we were thinking about things a little bit deeper, and it's got to be said that ECSTATIC just looked really good on this map. So since Train has come out, they've played it, 22 times, something like that. They have been on fire since Train has come onto the field. It's definitely been a map that the Danes have gravitated towards. So as we get a little bit deeper into this series, I'm just saying Anubis looks likely. We might want to buckle up.
Oh yeah, I can see us casting Anubis to finish this day off, of course. We'll see if the Spaniards learned something from those defeats, because it came during a string of really bad results for them, especially on Train. They basically lost all of those Train maps in January and February. Afterwards, they played quite a bit better against some tougher opposition. So we'll see if maybe they changed something up in their game plan. Starting on the CT side could prove to be advantageous for them. And of course, ECSTATIC still could be the ones taking this map and leading us to map number 3. Saucel with the dualies finds the first frag, and he wants more, but he decided to go back. Mopos manages to get one more kill, and it's a +2 for Iberian Soul.
Familiar territory now for our Iberian homies as well. Saucel's just going to farm up. Listen, he ended the last map, 25 frags to the good. He's off to an early start with 3 in the pistol. If they were counting on Iberian Soul's star fragger to maybe take a foot off the gas pedal, ECSTATIC are going to be reconsidering their strategy. It's just Nut, standout player for the Danes in the map of Nuke, and he will be butting heads with Saucel momentarily. Oh, look at that. How about taking his head clean off? It's an impressive shot, but he's still got 4 more frags to deal with, and yeah, he's got a P250, but That one doesn't come with lots of ammo.
Smoke's down. Maybe he can get a few 1v1s, but Mopos is not going to give him a chance. Also, of course, the MVP of the round, Mopos managed to get 2 frags for himself. 2 that were quite important for Iberian Soul. Of course, they can get a buy, muster up a buy quite well in the second round of this second map. On the other hand, we can't really expect ECSTATIC to go for a force buy here. They didn't get the bomb plant. They didn't really do anything last round, so they're just going to go with Glocks in the hopes of getting a good buy as soon as possible.
That's right. It's going to be Glock City. Eco farming activated for Iberian Soul. They only have 1 MP9 with which to do it, and it's on the hands of Alex, who's watching Pop. A very different looking Pop Dog than those old heads may remember.
Yeah.
And it looks like that might actually be where he's going to come up against some enemies. Incendiary in hand. Going to be very important. Does he end up dispensing with it? Only hears 2 Glock shots. Still paranoid about that A main.
Yeah, but he knows that he can use this SMG to his advantage and farm up a few frags. Still undecided what's waiting for him in Long Dog or Pop Dog, whatever you want to call it. Grouping up towards the B-bomb side is the side of ECSTATIC, but a lot of information gathered by Iberian Soul. They're going to have a defense ready towards the B-bomb side. A FAMAS and an M4 more than enough to fight against the Glocks. The Danes hoping they could get a bomb plant here. Easy as you like for Mopos and David G. They're going to clean things out. However, a small victory for ECSTATIC. They got the bomb plant. That's what they were looking for.
Yep, that's right. That's a success in a Glock round. So no money invested into the round whatsoever. They just used their pure pressure for trying to get the bodies onto the site. Maybe if enough of them stand on top of the bomb planter, he'll be covered from enemy fire. Well, Iberian Soul will go up to a 2-0 start, which is very good for them. The Spanish majority mix, obviously, were able to clinch out their own map pick. Things are going to be a little bit different, I feel, when ECSTATIC switch over to the defense. But until then, it's on them to post up some dubs on the offense, on the T side. They've got 5 rifles to do it with in round number 3.
Yeah, more than enough. We're going to see if the Spaniards can kind of maybe get a good defense, especially with that SMG. They can maybe try and be more aggressive towards A main. And it looks like it. On the side of ECSTATIC, they're playing quite slowly, trying to get as much map control as they can. You can see 2 guys towards Ivy. You can see two guys towards B, 1 in front of A main. They don't want to let Iberian Soul be too aggressive towards any part of the map. They don't want to give them any information. That's well done from ECSTATIC, but at some time, at some point, they're going to have to group up and go for a site.
Bomb currently leaning Ivy. Perhaps they'll go straight to A, but I've seen wraparounds towards CT spawn. Stranger things have happened.
Yeah.
Is the Dodo going to stand in their way for the time being? You know, one of the things I'm really interested in is whether or not the protocols for ECSTATIC end up pressuring any one area more than the other. Sounds like a vague point to make, but you know, you get a lot of map control as a T on train, but you only can go those places. So you got to pick your battles. It looks like they picked Ivy. Stadoto flashed off the angle. He's going to break the smoke, see if he can get himself in. Might not be required. He's traded out through the smoke.
Yeah, they know about Alex. They know exactly where he is, and they want to take him out. Will they, though? Alex is still alive. Mopos falls. Alex as well. Saucel and David G, only ones remaining on the Spanish side, and not an easy situation for them. Do they even want to fight this? David G is going to have to with his positioning, but will they expect this? I don't think they know. They have no idea. Now they saw the foot, but he managed to get 1 frag, looking for more, but not finding it. Saucel falls as well. Excuse me, and ECSTATIC getting their first round on the board.
I'm liking the way that ECSTATIC is looking in those late round situations where they do have the discipline, the comfort to slow things down. They weren't really afforded the opportunity on Nuke. Iberian Soul kept taking it to them or making things uncomfortable. For one reason or another, ECSTATIC were walking into crossfires. That's not the case so far in the very limited sample size on train, and I hope to see that trend continue. As ECSTATIC take a round on their map pick, they're going to keep up the pressure. Good utility exchanged out so far, but the damage trade is going to be favoring the Danes, even after Anilele catches 1. Swallows a grenade chi.
Iberian Soul, they want to take the fight to the ecstatic players, and that could be profitable. So also manages to find one. He also tagged up Analele, and now they know, they heard the steps, they know that this is going to be a B attack. Mopo's the only line of defense for that part of the map. He's completely blind, and so the Danes come in. Alex, good on the rotate. He is in the connector position, wants to get the next frag, and so he will. Great trade for Iberian Soul as the Danes fall down, and only Christu remaining. Mopo's wants to take him out, and so he will. Third round for Iberian Soul, and it seems the Cats have finally landed on their feet on train.
Yeah, there we go. Immediately firing back. The one ecstatic round victory answered immediately. I like one of those changes, one of the many changes to train, is that the little upper sort of hit comes in. You have some cover to hide behind fully and still do overwatch on the site. So CTs can try to hold a more back angle on the B-bomb site without ceding all of the ground possible. Also strains the utility of the attacking force. Where are they actually going to be sending their nades? Well, right now, they're sending him towards mid and, of course, towards the A-bomb site. There's actually multiple bodies coming out of pop. Oh, but they're fully blind. The counter utility, humongous. As 4 frags go towards the Spanish majority side. Make it 5. You blink and you miss it. A 4th round for Iberian Soul.
That seems so easy. That seems so simple. You would think that Ecstatic was on Glocks without armor, but no. They actually invested in the last round, and I was just going to say they do a good job as to not take utility damage. But when they decided to split that site, the CTs were ready and waiting. Great hold for Iberian Soul, not losing a single man, and now fighting only against Glocks and that one Deagle in hopes that that Deag can take a few heads.
Gonna have to do some heavy lifting there, Nut. See if you can make things happen. Right now, Stadodo just kind of watching Ivy. That seems to be his dedicated position on the CT side, so we'll keep watch for that. I like that Nut's the only one to open fire, because now they're worried about maybe multiple Deagles. They have no idea it's just the one.
Always a good idea to try and fool your opponent with sound cues. Oh, Alex, good position, good angle. Even on a full buy round, his opponent wouldn't stand a chance. Of course, +1 for Iberian Soul, and this round seems like one of those where you're just waiting for it to end so the team that doesn't have the cash can actually get a good buy-in. Though, still believe in Nut supremacy. That Deagle might actually do some damage, and so he does. It seems so simple for Stadodo to get that frag. He didn't do that, though. They got the Deagle, and the Deagle's still gonna do work. 3-on-3, this is not over, but the Deagle falls. Only Glocks remaining, and it should be an easy cleanup for Iberian Soul.
Yeah, and Lily spotted. He was trying to go for a cheeky bomb plant while Sira kept him interested, but Mouse NXT alumni fell a little bit too early, leaving Analele all on their Anlulos. Oh, I screwed that one up, but you get the idea. His name is just impossible. I will point out, though, and yeah, I was going to say all on his Anlulosum. That being said, we do have a good round here to be looking at, because the sniper's finally out for Christo. And David G, double opping on the CT side for Iberian Soul. This could be really a nice little dominant streak for them. And after a certain point, you stop thinking, oh, okay, well, they got the bespoke CT side rounds. Now, eventually, you start to wonder, wait, is this going to be enough? Saucel brought down so low by utility.
Look at that utility damage. I mean, you expect that from the Danes. They know how to use their grenades.
Oh, yeah.
Saucel, he doesn't know what happened, how he lost 80 HP. TMB in the smoke in Pop Dog. Alex next. Syra. He's not going to get contested, at least not yet. The Molotov's going to push them back. They're going to have to be content with what they have, content with fighting Syra. Good start. Alex wants more, and more he finds. He knows about Nut, and Alex is such a nuisance at the moment. The longer he lives, the longer he's a threat. Finally, he falls. Sadly, nobody was there to get the trade, but Nut has nowhere to go.
Drop his own smoke might not have been necessary to Excar, but it adds a question mark as to where he might be as he slinks away. It's a 3-on-4. It's not entirely out of the question that ECSTATIC could pull this round together, but they would definitely need to rally the troops. I don't know. I mean, Kristall with the sniper, he's also got the bomb on his back. He needs to find some impact. Remember, the double op setup still established here. Oh, and it rings true. Both ops singing. Well, he is all by his end lonesome this time. For real.
Oh, you managed to stick the landing. Oh, he sticks the landing at the second burst as Stadodo falls, but Dav, he's there to finish him off. I don't think they're going to be able to get the second op, or will they? Yeah, they will. No problem.
Okay.
AK saved 2 AWPs in the hands of the Spaniards, and 6-1. It seems that the streak against Iberian Soul might come to an end for ECSTATIC.
Yeah, you pointed out earlier in the camera segment there that ECSTATIC is really just kind of dominating on train. But we might be going to bed a bit early this night because we're talking about Iberian Soul at a 6-1 lead, and they show no signs of slowing down. Conversely, ECSTATIC are very, very wounded, economically speaking. Good utility trades yet again. Doesn't really favor any one team over the other. Saucel taking a bit more chip damage, but he'll take anything after the last round that happened to him. So all's well that ends well.
Bit of a slower round with pistols in hand. ECSTATIC just waiting, firing off a few shots, maybe holding out the rotates from A side to B. Dav is with that AWP, but if they throw a smoke at it, sniper could be completely useless. He's burning in those flames. He has the flames of his own. Mopo's waiting, missed a few shots, but he has the information. They want to run Dav down, but that's not going to happen, boys. He has his teammates to cover his back. Mopo's good spray, not managed to finish Christu off, but there's Dav to get the last frag, and 7-1.
7-1, and Brazil nowhere to be seen. Listen, these double ops are working so well right now for Davigi and Stadodo. Iberian Soul are off to a really dominant lead. And at this point, it has to start to be asked, where is ECSTATIC on their map pick? This was not the way that the opening half worked in the first round, of course, of Nuke. We're thinking about map 1, how, yeah, okay, it was 8-4, and ECSTATIC looked pretty solid, but there were signs of life early on from Iberian Soul. Nothing of the sort coming from ECSTATIC. They are struggling right now, and they might be stuffed by Mopaz once again.
This is a must-win round for the side of ECSTATIC. If this lead prolongs for Iberian Soul, it could be costly for the Danish side. Saucel just waiting with his incendiary. That's not going to do a lot, but with that smoke, they can actually take control of main, and that's a lot of information. Stadodo, in the meanwhile, got TMB. And where did the Danes go now?
They can see if they can snuff Davigi out. Not accustomed to holding that kind of angle. He'll fall back after the incendiary and the smoke. Giving some comms over to his team. Rotations up plenty. Oh, no. Alex going to come in for the backstab. He finds one immediately. He catches them throwing their util. That's 2 frags for him, and this 2v4 is getting worse by the second for ECSTATIC.
But do they know about Mopos? He can at least get some information if he goes a few steps forward. He knows, of course, if he falls, that it could be costly, and he's patient because of that. A full rotation back towards the T-spawn for ECSTATIC. They want to go maybe in main, but 30 seconds left. They're going to have to speed it up.
They're so paranoid. Even the radio tunes aren't going to cover their tracks as they move forward slowly. Such little time on the clock at this point. The rotations have been pulled, tucking in to where that ladder used to be once upon a time. That's where Saucel's going to hold the sight from. Out of long pop, Mopaz lurks out. Not yet spotted. He's going to get the jump on them, and that is all she wrote. 8-1. And ECSTATIC, I mean, where are they? The Danes have yet to show up on the server.
They are in trouble now. Full loss bonus has been there for some time, and they couldn't have used it. But look at this timing. This doesn't happen too often. Usually you have somebody covering the back. They expected Iberian Soul to hold tight, but the problem is, and we saw that on Nuke as well, they don't. It's W Gaming. A lot of the time, they try to get information picks. They try to get some aggressive pushes, and it works to their advantage. Accentuated here playing on train because they know kind of that ECSTATIC is going to try and play a bit more tactically, and Iberian Soul is completely snuffing that out. They're completely throwing a wrench into their engine.
What's really interesting so far about how this map has played out is that it's not like ECSTATIC have been drained of game plans. It's just that they aren't shooting back the way that they were on Nuke. They need to get warmed up, waken up on the map of Train. Remember that a spot of playoffs is on the line, and the utility, oh man, it's definitely been trading in favor of Iberian Soul. That's a lot of wounded players, and they weren't exactly in the best of positions with the equipment that they had. Looks like it's going to be yet another messy round on A.
Oh, this is going to be a bit more difficult. Look at the utility usage. Alex could find one frag, and that's a lot for his team. He managed to get the kill, and now they know that threat is only in A main.
Oh, that's huge. I mean, 4 players are rotating over for ECSTATIC, but they're going to have to contend with how deep Alex actually rotated. TMB, he'll be the first on contact. They both spot each other. All right, they're going to try to explode towards B. David G, he's here.
It's a bit unfortunate for Iberian Soul that they couldn't rotate in time. Saucel completely blind, but the flash fades just in time. He managed to get one frag. Syra finally getting an answer. The bomb is planted, but 4v2, this is difficult. Syra, another kill for himself. He falls down, and it's only Chris2. He's not going to be left standing for long. And Iberian Soul get their 9th.
We're really grasping at straws if you're an ECSTATIC fan in the chat. This is a 9-1 lead for Iberian Soul. They only need 13 to punch their ticket to playoffs. ECSTATIC, meanwhile, they're down a while. It's going to be a little bit before they can switch to the defense and see how much they can claw back. They really need these last 2 rounds. They got the bomb plant. That's something. Christo will shoulder that big green gun. AWP deployed, and its rifles around it. If they lose this one, they might as well pack up and GG.
Yeah, I mean, the 9-3 scoreline is kind of the minimum you need to get if you want to realistically have a chance and not, like, try and get a miracle comeback, especially when you're playing, of course, in the second half, they're going to be playing on the CT side, and you never know, a random push can lose a perfectly planned round. Syra's not going to see Alex over that smoke, and Alex could be in a good position. He also has David G to help him. Minute 30 left on the clock. No reason to rush for the side of ECSTATIC, but they need to think of something.
Old versions of Train, Pop Dog was the linchpin position. If you had a really good anchor to hold it, you were golden on the CT side. And if you had a really good player to play around it, it was like having Nuke, Rain outside. That level of impact. And the Lele has not been that impact player for his team, but TMB has opened up onto Mopaz. Saucel gonna try to contest him now. Man advantage for the Danes. A rare sight. Can they translate?
This is what they were waiting for, basically, for the entirety of the first half. Now, the guys on the Iberian Soul side are the ones that need to pull out a heroic play. Saucel, definitely the best guy for that, but TMB perfect in this round. 2 frags for himself. He finally falls, and that gives just a little bit of time for the side of Iberian Soul to rotate. But look at this, a fast rotation towards A. David G gets the kill, puts this back into a 3-on-3, but look at the HP. David G lows Dodo as well, and Alex, again, the guy coming from behind. That spray was wild, but got the frag, and the bomb is not planted with 15 seconds left to go.
We'll call that one Hooksy-esque, but Alex sticks the landing nonetheless. With that bomb plant down, I mean, we're looking at ECSTATIC finally being able to play around some kind of objectives. Dodo falling, that makes this all the more doable. Remember Davi G so low from earlier. Relying on Alex to calm information. They have no idea where Christo is. He could get the jump on them with the AWP. He's currently trained towards Ivy. Nobody coming from that angle. Pop Dog left idle right now. He's going to start looking now. Davi G so low. He wants to get on the bomb. They're looking for any T they can find. It's so tense, but the sniper strikes. And that is going to be more than enough for the second round for ECSTATIC.
Well done to ECSTATIC, but they lost all their guys before the last round of the half, so their buy is not going to be perfect. On the other side, more than enough money for the Spaniards, so a Pyrrhic victory for the Danes in this round. This is not how the script we expected is going to go. A nail biter
This was
round
supposed
to
to be-
finally put their second on the board.
This was supposed to be a Danish domination, and you're absolutely right. Even that final moment came down to the wire for them to get a second round. That's the feat of strength and heroism required to get anything done here. Alex towards the bottom of Ivy. He is all on his lonesome. If he falls, and he does, this is going to be an opportunity for a third. Maybe ECSTATIC can mount a comeback. Every round matters so much.
2v5. Stadoto got the frag, but so much room to work with for ECSTATIC. They finally got the control they needed. Stadoto wants to get another one. Missed shot is going to cost him. And Mopo's the only one remaining. He's on the other side of the world. As far as ECSTATIC are concerned, Mopo's could be on Inferno right now. They don't care. They waltz into that B-bomb site, plant the bomb, and this surely must be their third round on this map.
I'll take your little example there on Nuke and say this is unlosable for ECSTATIC. Mopaz will not make me a liar. Not yet. And hey, 9-3, we said it earlier, that was incumbent upon ECSTATIC. If the Danes wanted to mount a comeback, it needed to start right here, right now, not with the pistol in the next round, although it goes without saying that is going to be so impactful for the future fate of this series. Are we going to close this one out in 2? Or are we going to get a third map? We'll find out as soon as we pick a skin here for one lucky chatter.
Yeah, sure. If you've been active in the chat, you got a good chance of getting a nice skin. Let's see where the lightning strikes and who's going to get what. There are a few nice skins, but usually ends up being just a blue. It seems that way again. Ooh, it's a knife!
Look at
Holy
that!
Freaking hell! Good job, BMW Roll Bit. You got yourself a gut knife, ultraviolet, and we're here to witness history. I don't think this happened, especially not this season.
There you go, a knife giveaway. We like that. Whoever's giving it away might not like that. And that guy's got BMW in his name. Maybe he can buy that once he sells the knife on the marketplace.
It's a nice looking little knife. Hope you enjoy it. Everybody wants a knife in Counter-Strike 2.
I'll tell you what else people want. More maps between these two players, these two teams. We'll see what they can make happen. I mean, ECSTATIC obviously need to mount this comeback. They got a dually on Anlele. He's been without impact, really. 3 for 10. Struggling big time. He needs to find some frags here. Christo's going to be first contact. No, Sassel actually dodges away. Okay. This is an aggressive play. They're actually kind of boxing in the T's towards B.
Yeah, they want to play the Iberian Soul game, but these guys know how to play it. And Alele, good position. Does Sassel know? It seems that he does not. He had no idea, but the dualies are going to cost him only good for 1, and he needed more. Player advantage on the side of the Spanish team, and now they have a lot of time, a lot of space to work with here.
Listen, I think they may have spotted the bomb, and now Cyrus surely knows what's coming for him. It's a trade. Stadoto, be happy to take that one. Davy G put a bullet in the back of Nutnut's head. TMB is the last Dane left standing in the server. And this is a must-win pistol that they have no business even getting close. The spray for at the end, and it's Iberian Soul reaching 10. So early.
Quite early. We didn't expect this turn of events, especially looking at the numbers. ECSTATIC have been really, really good on train in the past 3 months, and 3 times they played Iberian Soul, the Spaniards never got to double digits. This is the first time. And not only that, Iberian Soul has 7 rounds advantage. Expectedly so. ECSTATIC are force buying. This is basically a Hail Mary effort, trying to get something through here. Syra, great, fantastic. 2 frags, 3 for himself. And they finally stopped. They finally crumbled.
It's just a MAC-10 and an AK left on the board. Stadoto half health as well. Worth pointing out here, as ECSTATIC finally have a last gasp of life, that heart rate monitor started to spike again. We might be able to see them show us a little bit more on train. They picked it for a reason. Iberian Soul demonstrated it plenty of times when they were working through on Nuke. But now we're talking about ECSTATIC almost crumbling here. They finally stuff him, thanks to the heroics of Syra. Anti-eco protocol's not really there for Iberian Soul. You know, they tossed an HE outside towards Electric, but it didn't really feel like it was enough, right?
Yeah, they try to kind of force the issue in a situation where they have better equipment, better guns, more utility.
That's right.
They wanted to kind of explode towards the A bomb set, and I get the idea. I just don't think it was perfect timing for something like that. If you have better guns than your opponent, probably a good idea to slow things down and wait for them to make a mistake. This way, the Spanish team, they're the ones who made the mistake. And I love these observers because we're going to heaven, boys. We didn't see
right,
this
we're all
part of
gonna
the
make
map
it.
for years.
I can't believe they denied us. The last second after the save, that's when the hunts come in, and Stododo will. Oh, they all end up falling, so no money saved in for those two players. Well, this is probably the worst possible thing that you could have to deal with, but hey, at the very least, you don't have to worry too much about what's coming if you're on the ECSTATIC side. You know it's gonna be Glocks, maybe a one flashbang or something. But this is the kills that started it all off. I know it felt like an eternity ago. Some of it was luck, but a lot of it was Iberian Soul's positioning.
Yeah.
They just kind of stacked up right there and tried to phase a smoke versus a force. Not ideal.
Not the best situation you want to find yourself in, and a good decision to go for attack pause. They're going to have something to work with in this round. Not perfect, but $1,500 for 4 of their players. Let's go back in time to the 1.6 age and see how Train looked. Honestly, a lot of people look at the 1.6 version of Train with nostalgia. I freaking hated it, man.
What, you didn't like climbing underneath trains and just being a
I
rat?
hated it. I couldn't stand that map every time we played mixes and any sort of games. It was horrible, though. In this new version, David G finds the opening frag with that deagle. Nut could be in trouble. If he overpeaks, he could die, and that could be very costly for his team.
Oh boy, TMB. He's had a rough go of it. He keeps jumping when he doesn't mean to. Perhaps the same can be said for some of his opponents, though he will be run down eventually. This is a 3-on-2. HP advantage, equipment advantage still for ECSTATIC, but this has gotten a lot more awkward than they wanted it to.
Oh, Syra gets the kill. They didn't trade him out. They can't kill him. Finally, Alex does. Christu, if he was ever in a 1v2, this is a possible one. But he needs to read their minds. He needs to know where they're going to go. 45 seconds means Iberian Soul have a lot of time, and ECSTATIC, they blew a good chance, possibly. He can pick up.
They can't be dropping rounds like this. They can't be dropping rounds in this fashion. And Christo has no idea where they are. He's actually going to linger on towards B, perhaps? No. He's turning back around. Oh, they spotted the barrel. They know where he is, and I'm not sure he spotted Alex in return. He comes back for it, and that's a runaround. Ladies and gentlemen, Iberian Soul post up on 11. That was a deagle round.
I'm a bit depressed right now.
Not ECSTATIC.
ECSTATIC got
depressed.
a miraculous round to reset Iberian Soul, and they fall to Deagles because they wanted maybe too much too early. Unfortunate for them. Attack pause, though, for Iberian Soul. They want to finish this game off. They want to finish this best of 3 and head to the playoffs. We'll see how lucky they will be with that. ECSTATIC grasping at straws at the moment. They're going to have one M4 to work with. Everybody else is going to be on pistols, and that one SMG. Maybe Christu can buy himself an MP9, but whatever they buy, they're going to have a lot worse equipment than their opponents.
There's a lot left to be determined, but if Iberian Soul have their way, this will not be going on for much longer. And you're right. I mean, criticism has to be levied towards ECSTATIC. They got a little bit ahead of themselves. Wagon in front of the horse. Horse can no longer move. But Krista will go ahead and boost everybody up. Not trying to fire on from above. This position very vulnerable to flashbangs, though. So if there's any concerted execute, if Iberian Soul aren't playing contact, yeah, that boost has to get dismantled the longer the round goes on. Too risky otherwise.
We know two-man boosts simply work like that. You can hold them to get an early frag, but if you hold them for too long, it could just cost you 2 guys. And at the end of the day, that's usually a sign that the round is over. And look at this. They use the tactical timeout just to say, chill. We got this. Maybe Saucel doesn't. Unlucky timing, and that's going to give an AK into the hands of Christu. Now things are starting to complicate. The Iberian players need to go towards the A bomb site. Maybe these smaller guns can get the frags. Zanalele gets the kill with his deagle. And no answer for the Spaniards.
Yeah, I was hoping for a cleaner round, but it looks like ECSTATIC are going to be the ones to keep all 5 alive so far. 30 seconds left for Iberian Soul to re-rally and regroup. Looks like they'll be taking a stab towards A. Past Olaf already. Oh, Sierra's brought very low. TMB will hit the deck first. Okay, we're maybe getting something done here as a wide swing after wide swing. That takes out Nut. Oh, and the Lele so low. He's only good for 1 more deagle frag and out of pop. That's where Christo lurks. Remember, Cyrus down to 4 HP.
Christo gets the frag. There's no way they can plant the bomb. Alex, I think he fell after the time went out, so he's not even going to get the loss bonus. Yeah. This is a big win for ECSTATIC. They're still alive on their map pick. Iberian Soul, another round gambled away.
I was throwing some shade towards Analele, but he redeemed himself a little bit here with 2 really important deagle frags. If he doesn't get even one of those, the whole round is different. Somehow Iberian Soul managed to scrape on by, but that is not the case. In large part due to his deagle. No T's available to accept all that utility, but conditioning has been done. Not trying to hold outside of pop for the inevitable T push. It's a compromised buy, an AK, couple of upgraded pistols. That's all that Iberian Soul are working with here. Just trying to drain the CTs of their utility. Run down the clock a little bit more. They'll go in about 20 seconds, I think. And then it'll be all Nut's turn.
A good chance for him to get some more cash with this SMG. Molotov is gonna make him pull back, but this is a lot of information for ECSTATIC, and Alele just waiting. He's waiting to pounce. He gets 1 frag, but it's also right behind him. 2 for 2. This is actually good for the side of Iberian Soul, but Stadoto falls, and the CTs are everywhere. Saucel can't absolutely do anything. Christu, good 1 tap, and it's all down to Mopos. Nothing from that. They're gonna have to eco. So ECSTATIC, round after round, round by round, they're getting a bit closer. Still a lot of work to do if they want to mount this comeback. But now it seems possible.
Yeah, Christo's being crispy. If we can keep that aim going, well, maybe ECSTATIC can show us some more signs of life in the dying moments of this best of 3, unless they're able to resurge. Remember, Iberian Soul only need 2. You can fluke that. We talked about this earlier. 9-3, that's the scoreline of the first half. Well, ECSTATIC really have no business redeeming themselves, but they will fight on anyway. And this round should be an easy gimme. And the Lele is flashed off. He goes back for the spray. Okay, well, that's 1 rifle given up.
Not like this.
Really don't like when things get this squirrely.
This is a bit dangerous still. They have the luxury of losing a player because they have a lot better equipment, but they gave an M4 away, and a deagle still in hands of Saucel. If 1 more Dane falls, this round could begin to crumble rapidly for ECSTATIC.
Yeah, TMB just peeked up down there in the ups. TMB had no idea there were people coming. He just peeked there, and the timing was awful for him. Info called that it's clear. It was not. Christo was able to get 1 back. We need to see a little bit more out of the Soul, and that is not enough. Okay. 7 rounds for ECSTATIC. You know, I'm really worried. I'm really worried, Yuba, that we're going to see them fight back a little bit more, only to just get bopped at the very end.
It does tend to happen, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oftentimes you see when a team has a good advantage, the one team that comes back, they kind of get stomped in the final 2 rounds. And it's very simple. I mean, Kassad spoke about that at some podcast I listened a few months ago, because simply you have the time to adapt when you're a team that has such a big lead, even if you lose it. Not. 2 great frags for him, and Iberian Soul still pushing forward, but the rotates are coming in. Not finally gets dinked, but he's still alive to get a frag. Syra as well, and it's all down to Alex. He's gonna fall as well. A fast round, fast ending, and going into the hands of ECSTATIC.
Not only could they still make this competitive, they really already are, this could actually be a total turnaround if they keep scoring dubs without even letting the bomb go down. It makes the money so awkward here for Iberian Soul, who call their last tactical pause of the map. Keep that in mind. ECSTATIC, they've got a big bank. Even if they drop around, they can still threaten OT with how much money they're still holding. By the time they run out of money, it would have just not mattered anyway. Iberian Soul need a grisly round here if they want to try to damage the eco. Really, they're going to be looking for a half buy, a mixed buy. There's already an AK out for Davigi.
Yeah, Hero AK trying to find something. 1 kill is enough to complicate things for the CT side. A double up setup on the other side. Frisu and Lele trying to do what Davigi and Stadodo did, I think, in the first half. They were quite handy with those ops. Maybe it's time for the Danes to show their worth. Only 3 rounds between these 2 sides, and we didn't expect that when it was 9-1 for the side of Iberian Soul.
The first frag is good for the Danish side. Yeah, Sossel is going to be clearing it out. Listen, we saw that double op setup work wonders for Iberian Soul, so seeing it on the Danish side, I want to see more. Actually, the first time we're able to see it in action in this half, because how chaotic it's been.
This is going to be quite slow for the Spanish team. Just using the little utility they have to make the job more difficult for ECSTATIC. They want to pop onto B, but is that going to be so easy? DMB gets the frag. He gets another one. We missed that, and he's going to get run down, but he already did his job. Syra good only for 1, but Dav only left on 11 HP in a 1v3. Another round slipping from Iberian Soul. Of course, they had the disadvantage when it comes to guns. They had a disadvantage when it comes to people as well, given that Sossel fell so early. But again, ECSTATIC pouncing at the right timing. And their opponent's not expecting that.
Yeah, and with less than 30 seconds left for Davigi to make things happen, he's going to dart around some of the crosshairs here. He's going up against Nut and Christow, gambling wrong on who's going to do what. And yeah, no way you were going to blind both players with that one flash. Nut will put him down. All right, 9-11. Definitely favoring the Danes in terms of recent history, but this is a full buy. Sniper out on Stadodo, AKs on the rest, plenty of util going to be exchanged throughout. And so I'm looking at this, and this is one of the last major attempts from the Spanish dominant team, Spanish majority squad, to make things happen on train. If they let this one slip away, it's going to be a hell of a lot easier for the Danish side to make things happen.
Yeah, it's really going to be difficult for Iberian Soul if they lose this round, because when it's 11-11, that's where your back is against the wall, and you really got to think of how to go back to winning ways. They're already doing that, playing a bit more passively, waiting for the opposition to make a mistake. But will they?
Feels like it must happen at some point. Where is the hole in the defense? Right now it's Davigi towards Ivy, looking to see what he can find. Christow awaits him. Utility's going to be good. Does not bait out anything significant. Incendiary will go down, but not much utility left. TMB strikes Mopaz down towards Pop. Definitely going to be a big impact there.
It's an important frag. It was an important frag for the side of ECSTATIC. Analele gets a kill onto Dav, and everything is crumbling for the Spanish side. Saucel hoping to get the next kill. Alex, he went between the lines, but do they know? Do they expect it? 33 seconds left. They got to hurry it up a little bit if they want to get that bomb plant. The timing is everything, I would say, right now. It could be make or break. Syra finds
also
the
gets
head
brought
of
down by
Saucel.
Syra. That's really big. That's really important. Stododo will finally strike Alex as well, activating. Big money moves here for Iberian Soul. This was a 2-on-5 for a moment. Now a 2-on-3, much more doable. Alex has to do it all. A 1-on-3 turned 1-on-2. Krista will snipe him away. And as bloody as it was, this is going to be a 10th for ECSTATIC. We're almost neck and neck.
At the very least, Iberian Soul got the bomb plant. With the full loss bonus, they can get a comfortable buy in this round and still hope to get to that magic number 12, but it's not nearly as comfortable as it was with the lead that they had. Now is not the time to choke things that they could have choked even map number 1. Let's remember how those few last rounds looked on Nuke. Maybe this time ECSTATIC is going to do enough on Train to take it over the finish line. Utility usage good. Let's see if Iberian Soul can expect it. Not a lot of utility damage dealt. Christo could be in trouble, completely right. Saucel and David, they actually managed to get the kills, and now things are starting to complicate. They need to get the next frag. They know where TMB is. This is very difficult for the Danish side. All of them are hitting the deck, and only Analele remaining. He's not going to be on his feet for long, and finally 2 match points for Iberian Soul.
That's right. 2 chances to end this in a 2-0 fashion, qualifying the Spanish-Portuguese team over to the playoffs. And, you know, ECSTATIC have certainly shown some fight, shown some grit. This would have been a choke. Could still be a choke if Iberian Soul don't close it out here. It's a different story than on Nuke. On Nuke, ECSTATIC led in the first half, but when the halves change, things can definitely be very, very different. This case, Iberian Soul led so well throughout the whole game, only to have ECSTATIC claw things back. Well, could be another 13-11 if we're not careful. Christo caught slipping. He whiffs this shot, but he recalibrates onto Davigi. And now Saucel needs to clothesline them all.
1 for 1, or 1 for 2 rather. Saucel in a very uncomfortable situation with his teammates falling. He's still fighting, but the bomb is not even close to him. And look at where Mopos is. He can't help his teammates. Saucel is going to have to fight it out, fight it through to get anything, but Syra is ready with that op. And Mopos, he can only watch the kill feed as his teammates are dying. 1v4. This is not a round you can win, my friend.
Well, he gets the surprise shot onto Analele. If he makes things expensive, he tries to take away some of those snipers, that could be one thing, but the smoke at the top of Pop pretty much seals his deal. Yeah, that one didn't land where he wanted it. Syra snipes him off, but there was a crossfire there to begin with. Too predictable at that point, and now, perhaps to the script specifications, we've got 13-11 on the cards. Hey, but ECSTATIC could still make things happen, right? The buy is there for both teams. Double up still activated here for ECSTATIC. It would have to be yet another unlikely round for Iberian Soul. If we look at the last little stretch of things, the Danes have redeemed themselves.
Absolutely. That limp first half is already forgotten. HE falls in, not a lot of damage dealt. Syra wants to play this smoke. Did they see him? I think the answer is no. If he decided to play behind the smoke, maybe he could have done something. Iberian Soul guys decided to disengage out of A main. Analele just waiting with his op. All eyes on this round. Will we see an overtime possibility of map number 3 exist in that case? Or will the Spaniards finish it off here and now?
We haven't had an OT yet. Static want to change that today. Iberian Soul lingering towards the B-bomb site, but they haven't made a decision as to where they want to go yet. Bomb is still towards main. Thought maybe it might be posturing towards an Ivy hit, but still no control over there. Just still draining the utility, but also the clock. Oh, TMB spotted at the tail end of that. Alex could have maybe found some impact, doing some free fires. He's going to get wallbanged a little bit.
Let's see what's going to happen now. 30 seconds left. Iberian Soul, they need to pounce onto the side, but Styra is there and waiting. 3 frags for him. No answer from the T's, and only Stadoto remaining with 20 seconds and that up. He knows this is over. He knows we're going to OT. 1v5, it would be legendary if he came up with something here, but there's so little time, there's so little chance, and they want to finish him off, and so they will. 12 and 12, neck and neck, and a comeback from the Danes on train. They want to continue this streak on this map against Iberian Soul, and now it is a possibility. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to overtime.
Yeah, we could be going to Anubis as well if this streak of form isn't broken here by Iberian Soul. You saw Stadoto put his head in his hands after he falls there, whiffing, not even getting a consolation frag to keep his spirits up. Of course, ECSTATIC will finally live up to their name, jubilant, as they ascend towards overtime. And Iberian Soul, meanwhile, they got to put the grim reality of their choke behind them and see if they can finally swallow their meal.
Yep. It was a long time coming for them to win this map, and longer even they're going to have to wait. Of course, first to 16 now. We're back in the MR15 time. Kind of fitting, given the train is a recent addition. Still, shirtless gaming for 2 of the Iberian Soul players.
It'll never get old.
Oh, no.
They will eventually get old, and then you'll definitely want them to wear a shirt. But until then, rock out, boys.
Definitely. Of course, OT starting right now. Let's see if they can come up with something. And I love the fact that it's easier for Iberian Soul to break the economy of ECSTATIC now than it was in some of the parts of the regulation. Starting it slow, though.
Yeah, I don't mind this from Iberian Soul. Putting their feelers out, seeing what they can find. Ooh, good. Good shoulder peek from Saucel. No re-peek from Christout. Tensions are high on both teams. A little bit of map control gained, eked out. And that's without that much utility expended on the T's, so they'll feel pretty good about that, forcing the offer back. They know that there's at least a rifler and a sniper on this B-bomb site, so they might decide to reconsider their push. Nothing towards Ivy for our offense. Iberian Soul continuing. See if they can't get a little bit more value towards Pop here.
Slower round is now going to speed up. Let's see if this attack can be something more than just a limp attempt. TMB waiting with 2 frags, and a third is in the cards. Completely misses a few shots, but then connects. And not losing a single guy, barely losing any health. The Danes to get their 13th round.
I need to see Iberian Soul put a moratorium on flashing through a smoke, especially an underhand flash. You know somebody's right there. You know somebody's going to come through the smoke. You see that flash come straight on through. The player's not already blind. They are just going to spray you down. That's a choke point you can't be finagling, doing Neo from the Matrix bullet dodging on. You are going to get absolutely shellacked, and that's what we just saw happen there on Top Dog. So hopefully Iberian Soul can make the necessary adjustments, but they're going with pace this time towards Ivy. A little bit of lingering towards B as well. Syra going super deep in main. This could be a very, very fast flank.
Oh yeah, this is beautiful from Syra. Look at this. Analele just waiting with his up, but Syra could be the guy that takes him down. 2 kills found. And this tosses a wrench into the gears of whatever Iberian Soul planned for this round. They're completely stopped in their tracks, and they don't know where the threat is coming from now.
It was well played by ECSTATIC. You know, they put down an incendiary in front of where Syra was. And that, on its face, feels like, why are you doing that? You're slowing them down. Well, if there's an incendiary there, they're not going to look for it. That's a normal piece of utility to be thrown. So they think everything is totally fine. None the wiser. Of course, in OT is when the bag of tricks gets opened. Kristow getting a pick onto Saucel. We're looking real good for a 14th for ECSTATIC. It's a 2-on-5 as Iberian Soul cling to life. Perhaps soon they'll be kicked off the ledge.
It seems so. They had their chance to play Counter-Strike. ECSTATIC decided they're the player one now. They're the guys with the main game controller. Just waiting out the clock.
The one for Iberian Soul, just sort of letting their little brother do the work.
It looks like that, definitely. Iberian Soul, 4 rounds in a row lost. ECSTATIC slowly walking towards the finish line. Data G's gonna get 1 kill. Could find more. It's only a consolation prize, nothing more than that. Alex falls after time, so he's not gonna get any more money. Alex
Wow.
on $450. This is gonna be a bad buy for the Cats.
Yeah, Iberian Soul is definitely going to be struggling here, and that's not even on Nuke, as well as, of course, one other round on Train. They did die after time, Alex in particular. I don't think it's particularly singling him out. It's just kind of funny that it's happened to the same guy 3 or 4 times in one series, and we're only 2 maps deep. So who knows if ECSTATIC bring us to Anubis, which looks very likely. Mopaw's going to get cut down by Syra. I mean, they just can't get ahead of this guy.
No way. Syra is playing so well. TMB just as well. Finds Alex. And a +1 for the Danish side. Still hoping to get at least 1 round on the T side of overtime is Iberian Soul, but they need to find the head. Syra, he's pretty low. That could be an opening, but Nut closes both windows and doors. Only Saucel is the Dodo remaining.
Nobody interrupts Nut. Syra dropped very low in that exchange, but he's still kicking. Maybe they can eke out a bomb plant. They're surrounded on all sides. Oh, they found TMB, but that's also a reveal of the bomb. He's going to wrap around, plant back sight. What can he do? Oh, you hear TMB running. You hear him going for it. Oh, he narrowly misses out on the opportunity. Saucel, you need to be heads up, but no! Staring at the floor, punished.
So Dodo, this is not a winnable round with Danish players everywhere. This is going to be a 15-3 map points for ECSTATIC. It seemed like we're going to go home, but now it looks like we're going to Anubis. We're going to go to a decider if ECSTATIC win 1 of 3 on their T side.
To be fair, it was a long time ago, but Iberian Soul were rocking and rolling on the defense. Oh, look at this.
Ooh, we got
a bonus
another,
spin because we got all the way to OT. Look at that.
Does that happen for every overtime? Because if it does, I found an infinite money glitch, boys.
Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, apparently every OT half you're going to get this. So in that case, why don't Iberian Soul will surely win the next 3 because one lucky duck just managed to score themselves a Dragon Snore. That's 2 real rare pulls back to back. That's
Salavat X.
Salavat? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Salavat. All right.
Salavat?
We
Yeah,
like
all
that.
right.
I'm going to skip the
Enjoy
X's.
that
That's
Zeus,
the gamer
bro.
lingo. Yeah. All right. Well, listen, that's a little bit of a pep. Like, okay, somebody pulled a real good one. Now we can get back into things. Iberian Soul, hopefully they can channel that energy. If that lucky winner was a ECSTATIC fan, though, I mean, he's just kind of signed their death warrant. No shot. 16-12, go Anubis.
Whichever team he's supporting at this particular moment, I don't think he cares. It's always nice to have a Zeus skin. Now, let's see if Iberian Soul can do something here. If they can tie 3 rounds and take us to another turn of overtime. But they gotta earn it, man.
They earned themselves the status of choken so far. They got so deep. They looked like they were totally fine, totally clear. At least Alex opens up onto Syra. He'll silence the one with more than 30 frags to his name. Big scalp to be taking for the captain of the Cats.
Mopo's good as well. Puts down Lele, and maybe this train has a few twists and turns left. Christu good for one frag, but Mopo's is just waiting to pounce. This could be good. This could be a multi-frag, and he's searching for it. P2K can connect, and only Christu remaining with that AWP. Alex is going to take him down. And Iberian Soul, they're still kicking on map number 2.
Hey, we're 2 round wins for the Cats away from double OT. And that means another skin pull. So put your dongers in the chat for Iberian Soul. They need the energy.
Wait, did I
still think that...
did I say that it was going to be a triple overtime on train in the last BO3?
That's right. It was the first map. So, you know, you were just off on the which series, perhaps.
Yeah, my script. I forgot the script that I wrote. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. I mean, 2 trains. You weren't wrong.
Let's see if Iberian Soul can prove I'm right, at least to get the double OT to start with. Not forget, the money is crumbling on ECSTATIC. If they lose this round and don't get the plant, there's still a chance for Iberian Soul to get us to that second round of extra time. Good flash, Dabo G, fantastic. Amalele goes down, and it seems that the Danes have no idea what they're gonna do. Stadoto with the double, with that AWP. And only Syra and Christu remaining.
That's a sniper battle. Oh, but slow peeking into the angle is not the play. Christu sat down. Listen, Syra's got 32 frags. If he adds 5 right here, right now, we go Anubis. Good positioning to dodge the first shot, but he doesn't actually get the kill, and the flashbang will be more than enough. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 round away from OT2. Let's see if Iberian Soul can get us there. They found a little bit of confidence back. They can finally swallow their food. That remains to be seen. 1 more map point for ECSTATIC.
Still might have a bone or 2 to chew through.
That's right. Oh, of course, they're Cats. There's a furball.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I like that. I like that. No problem. 2 SMGs and 3 AKs in the hands of ECSTATIC. Not a lot of grenades to work with, but they're going to try and maybe pop fast towards B. That could be useful. Only 1 guy there to defend, and Mopos falls.
Oh,
this is horrible for Iberian Soul. Already on the site, already planting the bomb are the players of the ECSTATIC side, and Alex is on 30 points of health. This could be over here and now.
Rush B, something, can't say on broadcast. That seems to be the call from ECSTATIC. And you know what? They're good for it. It's a 4-on-5, but the bomb is ticking. Almost halfway gone before Iberian Soul push in. They're waiting for the smokes to clear, taking their time. It also needs to be huge, and he does nothing. Overwhelmed by the double swings. Stadoto fires back. A hope, a glimmer. Incendiary to keep TMB at bay. It's a smoke to keep him away as well. Stadoto finds another. This could still work out. Dabi G, he's found 2 at the last second. No, and the Lele will be just fine. And there you have it. 16-14. We go Anubis after 102.
And could it be tighter than it was? Map number 1, 13-11. Map number 2, 16-14. And these 2 teams are fighting it out for the playoffs like their life depends on it. It took 30 rounds to end train. It took a comeback from the Danes, and this is a 4th consecutive train they took off of Iberian Soul this year. This must hurt if you're the Spaniards. This must hurt if you're Alex. He had a really good map this train, and it wasn't enough to take his team over the line. But Syra, his statistics are rising now against the Cats. We're going to be looking forward to Anubis because from what we've seen, these 2 teams are going to give us a nail biter.
33 frags is nothing to scoff at this point. Syra has done so well for ECSTATIC. It's looking real good for him. We got to see if that form continues. We got to see if both of these teams can continue battling it out to begin with. Clearly, the Danes had a problem warming up at the beginning of train, but we've basically forgotten about that now. They went on such a streak to get it back into past regulation and into OT1. And even then, it looked real close. It seemed like the CT side comeback was starting to come up. But alas, after 2 very good skin pulls, we are down to Anubis. 1 more
Yeah, I think-
guaranteed at the very least.
That in the end is kind of another thing that made this special. Somebody unboxed a knife. They unboxed a red Zeus skin. I forgot what it's called, but it looks pretty good. So who cares about that? And because we're going to a map number 3, I expect somebody in the Twitch chat to be just as lucky. Ladies and gentlemen, today's day is not over. We don't know who's going to be the second team paving their way, making their way to the playoffs. We're going to find that out by watching Anubis. Of course, before Anubis, we're going to go to a short break. Welcome back, boys and girls. The last map is going to be Anubis. We're going to find out who's going to the playoffs and who will search for their luck in another match. ECSTATIC versus Iberian Soul. An important map, and especially important to the players given how much they actually played Counter-Strike today. One map, 13-11. Next map went overtime. So, Pronago, I can see this going into a very long night.
It certainly could, right? And Anubis is one of those brawly maps. Sometimes it's over quick, but it's never over cleanly. It's always chaos. And it's good to see that everybody seems to be in good spirits on the cameras on both teams. Fills me with some hope that we should end up seeing a good, mano-y-mano fight, as the Spaniards might say. Vapvito here, just to remind you guys how we got here. Obviously, Dust2, Mirage, Ancient Inferno, they're out. They're gone. Nuke and Trainer behind us as well. Having already been played, it comes down to Anubis, our beleaguered teams. They play a lot of Counter-Strike, these fellas. They need to be able to find victory on Anubis that will qualify them to playoffs. Give them some opportunity to get the much-needed VRS points. The knife round is live now.
Oh, yeah, the VRS, new VRS is just started for the next major, the second major of 2025. So everybody wants to get the points as soon as possible to start accumulating those points. And who knows, we might see one of these teams at that second major of 2025, but they're going to have to deserve it. At some point, somebody's going to have to start fighting, and so they do. The knife round seems to be going into the favor of the Danish boys.
Iberian Soul. Yeah,
Iberian Soul.
They narrowly ended up winning it out. Yeah, the very last shot there, it was down to the wire. Syra almost clutched it out. All right, let's see what they end up picking. It would be really uncharacteristic to start anywhere other than the T side, and it looks like that's where Iberian Soul are going to be beginning their campaign on Anubis.
It's going to be interesting to see how they will turn up, because as we spoke during the break, both of these teams have been struggling on this map. They had some good games, they had some catastrophic ones, and the percentages are not the best. With a lot of maps played, both of these teams in the past 3 months have played 12 times on Anubis and around 50% win rate. Mopo's first blood drawn. He gets the kill onto Christo.
Yeah, staining the sand of Anubis. No need to go to Dust2 this time. Well, there's a little bit of a lean here towards the A bomb site. That's exactly where Iberian Soul are earmarked for. Little bit of utility to their name. They're going to flash themselves in, a molly to flush out some common positions. They're going to need to get rid of 3 CTs. The defense is strong.
Oh yeah, it seems the defense is going to be ready. 3 guys waiting, not good for one, and Alele not even for that one, and they know exactly where TMB is. He manages to find one head, but it's only Syra remaining, and Alex is going to clean them. 3 frags for him. That's a good way to start off a map. You would expect ECSTATIC to kind of clean up A main with 3 guys waiting at the A bomb site, but that defense crumbled quite quickly.
Good utility from Iberian Soul. The cats are out of the bag, straight onto the A site. It works out quite nicely. And now we're going to see that all-important CT force buy come to light. ECSTATIC want to fire back. If they can deny a bomb plant, if they can kill them all before they get to their objective, well, maybe ECSTATIC can get up to a quick counter punch. Otherwise, it'll be a pistol conversion. You always say that's likely, but it's never a guarantee. There's a scout out, a couple Deagles, MP9, 5.7. ECSTATIC looking pretty solid, but they're much lighter on A this time, and that's where Iberian Soul are looking.
Yeah, smoke falls onto heaven. A few Molotovs to clean things out, and Iberian Soul marching to the A-bomb site. A little bit of utility damage, not more than that, and Mopos from the Lurk finds TMB. And I think at this point, ECSTATIC know they can only save the guns. There's no point in trying to retake a site. They can't. So they're going to save this for next round. Much needed to have a little bit of equipment in the round where you would still not decide to invest. It's going to be a second round for Iberian Soul, but they know as well that ECSTATIC will still be kicking in that round number 3.
Yeah, well said. I mean, I'm looking at this right now, and it's looking nice for Iberian Soul, but ECSTATIC are making smart decisions. making sure to hold on to the weaponry that they've got, little as it is, lest they be cast down into the underworld. It's quite bright for an underworld, but, you know, I don't make the skyboxes.
I still wouldn't want to fall through the level.
Yeah.
All right.
Through the cracks.
2 SMGs, 3 Galils. Not much more invested on the side of Iberian Soul. Of course, they bought back the grenades they spent in last round. On the other hand, TMB, the only victim of round number 2, decided basically not to buy anything. He has a few grenades on himself and only the USP. Try and find a double dink and maybe take somebody down, but that scout can prove to be dangerous. So do the Deagles and especially Cyrus MP9. We saw him with that gun on train, among other moments where it really shined.
I'm liking the way it's looking for the Cats, Spanish majority squad, working towards A, really putting a lot of pressure early on. And now, of course, with Mopaz, interminable on this B main position. Oh, he might get run down now. Switches back to the Galil. He was chipped down by the HE. You can't keep this guy out of the fight, though.
2 quick kills for the side of Iberian Soul, and now they're gonna just walk into the A-bomb side. Only one guy there to stop them, but it's the big boy. It's Nut with his Deagle. Maybe gonna try and play something more aggressively through cameras. Not gonna happen. Just went out of that smoke towards mid. They know that Mopos likes the lurk, and he's doing that this time around, not towards mid, towards B, where he's gonna die. Not dead as well. Christu did get that one frag with the scout, maybe gonna try and recover a gun while Syra falls.
Yeah, he should go ahead and upgrade to that Galil, as marginal as an upgrade as it might seem to him, because his scout can be pretty deadly. Dodo on the hunt. He'll find him, and that is all she wrote. So, pretty good trade up there for Iberian Soul. They don't permanently trade over any of their guns. Still have 1 MAC-10 in play, bit of a bonus. Of course, ECSTATIC only investing in the second round. Really nothing at all invested into the third. It will afford them a rifle buy. And look at that, Christo even pulling out the big green. So, things are looking all right for the Danes. A little bit low on utility on their sniper, but other than that, they can post up and be somewhat confident in a counterpunch here. Round 4.
Both sides with the ops. We'll see what they can do now. Maybe a bit early for something like that, but it seems that both of them decided maybe they want to do an op duel towards water. Syra, he's going to have a gunfight here in his hands, and 2 frags found towards water. Perfectly done from the hero of Train. It's +2 for his team.
Yeah, if it weren't for his 33 bomb on Train, ECSTATIC would have been sent packing a lot sooner. So good to see Syra activating early on in Anubis. And Lele in a tricky position opposite jail. Christou finds Dodo. That's a big frag to find. Anubis is going to be the site of Iberian Soul reinvesting their money pretty quick, it looks like. 2 on 5. Yet to find any damage. Flawless gun round for ECSTATIC.
Yeah, so far so good. Alex struggling, and he's gonna die. Opo's the only one remaining, maybe trying to save that AWP because he's not gonna do anything with that. And given the fact that ECSTATIC still don't really have a big bank, they're not gonna try and hunt him down. So Mopos and his op are safe for the time being. The Cats are gonna have a sniper in the next round, but here's the first on the board for the Danish side.
Yeah, ECSTATIC shouldn't feel too bad. Taking a little bit to activate, but sometimes it is just down to whether or not you win the pistol. So good to Iberian Soul for making that happen. But they've come up against their first little bit of resistance. And it looks really nice for ECSTATIC, it must be said. This bodes very well for a more competitive mid-table there. As long as they end up holding on to all of their rifles. I mean, even if they lose one here to Mopaz's odd position, doesn't look like TMB is going to lurk forward, but you want to keep as much money in the coffers as possible on the defense. Attack pause for Iberian Soul. Uncharacteristic of them. They still have an advantage. They still have a lead. They're talking over what they want to do for the buy. And look at this. Syra responding much better this time around than the first couple rounds. As this tech pause starts to expire, Iberian Soul, their buy takes shape. AKs have been purchased.
Yep. David G and Alex can do the same. Stadoto, of course, got that up. So they can still fight back after losing one round. They can extend their lead.
Davigi intentionally going for a Mac 10 here. Kind of
that's gonna
tells
be
me
fun.
maybe they're looking for pace.
That's going to be interesting. We're going to see how he's going to use it. Maybe try and get control of some part of the map quickly with that SMG.
Hey, you like how he's got
Teammates,
low
however.
utility too? He's only got a molly and a smoke. He's going to dispense with pretty much all of it and then immediately run in is what it feels like. That way he's not giving over any flashes or what have you.
A molly remaining. You can use it to clear out connector. Maybe just go through the smoke now that they haven't heard. It's going to be a B split and a fast one at that. Nut is not going to do anything. Finds a frag now. Before that, Siren and Lele managed to get kills. Mofo is finally with an answer, but an answer only for one kill. Sossel completely defenseless in the water, and it's going to be a second round for Ecstatic. The Spaniards try to do something fast. That didn't turn out so well.
I like Davigi's play to just sort of sit inside the smoke, and he was waiting for his team to activate so he could come on out, swing, and clear the player in the dark position. Overall, though, I'm definitely thinking that the defense in these rifle rounds looking nice for the Danish side. And now, of course, with the broken by Iberian Soul, they are going to need to power through with some heroic shots.
Ecstatic lost only 2 guys in the last 2 rounds. That's a good statistic. A statistic that won't be too lower now. Moppo is good with that Tech 9. Also managed to ding Syra. That gives his team a little bit more space to work with. As I said, that TMB got a frag, and now I don't know if they're coming or going. As Nut finds the head of Davigi.
Well, Sasso can change this, but it's about to be 3 frags lost in 3 rounds. Ecstatic infallible right now. Tightening the noose around Saucel. Round 6 coming to a close. It'll be a time game. And, you know, I'm liking this because it does show that both teams still have some fight in them. You start to question people's stamina. Are they still on? Are they switched on? Are they able to get things going? So far, everybody's still working overtime, even if we're not there yet.
Oh, Saucel's not going to get out of this alive. Look at that. They surrounded him completely. As you said, 3 victims for Ecstatic in the past 3 rounds. This defense looked quite good so far. Of course, not including the fact that they lost the pistol after the pistol conversions. Iberian Soul did not get anything so far.
Yeah, it's kind of rough for Iberian Soul. We're entering into scary economic territory. If they win this round, but they don't get a bomb plant, they lose a lot of players, they might actually not be able to reinvest. Just to show you guys how dire things are. They buy down to pretty low money. Alex not able to afford a rifle. He'll stick to the Tech 9. Doesn't necessarily mean fast pace, but it looks like they want to break in to the A main position. Nut falls back, and he still clears Davigi's head. The utility a little bit too suffocating there on the Danish side. How often have casters said that sentence? Thanks, Astralis.
Yeah. A man advantage for Ecstatic. Davigi fell quite early. Saucel got a lot of utility damage at the beginning of this round. 1:10 left on the clock. The Spanish side to choose which site looks better to attack at the moment. Again, the trade of utility not going to help a lot with the Cats because the Danes are actually the ones who can take control of A main, and that's a little bit more map control. Whilst, of course, Iberian Soul takes control of mid, and we could be seeing a B split. B guarded by 3 players, not going to be an easy task.
Part of me wishes Alex stuck around and kept watching on camera, but they've lost control of Canal. only watching it from a shallow angle. That's going to allow rotations through mid. Temple is an option for ECSTATIC, and Analele, he's going to stick around jail. See how much more he can do. Saucel's already fragged once. Mopaz comes out swinging. Oh, look at that. Saucel doubles up. This is going to be big money for Iberian Soul. And just as soon as you blink and you miss it, it's only Nut standing. 1v4, and he needs to hightail it out of there before he gets fragged.
Yep.
The hunt's already begun.
He wants to save this AK. Iberian Soul, not sure if they want to start this hunt. However, they don't have a lot of money. They want to maybe transfer those guns to the next round, and that's going to happen as Alex finds the head of Nut. They're back in the lead, 1 round advantage.
That was a good salvage. You know, we didn't want to see a slight lead turn into a total runaway for the other team, and Iberian Soul come on in. They lose that first player, but the opening pick is not always what matters. Crafty plays, navigating through middle. Maybe they were counting on those rotations to come in and just had really good utility to blind Analele. He was in an awkward position, couldn't really get saved or backed up by all of those smokes that were dividing the sight lines. Now, a little bit of aggression from the Danish side towards B main. Forward angle for Krista with the up, and now mid is getting flashed back. TMB falls behind the door.
Well, TMB could be in trouble right here. The rotates are coming in to help their teammate, but TMB is still under pressure. In hopes of holding mid, he has, or had rather, a player supporting him. TMB, 2 quick frags. And there's an advantage for ECSTATIC. Blink and you miss it.
Yeah, huge. Saucel has no idea. There are CTs. Oh, and like wraiths in the night, TMB lurks through the smoke. Mopaz is going to have that calmed, surely. Davi G, yeah, easy frag there for him. 1-on-3, though. Mopaz has fallen elsewhere, and it's just been a chaotic mid-round situation. What can you do for us? No bomb on your back, but a 1G in your name. Fire looking tantalizing. It's not yours, won't count. Maybe wrap around T-spawn. Okay, he's going to drain the time here. I don't really think he can do much, but maybe a frag will present itself.
You're 1-5. Maybe you don't even have the confidence to try and take these duels. Especially against 3 players. If he peeks in, he could be in a very disadvantageous position, and so he is. And Lele takes him down. It's a tied game after 8 rounds played.
Humongous impact from TMB. We're going to see the replay on your screen now. Obviously, we see some of these frags come out in middle here. That's actually the more impactful ones. Cool that Syra ends up lurking around the smoke, catching Saucel in the back. It's dirty, but it's exactly what ECSTATIC needed. Really, the big impact was TMB. He gets that epic flank in the middle position. Nobody snuffed him out there behind the doors. When the op misses, there's no chance for the rifler. And so, Iberian Soul's offense starts to crumble. Limp attack towards the B-bomb site. Not going to get very deep at all. Attack pause has already been called a second time for the Iberian mix. I'm looking at it right now, and it feels like ECSTATIC are starting to maybe lock things down. Ops on both sides, but Alex once again on a Tech 9. Last time we saw this, he was able to call a successful strat.
He's going to have to do that again. Might be a bit of trouble. Also, in addition to the fact that they already used 2 tactical timeouts, 1 remaining, they might need it. The dying stages of this map. It's also good for 1, not good on the trade.
Really important there from Nut to get that frag, and the flashbang is good. That does reveal that there are 2 players towards the A-bomb site. Iberian still starting to put the pieces together. Mid-rounds have been their friend in some of these tight situations. And now Alex, you can see him. He's already putting the pieces right where they belong. Jigsaw or not. Yeah, you got to go straight through that fire. Syra, gonna see if he can pull him to him with his siren song. Not gonna work out. Alex has already been brought down, though. Analele trying to keep the trades going. 2-on-2 now as the dust begins to settle.
Oof. 1-on-1. Let's see who's gonna win. 2 ops in the game. Tristu decides to change to the M4, but Stadoto, he got a big green and he's ready to use it. Back in the lead is Iberian Soul, and I have to criticize Analele for this play. I don't think we're going to see it on a replay, but if you have ever seen a less necessary peak than him going
Yes.
from temple to through the smoke. It was here. He could have stayed. He could have waited for his team to have a 2-on-3 advantage and try and retake the site. He decided to, well, jump into his death.
Had the highlight reels playing in his mind. This will look great in the frag movie. Oh. Well, it's a big push. Speaking of, I mean, Saucel's already got the Syra taken down. Looking a little dicey here, but it looks like the Danes are going to fall back. Man disadvantage. Doesn't mean they're out of it just yet, but that doesn't bode well for him considering the bye. 2-2 split. Nobody in mid. Map control, Iberian Soul.
A slow round. They got the first frag, and now maybe they learned from their mistakes on train. When they know their opponents don't have a lot of money, they can play it slow. But look at the mini-map. Analele and Christu not sitting around with their hands crossed. They want to be proactive, and so they will be. They can play for the info.
Nice.
But Christu just walked into the crosshairs of Stadodo.
Only consolation is that he saw where the bomb was, but Davi G is going to crack open the B-bomb site. That'll be calmed through, straight through canals. One rotating mid, one temple. Nutnut's got a deagle. He's been deadly with it before. As TMB gets cut down, it's all onto him. What do we got out of you?
Oh,
Make some noise. Mopaz knows. Oh, he still gets one frag.
But will he expect Saucel? The answer is no. They double their advantage. 6-4 after 10 rounds played. Let's see if the Cats can start running away with this. However, this round should be relatively clean and simple with the second round loss bonus in the hands of ECSTATIC. You know that's a moment where they're not going to spend their money.
Yeah, listen, Iberian Soul, if they can string together these last two, they'll be 8-4. And that will be a pretty reasonable T-side scoreline. ECSTATIC don't have to panic just yet. I don't think they're going to get much done here. This should be a gimme, as you say. They're running through mid. It's a rundown. And, you know, I really like that Alex called everybody away from middle, just in case this is exactly the play. Instead, they just kind of pivot around, making sure that they can all converge on the crossfire and crunch them down in the choke. Really no chance for them to get much done, but at least they get straight into the last round of the first half. Buying out the rifles. It doesn't look like there's a sniper available, so Kristoff will have to find his impact with the A1S. Not exactly the best tool for him to ply his trade. Of course, comparatively, Iberian Soul are just flush with cash. They've got their sniper and 4 AKs, plenty of util to speak of. Will they play it slow? Press their advantage economically? Or are they just going to try to give them an uppercut? Send them packing into the second half?
We'll see if that's going to happen. Not a lot of utility to work with on the side of ECSTATIC. They have a few grenades, but they're going to run out sooner or later, and I think Iberian Soul is aware of that. Of course, trying to be a bit more aggressive. Alex through the smoke. He's not going to get anything except a few bullets into his chest from TMB, who starts off this round with a kill.
Really important. The mid-control, some of the best moves that ECSTATIC have done on the defensive side have come off the back of TMB. Look at this contact play from Mopaz. He does end up clotheslining Analele, and that is an open site. They don't know it yet, but it's completely barren of defenders. This is going to have to be a last-round retake. They're clearing smokes, breaking them, trying to find out where the last defender is. No one was there. Where were you when ECSTATIC was killed?
Bomb finally planted. They took their sweet time doing so. Dav and Saucel, fantastic. Christu is the next one to fall, and they know exactly where TMB is. As you said, he was quite useful for his team in rounds before, but not in this one. A great round from Iberian Soul to have 8 on the half, 8-4 scoreline. Definitely not bad.
Looking very, very solid here for Iberian Soul. We'll see if they can keep it up on the defense. That is where they did better work, at least to start with, when it came to train. Now we get to see who's going to be the most lucker dog of them all.
We'll see if we can
Bomb
get
detonates one last time. Come on, give us a gloves. We got everything else.
Oh yeah, we got an AK today. We got a deagle. We got a knife. We got a Zeus. I think gloves are next, right? Not in the script. Just missed that
bad
chrome
A4
cannon
though.
off, but yeah, not a bad M4, A4, Starry.
What are we gonna call that one? Star Side? Star XD? Something like that. Anyway,
Yeah,
shout
I
out
think
to you,
it's I
whoever
think
you
it's
are.
Starry XD.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna call it now. And if you don't want us to call it that, name yourself something better. Listen, you've had to hear us talk about Nut Nut this whole broadcast. Surely you could do us a solid and have a better name.
Don't do that. Don't enable them. Who knows what names we're gonna get next?
I look forward
All
to
right.
it. If that can be an excellent way to make things happen. Now, remember, there's a spot of playoffs on the line here. ECSTATIC on the T side. They left this map open. Wasn't a choice per se. It's the decider. WG spotting out a couple towards canals. Mopaw's going to be looking. He got the better of Analele so much on the defense, and he's just shoulder peeked him. There we go. Oh, man, he could double up, but not quite yet. Spotting players towards dark. This could be huge for the Caps.
Oh yeah, Mopo's still alive and kicking, the rotation coming in. Let's see what Christo's gonna do. Do they expect him? The answer is no. With the first few shots, but managed to fix on the second. Alex, great. Stadoto better. Only Christo remaining, and they know exactly where he is. Bomb on the back. He's gonna try and stick it. At least get that little bit more money, and so he will do. Now, 1v3. He might actually get some isolated duels, especially on the guy in connector, pulling back towards main. Maybe there's a chance here for the Dane.
Yeah, so few angles for him to really bother clearing right now. And there you go, clotheslined by Saucel. The defuse will come in. But honestly, a bomb plant is something to work with here. Obviously, ECSTATIC don't have a crazy amount of rounds to let slip away in that fashion. When Iberian Soul end up scoring both pistols here, if they also convert versus the Force Buy on the T side, well, it looks like we'll be in for a very quick Anubis. But hey, we thought that about Train. And obviously ECSTATIC, they were happy to prove us wrong. So they could do it just yet again one more time.
9-4. Of course, ECSTATIC decided to force buy this one. 2 Galeals and 3 Tech 9s. Maybe something faster, but a lot of utility, a lot of grenades. Still, they're going to try and play a bit more quickly. TMB just running into connector. Dob waiting for him, and he gets the frag. +1 for the side of Iberian Soul. Now slowing things down, or just for a moment, time to pick up pace, running towards the A bomb site. Saucel missed his shots. Alex can't do anything right now. Stadoto just behind him, trying to get the kill, and it would be an incredibly important frag to get, but he's caught with a nade in hand on Lele, gets the frag, and now things are starting to crumble. The CT side can't even get close to a retake. Dav looking for a kill. But as him and Mopos are only left standing, maybe this round is done. Mopos just comes in to get the M4 for him and his teammate, but this is going to be a round 5 for ECSTATIC.
Yeah, listen, I mean, as of right now, you can clearly see they're just doing their best to scarper off with as many guns as they can, even ditching the FAMAS in a harder-to-reach angle. ECSTATIC not going to be able to upgrade for free, but still, they end up coming away with an A4, an MP9, and most importantly, a round win, closing the gap back to a 4-round game. It's little things like that. At least Iberian Soul clearly still in it, making right decisions, smart decisions to fall on back where they need to. Very poor on the money side. We'll see some light investments come out. Bit of a mixed force kind of thing. Stadoto with the Mag 7. If he gets 1 kill, it'll almost pay for itself. That's just the way that thing works.
It's going to be fun to watch if Stadoto can actually get something with it. 2 SMGs, 2 M4s to work with. This is not a bad buy, all things considered.
Listen, I love Stadoto actually playing through mid here. There's a high chance that he ends up getting at least 1 shot off with that, and sometimes that's all you need. Conversely, Saucel just going to be holding with a powerful weapon. Makes a little bit of noise. I think Nut would have heard that. A little bit of chip damage from some nades exchanged throughout. Syra still fighting to hold on to Dark. He's actually going to dodge that flash. I'm not sure that the defense saw him. It's tense over here, but re-smoke should be good for defenders.
Syra a bit overzealous to try something like that. Saucel good for 1 kill, and to pull back with 5 HP remaining. They're going to trade guns. That is expected in this turn of events. And Lele gets a frag onto Stadoto, who was quite overambitious to go all the way to top mid with a swag 7. but still a man advantage onto the side of Iberian Soul. Now, will
Okay.
this gamble pay off? Dav found a frag, but he's so low, and he's also solo on this site. DMB and Chrisu, full HP, and they still have a chance to fight it out.
No way.
No.
Deep in the smoke. There's two T's surrounding him. Mopaz has everything to do on the B-bomb site. He can finish this right before it's over. Look at that. Revealing him during the bomb plant. The smoke fades at the worst possible time. And Saucel, narrowly misses out on farming up. But there's plenty more CTs where that came from, my friend. AKs galore. Iberian Soul have reached 10 rounds. They are looking so strong. Realistically speaking, it does not feel like ECSTATIC have enough. No bomb plant in the last round.
Yeah.
They are going to have such a tough fight ahead.
Yep. However, it was 10-3 on Train, and we both know how that ended, so never underestimate ECSTATIC's potential for a comeback, or rather, Iberian Soul's potential of squandering a lead. See if they can
That's
fix
right. They
that.
do have to... Yeah, they got to prove themselves right here, right now. They have looked really composed on Anubis. CT side, it's not the easiest map to be steady on. And Aleli taking a little bit of contact towards the B main. And it looks like a B lane, but not yet completely sold.
They can take their time with this. Not a lot of grenades for this B execute, but just enough for it to be a full execute if they want to. And Alele missed a few shots. First contact is there. TMB only there for a distraction. Make some noise on mid. Maybe try and get a frag off the lurk. With 60 seconds on the clock, ECSTATIC can even disengage if they want.
I need to see a little bit more out of ECSTATIC on the, making sure that their opponents are biting on their fake outs. Because right now they've spent some utility, they've made some noise, but Iberian Soul haven't budged. Two players towards mid, they might end up catching him when the bomb goes there. Christau could get cut down. That would definitely sell them short. 30 seconds left on the clock. The go button has been pushed. Flashing towards A. That's not where the attack is coming in, but really good utility saved to the last second.
Yeah, Alex could be in trouble. This is timing. Alex gets two, but is that enough? Only one player remaining towards the A bomb site. That is Saucel. Do they expect him? 10 seconds left. He just needs to survive, but survive he won't. And Lele takes his head out of the picture. Bomb is planted, and now the Spaniards have to go for a retake. They have the advantage, but they lost a player. Dab manages to find the trade, but not anything else. And Mopo's 1v2. However, he still has a chance. Not a def kit, though. No utility on him, so he needs to hurry the hell up.
Halfway down. Yeah, the bomb is already ticking a little too far for Mopaz to be comfortable. He'll fall back, still hold on to his A1S, maybe upgrade to an AK if he can find it along the way. Really well played from ECSTATIC to suddenly pivot towards mid. Obviously, Iberian Soul falling back there for the purposes of holding it in case that's where the final hit went in. Kept their options open. And Iberian Soul were mostly doing very, very well in that situation. It's just that their retake was, well, a little bit disconnected from itself.
Yeah.
Players a little too far out of sync.
I think they wanted, they knew that ECSTATIC doesn't have a great buy in terms of firepower, so they wanted to get the kills as soon as possible. It ended up backfiring. I understand the effort, I understand the idea, but at the end, the result is the only thing that matters, and it resulted with them not only losing the round, but having this buy in the next one. If they lose this one, they're going to be reset completely. They're going to have to go onto an eco. And that's a good chance for ECSTATIC to come close.
TMB hasn't made any noise. Davi G has no idea. There's a T in jail. Cyber taking a little bit of chip damage elsewhere. Okay, TMB strikes, but Davi G gets the better of him through the smoke and re-ups on it. Ooh, Sedona, long range Max 7 shot. No way that should have worked. Frags exchanged all over the B-bomb site, but two going down towards water. That does kind of pivot them towards A, and look at that fadeaway from Alex. 3 versus 1. We've been saying Nutnut's name a lot, but not on this map. 9 for 11. He needs a little bit more than that, and he's caught slipping. Does a little 360, phase tryout. Saucel gives him one back for good measure. And there you have it, 11-6 now. Iberian Soul finally found some form.
Yeah, an important round and an important time. A counter reset coming in with 2 rounds remaining needed for Iberian Soul to go to the playoffs. Two pistols, 3 Galils, not a lot of grenades, not the only one with full utility. And Iberian Soul, they want to take this fight to them. They want to fight up close, and Saucel is going to have a lot of work to do. Only good for 1. Nobody there to help him, and there's a lot of information towards water as well.
Somebody's got to unbind his quick switch. Can't be doing that when you're supposed to be holding mid. They're already on the A-bomb site, but they've lost Nut elsewhere. Low HP on multiple players here. Yeah, especially with TMB going down, this looks very dire. 2v4, compromised health. ECSTATIC might be conceding map and series point, playoffs point, unless something magical happens.
We'll see if they got some Danish magic in them. Syra good only for 1, and it's down with Christo. Mopo's gonna take them both out. And it's 6 match points, as you said, playoff points for Iberian Soul.
Yeah, Nubis seems to be delivering on the bloody, on the chaos, but the scoreline is not as tight as the previous 2 maps. Not going to say ECSTATIC fell out of steam. That doesn't really feel like what's gone on here. It just seems like Iberian Soul have a better read. Individuals still showing up more or less for ECSTATIC, but they're kind of getting red before they can do much of anything. So good calling on the side of the Spanish mix. And of course, Dododo. He's got his AWP out already.
He's ready. With that off. Could be useful for him to find some confidence frags to end this best of 3. And look at the aggression. The aggression is going to cost them, though. Mopos is down, and now they have to rotate Dav. He's been blown away,
He's
but
so
that
dead.
HG grenade, 56 health on him. Alex
That's bomb.
strikes from behind. 1 kill found, and now he could be
Oh, no.
a big problem for his opponents. A lot of chaos coming in. 2 for 2. 3v3, but they don't know about Davi G. Syra there to get to cancel that frag and find another one for himself. Saucel, 1 kill needed to send his team to the playoffs. The best rated player, actually the best rated players on both sides will decide
That's
this
right.
round.
Well, what more could you ask for a high-octane 1v1? Saucel, he's watching vigilantly. 50 seconds on the clock, plenty of time for Syra, who slipped the net, to head over towards the next bomb site. And it's honestly been so rare to find ourselves in a 1v1 situation. Normally, it's an odd man numbers. Saucel going to lurk out. Clears the spot where bomb was sighted. Knows that it's been scooped up, of course, but how soon does he start pivoting? And does Syra even end up finishing there, or does he wrap through Temple?
That's going to be interesting to see. Mind games are aplenty in this point, but Syra is going to commit to that A bomb site, and he's going to have more than enough time to plant the bomb. He can even just tap that plant. Not going to happen. He's going to plant it, stick it, and he's going to have time to find a very good post-plant position. Diffuse kit and smoke available for Saucel, so he doesn't need to hurry. That incendiary on the belt of Syra is completely inconsequential. If Saucel can drop that smoke and stick the plant and stick the diffuse, that could end this here and now.
Needs to tap it, otherwise the attention will not be had. Oh, clears him, and Syra still adjusts. Keeps ECSTATIC in it in this 2-0 winners match. We all thought it could end right there. Waited with bated breath. The Danes keep on kicking.
This match is never going to end, so it seems. Final tactical timeout for Iberian Soul. Still 5 chances remaining for them to end this best of 3 and proceed to the top 16. But they've had trouble winning those most crucial, most important finishing rounds. We can say that was a case on Nuke. That was most certainly the case on Train. let not Anubis allow that to happen.
Kind of crazy that ECSTATIC have kept it so competitive and certainly keep the feeling that they could continue to strike back, even though they're facing that series point. Iberian Soul spend their last timeout. They had to talk over a complicated buy. Alex had almost $8,000. The rest of the team, not so much. So distributed everything as best they could. And now here we go. Compromised buy, but Stododo with his sniper is going to post up towards water. This is a very impactful position. Very rarely are you going to try to wall this off with a smoke wall or a flash, and this smoke is actually a little bit misplaced. Nut and Syra are going to be the first recipients of his anger, of his wrath. Davi G trying to strike back as well, but he will be traded. Stododo abandons his brethren there for just a moment to rescope, and wow, I'd say tentatively, oh, definitely advantage towards the Cats.
Yeah, the Portuguese player ready with that sniper. 3 frags found. Andalele and TMB, the only hopes remaining for ECSTATIC.
Y'all thought the Dodo was extinct. The Dodo keeping it going. Well, maybe not. TMB reminds everyone how evolution works. Natural selection with the bomb on his back. Not spotted yet. That was a kill from behind. Tension palpable. Iberian Soul rotating 2 players through that A-bomb site. One player in mid. That's Alex.
TMB.
Runs out of bullets.
Oh, no. You hate to see that. He could have found a frag on Alex, and this round could have been more than possible. Now, only 1 player remaining with the hopes and dreams of going 3-0 in this Swiss stage, and he's gonna what the hell? Sausel kind of whiffed that and gives Andalele a chance. He can plant the bomb, but still a lot of work left to do if he wants to clutch this out.
Not gonna happen. Good flank from Alex will finish the job, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is Iberian Soul qualifying into the playoffs over ECSTATIC. The Danish side looked like maybe slight favorites, but hey, we saw some form, we saw some luster. We did see a little bit of choking, but that's behind us now. Iberian Soul are your 3-0 team. And, you know, ECSTATIC kept it pretty consistent, just like what we saw with Team Next Level in the first series. I would expect ECSTATIC to make it through to playoffs, even if it takes them 1 or 2 more Swiss sections to go. That is a very strong performance from Mopaz. But it is worth noting, Syra did kind of get quiet compared to Train. We're seeing how things work out the longer these series go on. Looks like the Iberian Soul, it just had a little bit more spirit to it.
Yeah, it seems like it. We're going to see the Lynx in the playoffs. We're going to see what they can actually do. And from what we've seen in the Swiss stage, I would say that they can go for a deeper run in Galaxy Battle Phase 1. As you said, I'm not worried about ECSTATIC. They played well so far. They lost this best of 3. You could say there was a world that they actually win 2-0 against Iberian Soul because it was so tight. The map number 1 was tight, and the map number 2 went into overtime. This last one, they didn't get really blown away, but in most crucial rounds, Iberian Soul was kind of better.
Yeah, it's definitely safe to say that. Hey, that's a wrap for the show at this point.
Yeah.
We're looking pretty solid now for the roster, starting to contextualize itself, starting to fill itself in. I'm looking forward to seeing what TNL and, of course, ECSTATIC can do in future series. But I think that's just about it for us, Luba.
That is just about it for us. 2 interesting, very nail-biting best of 3s are behind us, and we have 10 teams right now in the playoffs. 6 spots left to go, and they're going to be filled in the upcoming days. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching another day of Galaxy Battle Phase 1. We hope you had a great time, and we're going to see you in some other day. For now, good evening.